Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 661, Profound Technique Transparency. The seventh celestial steel is very important to Xiao Chen. It is the summary and sublimation of the mysterious method of the first 6 celestial stels, and one must see it clearly. Old Gui knew a lot about it when it was engraved on the steel, so he should know the whereabouts of the seventh steel. The old stone tortoise was swaying, the old god was there, and said calmly, I don't know where the seventh celestial monument is now, and, I told you, if you want to practice the holy method of the seventh celestial monument, you must control the sky marks on the first 6 celestial monuments. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, and said, all the sky monuments are gone, and I can't find them at all. How can I get those sky marks? Forget what I told you, the steel grows. The old stone turtle shook his head and said, if you want to find them, you need to let them grow again. Xiao Chen estimated that he might still be unable to beat the old turtle up, so he had to hold back his temper and ask, Mr. Wang, don't be a fool, how can you make the Tianbei appear? Naturally, he didn't believe the so-called, grow out. It's actually very simple, you don't need to search for the steel. If you practice the profound method of the steel thoroughly, you will naturally be able to sense where the steel you have practiced is. The old stone tortoise was leisurely pacing slowly. You did it on purpose. The little white-shelled tortoise rolled his eyes and passed out. One can imagine how powerful the old tortoise was. Cultivation is transparent. Xiao Chen felt that he had almost practiced the first 6 stels. Isn't this considered transparent? Do you think that you have become transparent after you have completed your cultivation? The old stone turtle glanced at him sideways, and said, it's still far away. According to legend, there was a great power in ancient times. If you cultivated to the extreme level, you can directly summon the steel and use it for him. Summon the heavenly monument. Xiao Chen was startled in his heart. He knew deeply that the Tianbei was so powerful and terrifying that he had already demonstrated its great power by using only the sky mark. That's right, no matter where the celestial monument is, no matter how far away it is, as long as you cultivate the celestial monument's profound technique to the extreme, you can summon the celestial monument for your own use. At that time, it will be truly rare to have a rival in heaven and earth. Xiao Chen would never doubt this. One celestial monument can suppress a world, and summon several celestial monuments at the same time, so it is conceivable that no opponent can escape being suppressed to death. Summoning the steel is just a legend. Whether there is anyone who can do it is irrelevant. The old stone turtle said slowly, based on your current cultivation, it is still far away. Don't talk about the ultimate state, even if it is a real transparency, it is still a long way away. Xiao Chen lowered his head and pondered. He felt that although the mysterious methods of the Tianbei could be used, some methods were indeed not very smooth, and even the mysterious methods were stagnant, hindering the flow of divine power. I have practiced these mysterious techniques of the Tianbei for more than 30,000 years, and I think I can almost use them backwards. Why do I always feel flawed? Practicing the ancient method of Tianbei requires taking great risks. Not everyone is suitable for cultivation. Although people with this kind of physique are rare, there are still a certain number of people who have accumulated through the ages. It's just that those who have truly cultivated to the realm of perfection are rumored to be no more than 5 fingers, and they have all fallen. How can I cultivate to perfection? Xiao Chen asked. Only the 3 or 5 people who have fallen know this. The old Shi Gui shook his head and said, it all depends on you. At this moment, Shi Zongdi, who had been smiling all the time, stroked his goatee and said, practicing the profound method of the Tianbei requires great courage, perseverance, and boldness. Am I cowardly? I really think you are lacking. Shi Zongdi frowned with wrinkles on his dry and thin face, and said, cultivation is about cultivating your own body and mind, and you have never really let go of your body and mind. Am I not letting go enough? Xiao Chen questioned this. He has experienced ups and downs, and has gone through all kinds of hardships. How could he be afraid of life and death? What is this? Shi Zongdi pointed to a halo above Xiao Chen's head, shaped like a pagoda, suspended in the void. Brush. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen sacrificed the 5 emperors' pagoda in his body. Emperor Shi Zhong and old Shi Gui were all taken aback, they never expected to see this legendary holy object anyway. However, they were very human after all, and they soon calmed down. Emperor Shi Zhong pointed to the 5 emperors' pagoda and said, "What do you use it for?" "Against the enemy." "That's it." Shi Zongdi nodded, and continued, "What did you use when fighting against the enemy in the past?" "God map, ancient scrolls, sky marks. Now, what you have to do is to reflect. From the past to the present, have you ever really used the mysterious method of the Tianbei?" Shi Zongdi stared at him, and said, "You have always relied on holy objects, and you rarely use your true mysterious method to carry out the ultimate confrontation." The old stone turtle also nodded, and said, "If you are asked to throw away the divine map, the ancient scroll, and the 5 emperors' pagoda, do you still have the confidence to face a strong stone man?" Xiao Chen frowned for a while. All along, he has been used to using divine maps to open the way and ancient scrolls to kill the enemy. It seems that he has been relying on foreign objects to fight against the enemy. For a long time, he has already had a serious sense of dependence. If he throws away these sacred objects, not to mention fighting against the Stone King, even if he faces ordinary stone men, he may not have much chance of winning. Objectively speaking, his own true cultivation is already very strong, but it is absolutely impossible to compete with the Stone King. Now, you are like a child holding a sharp weapon against the throat of an adult. If one day you lose the sharp weapon, how will you face it? Xiao Chen nodded silently, thinking about it carefully, he found that it was indeed the case. Although all the sacred objects are powerful, relying on them too early will restrict you from discovering your own potential. At the beginning, it was like walking on crutches, and then it was like wearing shackles. The Tianbei Xuanfa requires great courage and perseverance to practice, but you are limited by yourself. Looking back on the past, it was true. He was used to relying on several war treasures, and now he deserves vigilance and change. "I want to practice the supreme method," Xiao Chen said to himself. "Can you really abandon the divine map, the ancient scroll, and the 5 emperors' pagoda?" The god map and ancient scrolls have been given to KK, and now only the 5 emperors' pagoda is in his body, so he decided to seal this treasure first and not use it for the time being. Stay on your body, after all, you will be regarded as a reliance, and you need to make a great determination. Shi Zongdi said earnestly, "You need to be willing, and you can gain if you have a willingness. In the future, if you are truly consummated, it will not be too late to find a few more treasures." "Okay, I will hand over the 5 Emperors' Tower to you." Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen took off the 5 Emperors' Tower from the sky above his head and handed it to Shi Zongdi. Although practicing in the pagoda of the 5 Emperors, he could hear the misty divine sound of the Great Tao, but his foundation is the profound method of the Tianbei. If he wants to truly break through, he still needs to go back to the source. You need to be willing, you need to let go, you need to put aside temporarily, and resist all kinds of temptations. The little turtle with a white shell that was stunned by the old stone turtle had woken up at this time, drooled at the 5 Emperors' Tower, turned over and jumped up, and instantly became a treasure. Stretched out the tortoise claws to Xiao Chen, said, "I am willing to wear the shackles of the 5 Emperors' Tower with great perseverance, great courage, and great wisdom. I am willing to impose all troubles on me and suffer for you." Baji. The old stone tortoise wobbled, seemingly very slowly, but the little white-shelled tortoise couldn't dodge it. It stepped on it all at once, and rolled its eyes when it stepped on it again. "Boy, you can't bear this kind of shackles, if you wear them, the kings will take you alive, and just stay there. You did it on purpose." The little white-shelled tortoise struggled hard to get out from under the huge tortoise's claws, but it only had time to shake a few times. After saying this, it rolled its eyes again and fainted. When Xiao Chen had already learned that although the alien world collapsed, its powerful background was not damaged. Today, it is another feeling to really get confirmation from Shi Zongdi's mouth. The origin of the alien world is mysterious and profound, and it may be difficult to destroy it in the future, and most of them will have to face the most powerful people from various eras in Kyushu in the past, because these people were captured by the alien world and sacrificed to become powerful fighting tools. After staying on this island for a day, Xiao Chen learned a lot of information and filled in the gaps that had been left for thousands of years. At the same time, Xiao Chen told about his encounter with the Buddha and his knowledge of the return of a certain ancient giant. HMPH, Shi Zongdi sneered, and said, "The heavens and worlds today are even more unpredictable than they were before the ancient times. If he really reaches that level, he will be wiped out in ashes immediately after he returns. Even the little stone emperor ended up like that. That person may not end well, but we will also pay attention to avoid accidents. Xiao Chen will start to practice alone, and thoroughly understand the mysterious method of the Tianbei. Time flies, Xiao Chen has practiced alone on an island for more than 500 years, and he feels ethereal in body and mind, and the mysterious method on the six-faced celestial tablet is circulating on his body, overflowing with dreamlike light. It was not until another 500 years passed that he slowly opened his eyes. The years were silent, the stars were changing, and the world had passed 1,000 years in a hurry. Millennium is only 2 words, and it doesn't seem to be very long when written, but in actual taste, it is a very long period of time. 1,000 years is enough to change dynasties several times, enough to make a civilization develop by leaps and bounds. Kyushu's technological civilization is changing with each passing day, and it has already rushed to the distant starry sky and opened a new era. 7 days in the middle of the cave, thousands of years have passed in the world. This is the eternal time that the monks of the gods and demons civilization have to face alone. However, compared with those stone kings, what Xiao Chen experienced is still very subtle. Now that the 30,000-year agreement is gone, Xiao Chen's heart is like still water. He closed his eyes again, and began to practice silently. Another 1,000 years passed in a blink of an eye, and only then did he stand up. After 2,000 years of practice, Xiao Chen discovered many problems. The Tianbei Xuanfa was more mysterious and complicated than he imagined. The so-called transparency is a big problem. However, he finally gained something, and his sensitivity to the outside world became more and more acute, and he seemed to vaguely sense the existence of several heavenly monuments. He is about to start looking for the Tianbei, gather together the sky marks, and practice the follow-up Tianbei Xuanfa. Today, he directly tore apart the space and stepped into the world of curses. In the curse world, the former peerless formation has long been destroyed, but here it is more vibrant, with green hills and ancient trees everywhere. Xiao Chen stood above an abyss, looking down at the black hole. His spiritual sense guided him to come here, and at this moment he sensed the breath of a celestial monument. He stretched out a big hand suddenly, and slowly lowered towards the abyss. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the whole abyss shook for a while, and Xiao Chen struggled to grab a stone tablet about 10 feet high. Chi chi chi! Xiao Chen suddenly heard the sound of piercing the sky, and the endless sword energy rose from the abyss to the sky, and the bright beams reached the sky, as if to tear the barrier of the big world. That is a. Xiao Chen felt an extremely familiar aura, and a long and distant name jumped out of his memoria. A Dugu sword demon with iron sword flying in the sky. Helping people make an advertisement. Zhan Leiyin, ISBN 164164. Chapter 662 Suspended for 1 day, attaching the news of the end. I didn't want to write the 4 words, pause for 1 day, but I had to type them out. It's almost over. You need to think about it carefully, conceive carefully, and connect all the foreshadowings in series. If it is fast, it will end within 10 days, if it is slow, it will end within 30 days. That's it, the time has been specified, between 10 and 30 days. I will try my best to bring you a happy ending, and I hope all book lovers will like it. This chapter will not be supplemented today. It is very difficult to write a book in the later stage, because it has to be considered throughout the book, especially like my style, which likes to dig holes to ambush pens, and it has to be considered more at the end. Chendong is here to thank everyone for their support over the past year. I will try my best to write a good ending, thank you. Chapter 663 Collecting Monuments. Time flies, and the years are silent. 30,000 years have passed, which can be described as vicissitudes. Many people have already faded out of Xiao Chen's memory. It has to be said that this is a kind of sadness, which is ruthlessly erased by time and gone with the wind. There is no ageless beauty, no eternal grace, everything can be obliterated. Suddenly feeling the familiar aura and discovering the trace of Dugu sword demon, this was quite a shock to Xiao Chen. The sword light soared into the sky, and under the black abyss, bright rays of light tore through the big world barrier of the curse world, penetrating the heaven and the earth. That's right, that's the breath of Dugu sword demon, aloof and powerful, with a touch of cruelty and ruthlessness, an iron sword passing across the sky, oppressing the sun, moon, mountains and rivers. For 30,000 years of life and death, Xiao Chen has experienced all kinds of joys and sorrows of the disappearance of his old friends. Now he suddenly meets his old friends, with mixed feelings in his heart, and vivid faces appear in front of his eyes again. Kai. Suddenly, a huge sword light struck towards him, cold and ruthless, full of killing and berserk aura. When Xiao Chen grabbed the Zhongshu Long Sky tablet and blocked it in front of him. The huge sword light drew a stream of sparks before being shaken away. However, the terrifying sword lights did not stop there. Dozens, hundreds, and tens of thousands of sword lights gathered into a big river and rushed towards him. Om, Lo, Ah, Ho, Mu, Da. Xiao Chen vibrated the original octave, and Tianyan shook the ancient times, passing through the future, like an invisible roulette crushing past, blocking all sword energy. However, the smell of blood became stronger, and the billowing bright red blood mist surged out, immediately dyeing the entire sky red. The sun and moon were covered, and the surrounding rivers and mountains were submerged. Boom! The powerful and unparalleled aura shook violently, and the surrounding mountains suddenly collapsed and turned into fly ash. There was also a large river in the distance, which was evaporated dry in an instant, exposing a hard riverbed. Hundreds of miles around were shrouded in blood mist, and the bloody and brutal atmosphere was overwhelming. Dugu Sword Demon, Xiao Chen yelled loudly, and the words turned into tangible bodies, like big seals, suppressing towards the abyss. The blazing light rushed up, the bewitching blood mist surged, the killing atmosphere was full of tyranny, and a strange man with disheveled hair rushed up. What kind of eyes are these? Looking at it, it's like facing an abyss, like falling into hell. For a while it was empty, dead silent and desolate, for a while it was bitingly cold, like an ice cellar, for a while it was blood red, violent and crazy. Xiao Chen noticed that the state of Dugu Sword Demon was very wrong, and his mind was crazy and confused. Du Jiu Sword Demon. He paused every word, and every word he uttered was like a sledgehammer falling from the sky, hitting the tall figure in front of him. The sound was deafening, as if Huang Zhang Dalu was stirring, trying to wake up Dugu Sword Demon. However, Dugu Sword Demon's aura is constantly rising, and his eyes are even more terrifying, constantly switching between hollow and deadly silence and fierce coldness. Click! The ground around the abyss suddenly cracked, and dozens of hundreds of large cracks spread into the distance. Xiao Chen couldn't help being surprised. This aura was already terrifying, but it was still growing crazily. It hadn't been seen for tens of thousands of years. Dugu Sword Demon became more powerful and terrifying. Clang clang. At this moment, Dugu Sword Demon's body suddenly burst into sparks, and he and the iron sword in his arms condensed into one. The whole tall and majestic body seemed to be turned into an iron lump. The shape is like an iron sword, turning into an iron body, not an illusion, but a real change, like an iron man, with a more powerful aura erupting from his body. At this moment, all the mountains that could be seen on the horizon were turned into powder under a fierce invisible sword energy. Even Xiao Chen was shocked, and blocked the invisible sword intent and killing intent with the steel. Only then did the mighty Dugu Sword Demon reveal a little clarity in his eyes. He bit his iron lip with difficulty and said, "Use the monument to suppress me, under the abyss." "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Chen frowned, seeing his old friend by accident, but he didn't want him to be in this state. "Here is a pit of thousands of people. I am in harmony with the endless power, the soul and the devil." When Dugu Sword Demon said these words, he bit the iron lip, and it was extremely difficult to maintain the last sliver of sanity. In the past, there was a peerless formation in the world of curses, which could completely stop the gods from other worlds. It possessed great power. Although it was eventually destroyed, the formation was still under the abyss. Moreover, in the past, this place was a pit for tens of thousands of people. Endless heroic spirits were beheaded here, and the ocean-like killing intent and incomparably terrifying soul power were all suppressed. Back then, the Dugu family was slaughtered, and the sword intent gathered by all the ancestors broke through the barriers of the ancestor gods from other worlds and entered the body of Dugu Sword Demon. This was an extremely cruel and terrifying process. He was almost completely insane and destroyed. If it hadn't been for the external sky tablet that shrank and fell to this place in the past, suppressing the pit of thousands of people, he might have been destroyed. Only by suppressing this place with a powerful Tianbei can he maintain a sliver of wisdom and continue to grind like suffering. Aren't you afraid of being suppressed to death here? This is the seventh steel, which is useless to Xiao Chen right now. It's okay, Zhang Shu's Tianbei can't seal me. Xiao Chen didn't say anything. He suppressed Dugu Sword Demon with the seventh heaven monument, and the monument and people slowly fell into the abyss. Wait a minute. At this moment, Dugu Sword Demon shot two sharp lights from his eyes, and asked hesitantly, "They? Abing and the others, are not here anymore. I'm sorry, I couldn't find them." Hearing these words, Dugu Sword Demon closed his eyes, and then plunged into the abyss. Xiao Chen knew that it would be tens of thousands of years before they met again. By then Dugu Sword Demon might have completely changed. One day, I will come out by myself and enter another world. A painful roar came from under the abyss. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, followed his feeling, and went around the curse world, but failed to find the breath of other celestial monuments. Afterwards, he tore through the void and came to the world of longevity. At this moment, his heart moved. Something at the far end of the southern wasteland was calling him. The world of 8 phases is like a dream, the 8 worlds are rolling, and Xiao Chen came to Nanwang in an instant. Not here, but still ahead. Unknowingly, he walked into the sea. The blue waves were churning, and the waves were soaring to the sky. A huge island full of vitality was dotted in the ocean like a bright green bead. Isn't Long Island overseas in Kyushu? Who moved it back? Xiao Chen came on the waves and stepped into this lush island. Although there are new dragons born in the longevity realm, there is no dragon here. Suddenly, a surge of life force came, very powerful. It was the direction of the original Dragon Clan Holy Mountain. Could it be that the heaven-reaching sacred tree had revived its vitality again? There were thousands of auspicious colors there, covering at least half of the Dragon Island. Xiao Chen came here almost in an instant, and observed carefully that the roots of the Shenmue had long since decayed, and under the power of the years, dust returned to ashes. And not far from it, there is another kind of towering tree, with luxuriant branches and leaves, as tall as a mountain, and the whole body is green, standing there. Brush. With a flash of brilliance, the giant tree disappeared, and a middle-aged man appeared on the spot, with a strong and vigorous body, shining with greenery. Xiao Chen felt a little familiar, thinking silently. We met. At this moment, the green-haired man said. Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that when he entered the longevity realm at the beginning of the year, when he was fighting on the Dragon Island, he met an old tree man in the Tree Man Valley, and witnessed him transform into a flesh and blood body. At that time, Long Island was sealed off and gods were not allowed to appear. The old tree man's behavior at that time was purely against the sky. He was definitely a strong character. Xiao Chen nodded, feeling quite emotional. So many years have passed, almost all his contemporaries have passed away, but to be able to meet this person who only met a few times, it really makes people lament that life is impermanent and fate is unpredictable. There is another person. Xiao Chen frowned. He felt a ray of death, although it was very faint, but it made people palpitate, making him feel dangerous. One can imagine how powerful and terrifying this person is. Boom. At this moment, gusts of wind and thunder came from the central area of Long Island, and the black mist of death suddenly surged in. There are still hundreds of miles away, but the aura is enough to make people thrilled. In an instant, there is a huge corpse here. He was 10 meters tall, and the black mist surged, the forest suddenly became dark, and the smell of decay filled the air. The huge corpse was walking, with a pair of rotten wings trembling slightly behind it. The world is impermanent. Xiao Chen had to sigh. All his friends disappeared, but he saw 2 old people who were not familiar with him one after another. It was the undead king in the death swamp on the original Dragon Island, who was able to argue with Kaiyu of the past, and who could suppress King Qinguang, King Yama, and King Reincarnation tremblingly, and the natural origin was extraordinary. After so many years, he has already become a powerful ancestor, and even Xiao Chen felt the danger. He is definitely a powerful figure with story. Xiao Chen didn't ask. Everyone has their own story. This undead king may have an earth-shattering past, but after all, he once fell on Dragon Island. Presumably, he himself also hopes to start a new life, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be so powerful and still keep his rotting corpse. No hostility, no defense, the 3 of them were as calm as water, sitting on a mountain peak, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance, and exchanged a few words briefly. As expected, Long Island was brought back by them. Humans are a kind of strange animals. As powerful as they are also very nostalgic. In the end, the 2 of them only had one sentence: if they enter another world in the future, they only need a call from Xiao Chen, which is a plain but powerful promise. Saying goodbye to the 2, Xiao Chen went on foot and searched on Long Island alone. He closed his eyes, completely following his feelings. He felt a strange aura. There was a celestial monument here. Before he knew it, when he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at that snow peak on Long Island. Stretching out his hand to brush off the thick snow on the top of the peak, a familiar utensil suddenly appeared, but a celestial monument the size of a palm appeared in front of his eyes in a simple and unpretentious manner. In the past, the Tianbei on Longdao clearly flew out of the sky and disappeared. Why did it fall back again? Xiao Chen doesn't know, and doesn't need to know, as long as he can get the sky mark during his trip, that's enough. Running the profound art, the ancient method of the Tianbei brought a wave of divine power to circulate immediately, and a unique aura was permeated. Brush. With a flash of brilliance, the sky marks on this steel immediately submerged into Xiao Chen's body, very smoothly, blending with each other, as if they were born with him. Not long after, Xiao Chen came to the Devil's Plain. The vast plain changed from the lifelessness of the past, and now there are many powerful tribes living here, but here he only felt the remnant breath of the Tianbei, but did not find any trace of the Tianbei. On the same day, Xiao Chen tore apart the void and came to the heavenly burial valley in the Qi realm. He had searched here before, but he didn't find anything. Now, he practiced the ancient method of the celestial tablet. Although he did not fully understand it, it could already play a role in helping him perceive the existence of the celestial tablet. Up to now, the sky burial valley is full of greenery, and the originally bare dead land is now covered with lush vegetation. Just inadvertently, when peeling off the soil on the surface, you will find that there are a large number of dead bones, which belong to the monks of gods and demons, and it is difficult to truly and completely perish. With both hands, he pulled up towering ancient trees, exposing a large area. Under the soil layer were the ruins of 49 heavenly palaces. Xiao Chen sensed the aura of the heavenly monument in the ruins. He reached out to the ground, grabbed a piece of rubble, and slowly fell down along the gap between his big fingers. Finally, Xiao Chen sighed and frowned. The Tianbei seems to be here not long ago, but now it has disappeared. Yes, it seems that it was still there decades, maybe hundreds of years ago, but it was found and taken away by someone. With his delusion-breaking eyes, he looked through this time and space, and briefly saw a vague past. Someone had come here to search for it. Whoever it is, he also understands the Tianbei. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly sank. He had a bad feeling. It seemed that someone wanted to collect Tianbei like him. Xiao Chen used the sky mark as a guide, closed his eyes, and searched silently again. That is definitely a master. He came here to take away the Tianbei, and the traces are very hazy and hard to see. Finally Xiao Chen returned to Kyushu. Just standing on this piece of land, the sky mark in his body trembled suddenly. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly moved. He operated the mysterious method, sacrificed the sky mark, closed his eyes, and moved forward completely according to the feeling. I don't know how long it took, but he found that he had already penetrated deep into the earth, and he came to a mysterious ancient building. This is an extremely empty place, and the ancient buildings have passed the test of time, and there is still no sign of decay. Deep underground, incomparably far-reaching, boundless. Xiao Chen felt the existence of the Tianbei here, and it turned out to be the sacred monument that was buried in the valley that day, and the breath was exactly the same. The Tianbei, which was taken away by someone, appeared here. Could it be that the powerful person is not here? Who is it? Xiao Chen moved forward step by step, and walked a long distance. He didn't reveal any fluctuations in divine power, and he was advancing silently like a ghost. Not long after, he frowned, and there was a huge deep pit in front of him, with endless bones in it. Although it was not comparable to the thousands of people's pits in the curse world, there were at least hundreds of thousands of corpses here. Pile up together, snow white, extraordinarily dazzling. Xiao Chen stayed for a moment, then moved on. Suddenly, he felt a faint wave of life in the dark corner ahead. There is a humanoid creature here, with disheveled hair, lying on the ground, looking very embarrassed and lonely. This is a woman. The left half of the cheek is as smooth as jade, her appearance is peerless, she can be called the crown of beauty in the world, she can be described as icy muscles and bones, she is a rare beauty. However, when she felt someone approaching and raised her head slowly, the long hair covering her cheeks on the other side spread out, and people were shocked. The right half was actually a skull, white and frightening, with black holes in the eye sockets. Who is so cruel to torture a peerless woman into this state? Half of an angel, half of a devil, half of a beautiful face, half of a cheek like a ghost. Her only beautiful one eye stared blankly at Xiao Chen at first, and then suddenly showed a hint of excitement. It's you, don't come here, go away. The woman seemed to have suddenly lost control, screamed suddenly, covered the right half of her face in pain, buried her face with her messy hair, kept backing away, and hid in a dark corner. Go away. Xiao Chen was stunned, and then suddenly recognized that the person in front of him turned out to be the former queen of Kyushu, Zhao Liner, and he never expected that the other party would become like this. Crash! The sound of the iron chains shaking came out. On Zhao Liner's limbs, there were god iron chains, which almost strangled into the bones and grew into the flesh. It can be said to be quite cruel. She was imprisoned here. Why so? In the past, although Xiao Chen wanted to kill this woman, but now almost all the old people in Kyushu are dead, and have experienced various battles with other worlds, and the grievances with this woman in front of him have long been blown away like the wind. After saying that, he wanted to break the god's iron chain and rescue Zhao Liner. I don't need your sympathy. Zhao Liner wept and kept backing away. In the past, the aloof empress of Kyushu ended up in such a miserable end. Facing her enemy again, one can imagine the loss and extremely complicated emotions in her heart. At this moment, there were bursts of kicking sounds suddenly coming from the front, the iron chains rattled, and another wave of life came. Xiao Chen arrived in front of him in a flash, and pointed out that an iron gate blocking the front of the cave suddenly shattered, inside which was locked a small jade-like Pegasus horse with a godly iron chain. Xiao Chen is naturally not unfamiliar, it is the little Tianma who met on Long Island in the past, who once saved his life under the claws of the Tyrannosaurus. Although the one-horned sacred beast of the steed followed Zhao Liner in the end, he still feels warm in his heart when they meet each other now. The shape of this little Pegasus has not changed, but its body is full of incomparable divine power, but it seems to have been severely injured and sealed here. Xiao Chen pointed to the broken god iron chain and rescued it, then returned to Zhao Liner and helped her cut the chain. I don't want you to save me. Zhao Liner burst into tears. Little Tianma wobbled to the front, transmitted voice to Xiao Chen, and said, "This is the location of a lost underground ancient civilization. People from other worlds have conducted many inhumane experiments here, and all mortals have died. As the experimental subjects of gods and demons, the two of us have not been killed." Xiao Chen soon knew what happened, he quickly rushed to the depths of the ground, followed by Xiao Tianma carrying Zhao Liner. Inside a magnificent building, Xiao Chen was surprised to find that there were many instruments from an era of undeveloped technology, and on the desk in the center was the sky tablet of the Sky Burial Valley, which seemed to be being analyzed by mysterious instruments. Chapter 664, Deciphering the Celestial Monument. Inside the majestic building, there is silence. On the raised table, the 1-meter-long sky tablet looks like a dormant miniature savage dragon. It looks calm, but inside it contains extremely dangerous power. All kinds of mysterious instruments are constantly scanning up, down, left, and right of the Tianbei, and dozens of screens are lined up next to it, and groups of data appear, and the supercomputing functions are all turned on. At this moment, there were bursts of machine buzzing in this giant laboratory, and a mechanical voice sounded. It looks like a stone body, but it's not a stone body. The composition is complex and difficult to identify. It is full of mysterious power. According to preliminary calculations, it is 100 million times stronger than the demon experiment body in the database. Of course, all of these are numbers, but when reading it, the mechanical voice pronounces it like this. After the number 1 is a series of zeros, and finally a word, times. Xiao Chen was surprised, he stopped and did not step forward to interfere. He has never underestimated technological civilization, and now he also wants to see if he can thoroughly analyze the various mysterious attributes of the Tianbei with an alternative method. Detector number 17 found life fluctuations on the steel, which contains the essence of living organisms. The sound made by the machine does not have any emotional fluctuations at all. It is very patterned, and even gives people the illusion that there are bursts of cold metal breath. At this moment, Xiao Chen's heart was shaken. He was not as calm as a lifeless machine, and it could even be said that his mood was ups and downs, and he was greatly shocked. There are life fluctuations in the steel, which subverts ordinary people's cognition. How can there be life essence flowing in the cold steel? He remembered the speculation made by a certain powerful person who left an ancient text on the back of the 8th celestial tablet. He once said that the celestial tablet may be a person, not a thing. This seems to be confirmed. After testing, there is no flesh and blood, no. Dangerous, dangerous, extremely dangerous. Suddenly, an extremely piercing alarm buzzer sounded in the entire giant laboratory, all the instruments were vibrating, and all the screens were blurred. The steel on the desk was shaking slightly, and a special aura emanated, which made people horrified, as if a wild beast opened its huge mouth, trying to swallow people. Xiao Chen had a premonition that something was wrong, and quickly backed away, rushing out of this magnificent building. But at this moment, Xiao Tianma was also here with Zhao Liner, and galloped away with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen covered them with a ray of light, flew away from this place with the method of divine shield, and appeared at the other end of the underground world. Boom! At this moment, the entire giant laboratory collapsed in a heart-pounding fluctuation, all the instruments were turned into fly ash, and the place was completely razed to the ground. In the rear, the destructive aura did not erupt completely. Xiao Chen looked back and found that there was a world of its own. And, it is obviously the world connected by the created wormhole. Yes, there are 6 huge metal iron gates, suppressing the 4 directions in the upper and lower, and the heaven and earth are sealed, and each iron gate is connected to a wormhole. There are giant instruments out there controlling all of this. This is a product of technological civilization, a space-time channel artificially opened, and all the energy that erupts in it is imported into another world. Stargate. These are the 4 words Zhao Liner said, and she knows this place very well. The underground world is a lost ancient civilization. 30,000 years ago, the queen of Kyushu, Zhao Liner, obtained a large number of super-technological weapons here. After the fall of Kyushu and the death of all living beings, she finally hid here and did not escape the catastrophe, and became an experimental subject and suffered unimaginable ordeals. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a soul awakening, and an incomparable momentum erupted at the end of the underground world. He withdrew his breath in an instant, and placed Zhao Liner and Xiao Tianma in the world of 8 phases. I don't need you to save me. Zhao Liner was in the 8-phase world, covering the right half of her face with her long hair. She was almost helpless, sitting helplessly in a corner, muttering with a sad expression. Little Tianma hovered around him, showing a worried look, looking at Xiao Chen from time to time. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, the years are silent, and everything can be healed. He understands Zhao Liner's not, but he doesn't want to say anything more at the moment. It's just a shot, smoothing out the breath and clues left by the outside world, and avoiding the awakened figure's detection. He didn't want to act rashly, he wanted to observe and see what this guy was trying to do. Not long after, all the 6 gates of the starry sky returned to calm, and the man-made wormhole disappeared. The Tianbei quietly suspended in the void, motionless there. Brush. With a flash of light, a silver-haired woman appeared in front of the Tianbei, frowned, and said to herself, the scan failed again. It seems that some more powerful heavy weapons need to be refined. After she finished speaking, she took the celestial tablet and disappeared. The celestial tablet was moved and put into another giant laboratory. Not long after, the silver-haired woman found a bunch of more complicated instruments, then gritted her silver teeth, cut her fingers, spilled a little blood, and began to refine these instruments with her own divine power. It can be said that she spared no expense to sanctify the product of the era of scientific and technological civilization with the supreme blood, which is the essence of the blood of the ancestor gods. These instruments are the latest super-era products developed after the foreign world took over. The scanning and calculation of the Tianbei was restarted again, various complex programs were running at a high speed, and various data were constantly flashing on the screen. After calculation, the steel can be called a perfect artifact. It is the first time to grasp part of the structure. It is extremely complicated and suspected to be something that cannot exist in the world. Alarm, alert, danger, danger. The piercing beep sounded again. The silver-haired woman was waiting here this time, and hastily cut off all kinds of instruments to isolate herself from the Tianbei, thus avoiding another big explosion. I don't believe it can't be calculated. Everything can be quantified and rearranged. I must crack the secret of the Tianbei. She gritted her teeth, secretly ruthless, sacrificed 1/3 of her own blood, re-refined these products of the technological age, and started scanning and calculating again. Detected life fluctuations in the Tianbei, detected blood, detected thoughts, danger, danger. After hearing this sentence, the silver-haired woman turned into a ray of light, attached to various instruments, and shouted, continue, complete the scan. I found a drop of blood, and there is a drop of blood in the stone tablet, which has human thoughts. In the dark, Xiao Chen was shocked, it was too unbelievable. The blood dries up, the thoughts collapse, and the vitality of the Tianbei disappears. The light transformed by the silver-haired woman transformed into a beautiful head, frowned, and said, what's going on, why did you disappear? After analysis and calculation, the Tianbei is empty, the blood beads are dry, there is no life fluctuation, no sense of thought, it is an indestructible dead thing. The mechanical voice contains no emotion, and the analysis of the reading data is very patterned. In the distance, Xiao Chen frowned, puzzled. In the giant laboratory, the silver-haired woman was even more angry, and shouted, I have already given you a sense of wisdom. It is nothing more than calling you the god of technology, but what can you do? No results have been tested. Alarm, alert, there is an inexplicable energy flow inside the steel, alert, alert, there are complex patterns arranged inside the steel, extremely dangerous. Scan it for me, the silver-haired woman ordered. On each screen, groups of mysterious and complex patterns suddenly appeared. This is. The silver-haired woman frowned. In the distance, Xiao Chen also looked inexplicably, bewildered and unable to understand at all. Brush. All the patterns on the big screens were transformed into another one. How did it change? The silver-haired woman asked. Endless variables, hundreds of millions of changes, just captured a little trajectory, can't be calculated, can't be calculated. The mechanical voice was unexpectedly incoherent, as if it was about to self-destruct. The silver-haired woman snorted angrily and hurried to help. At this time, several sets of changes suddenly appeared on the screen. In the distance, Xiao Chen's heart was shocked, and he sensed that it was the invisible path of Tao, which was actually expressed in a different form by this technology god. Of course, this cannot be the supreme Tao at all, it is just a rudimentary form of the imprint of the Tao, far from the ever-changing. Obviously, the silver-haired woman also realized something, and shouted anxiously and urgently, "You must calculate it for me, and simulate it. It can't be realized. To complete the simulation, billions of years of precise calculation are required. And, there can't be any mistakes in it. Damn it." The beautiful silver-haired woman spit out these two dirty words regardless of her image, and said angrily, "If you can't imitate, you just wait to be demolished. I can give you life, and I can also take your life away. Alert, alert, danger, danger." There was a piercing beep, followed by a loud bang. There was a terrible explosion here, and the light transformed by the silver-haired woman was not able to stop it. She escaped in embarrassment, and several gates of the starry sky emerged, and artificial wormholes connected here, guiding all the violent forces away. At this moment, Xiao Chen made a sudden move. After reading these, he had roughly understood everything, so there was no need to read and wait. Wanting to use scientific methods to decipher the Tianbei and the imprint of the Supreme Tao, this woman from another world does not know whether it is whimsical, or whether it is amazing talent, sharp thinking and alternative. Xiao Chen reached out with his big hand, grabbed the silver-haired woman with a bang, and covered her under his palm. Yua. Obviously, she recognized Xiao Chen, and made a big fuss on the 99 stone steps in the foreign world, which made Xiao Chen famous among the gods in the foreign world. Whether he lived in seclusion or walked outside all the year round, everyone knew of his existence. Even the holy shadow of the demon Venerable failed to obliterate you. She had a look of horror in her eyes, and said, "How is this possible? How could you escape from the stone gate? Impossible." She couldn't believe it and couldn't accept this reality. At the same time, Xiao Chen copied the gradually calming sky tablet in his hand, explored with his spiritual sense, and communicated with the sky mark obtained earlier. But at the next moment, Xiao Chen's face changed instantly, and there was no sky mark left on this sky tablet from Sky Burial Valley. How so? Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Ever since the steel was climbed first, he had a bad feeling. "Say, who took the sky mark away?" Xiao Chen asked. "Haha, are you talking about the tangible imprint flowing from the celestial tablet?" The silver-haired woman laughed arrogantly, her beautiful cheeks looked wild, her eyes glistened with coldness, and said, "Don't think that you are the only one who can practice the celestial tablet's profound art, and Gao Yingji, who is immortal in our family, has also realized it." Xiao Chen's heart suddenly sank. Sure enough, as he expected, someone was also planning to build a sky monument. This is very bad news. He must enter another world and recover the sky mark, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. When dealing with the silver-haired woman and wanted to take Zhao Liner away from here, she was extremely stubborn and would rather die than leave. For her, this place will be her everything, and this ancient land of lost civilization will become the hope for her dream to take off. I will build a bridge between the technological civilization outside and this place. There is technology here that is not inferior to the power of the ancestors, and it will definitely continue to develop in the future. This is the main reason why she did not leave. Xiao Chen searched here carefully, and accidentally found a purple bracelet in the silver-haired woman's room. He was startled. He was no stranger to this bracelet, it originated from Zulong village, it could open the door to the world in Mount Lu and other places, and he didn't want to see it again after 30,000 years. It is related to the ancestor dragon in the ancestor dragon village. This purple jade bracelet has an extraordinary origin. Xiao Chen left the underground civilized world and faced the sun to shine on this purple jade bracelet. It was faintly hidden, and one could see the phantom of an ancestor dragon inside. In an instant, he thought of a lot, and then traveled through the space to Lucian Mountain, wanting to try the power of this bracelet again. In the end, no portal was opened, but a strange wave shattered a boulder under the Lucian waterfall. Bone Lulu, a snow-white skull rolled out of it. Who is disturbing my peace? Everyone is dead, why don't you let it go? Xiao Chen was stunned. There was still a little residual spirit inside that snow-white skull, which was about to dissipate. He was surprised to recognize that it was Tonghu who used to guard Lucian. It's you. You are late, I can't do it, bury me. After saying this, Tonghu's head was instantly shattered and turned into a piece of bone powder. Xiao Chen was silent, and sent away an old friend again. Everything foreshadowed that everything in the past would no longer exist. He buried the snow-white bone meal on the ground with Lois. Afterwards, Xiao Chen left without hesitation. Half a day later he returned to the bank of the Yellow River, and came to the former Zulong village. There are many high-rise buildings there, and it is impossible to have the old scene. Holding the purple jade bracelet in his hand, he sensed it with his heart. Roar-a! A roar came out. The ancestor dragon roared to move the sun, moon, rivers and mountains. The rolling yellow river was churning, and the waves were surging. At this moment, Xiao Chen's spiritual consciousness, which penetrated into the purple jade bracelet, retreated hastily as if struck by lightning. Click! The purple jade bracelet was cracking, and then shattered with a bang, and bits of purple crystal fell to the ground. A phantom in the shape of a dragon rushed out and submerged into the water of the rolling yellow river. The yellow river soars into the sky, like a big dragon stretching for thousands of miles, across the land of China. Roar-a! The ancestor dragon roared, and the whole yellow river suddenly solidified and turned into a stone river, forming a huge stone dragon thousands of miles long. The majestic breath overwhelms Kyushu. At the same time, at the mouth of the sea, the Shengsheng Zulong roared and shook the sky, and the three Zulongs entangled with each other, came in a circle, went up against the yellow river, and danced their huge bodies in the air. The prosperity of the Kailong clan has never been seen before, and three ancestral dragons came to the world at the same time, rushing towards the prehistoric ancestral dragon village. Chapter 665, Proto-Dragon. The three ancestral dragons competed for the front, shouting and roaring in the sky, a grand occasion never seen before among the dragon clan. Its whole body is pitch black, as thick as a mountain, rolling forward, like an ancient black magic mountain stretching continuously. The other end is red all over, as if stained with blood, and the huge scales are embedded in the body like pools of blood, giving off an awe-inspiring aura. The third head is silver gray, as if cast from molten iron. The huge dragon's head looks like two open lakes dotted on the huge dragon's head. The two horns of each of the three ancestral dragons are sharp and hard, shining brightly, not to mention the sharp dragon claws, which are shining with cold metallic luster, which makes people doubt that they can directly grasp the sun, moon and stars. Xiao Chen recognized at a glance that it was the Black Dragon King, the Red Dragon King, and the Nalong King, the ultimate dragon who was promoted to the Ancestor Dragon. In the past, there were more than a dozen little dragon kings fighting for the battle. It is not until today that it is really revealed who is the real king. The big waves washed the sand, and 30,000 years of hard work finally unveiled the mystery. Roar-a! A dragon roar shook the mountains and rivers, and there was a clanging sound from the back of the Black Dragon King. A huge holy sword was slowly pulled out from his spine, shining a dazzling light, and the sun in the sky was completely eclipsed. Back then, the Black Dragon King had followed Niu Ren, and obtained the holy sword of the dragon tribe in the forest and barbarian areas. Its power is beyond doubt, and it can be said to be one of the best among the little dragon kings. It is a matter of course to be promoted to the Ancestor Dragon. As for the Red Dragon King, he is a different kind. He is naturally bloodthirsty and warlike, and his whole body is red like blood, which seems to indicate that his life is full of blood and killing. In fact, this is indeed the case. After being separated from the Dugu Sword Demon in the past, the Red Dragon King has experienced many bloody battles, fighting with hundreds of clans, and fierce battles with alien hunters. The dragon's body has been broken dozens of times. It can be said that it can be called a miracle. This is a red-blooded ancestral dragon that broke through in a desperate situation. As for the Nalong King, there is no need to elaborate. He is a natural fighting dragon among the dragon clan. He has grown up from adversity step by step, and is very down to earth. When it was born, don't compare it with other little dragon kings, it is fighting fiercely with ordinary little dragons. Every time it is scarred and very weak, but it has an unyielding fighting spirit and has grown up after struggling to survive. An ordinary little dragon perseveres in his pursuit of transformation, grows into a war ancestor, and finally sublimates into an ancestor dragon. Its success is related to its own efforts. What is congenitally deficient is made up for later. Xiao Chen once witnessed the miracle of the growth of the little stubborn dragon. 3 ancestral dragons were born and came to the sky over Zulong village, hovering over the frozen yellow river. This kind of abnormal appearance of gods and demons naturally attracted the attention of the unknown technology. They carefully monitored everything here. Roar A! The three ancestral dragons roared, and they fought with each other, their huge bodies occupying the entire sky. The essence left by the proto-dragon was sensed by the three-headed proto-dragon the moment it was turned on. Even if it was of the same race, it could not give it up at this moment. There is a trace of the ancestor dragon's soul sealed in the purple jade bracelet, and the moment it returns to the body of the yellow river, the huge dragon body vitality of the ancestor dragon is activated. This is simply a fatal temptation for the dragon clan, and it is difficult for the powerful Black Dragon King, Red Dragon King, and Nalong King to resist. Boom! The three proto-dragons swooped down, circling and fighting fiercely above the yellow river, solidified into a stone body, vying for the orthodoxy of the progenitor dragon and inheriting everything from the progenitor dragon. It's not that they don't want to make progress, but the message left by the ancestor dragon, let them fight and inherit, the strong are respected, and the ancestor dragon wants to build a higher foundation for the winner. Brush. With a flash of light, the high-rise buildings standing on the original site of Zulong village in the distance were blown up by the wind like a veil, and fell lightly in the distance. Boom! The remaining open space trembled, looming, and the Zulong village, which had disappeared for more than 30,000 years, appeared. However, it seems very far away, as if it is at the other end of the universe, separated by endless starry sky, separated by infinite time, and there seems to be an insurmountable gap between them. Xiao Chen was so excited that his body almost trembled. For 30,000 years, he has been a wanderer away from home from beginning to end. He has a home and cannot return to his family, and he cannot meet relatives. That feeling is very unbearable. Right now, the sudden reappearance of Zulong village was beyond his expectation. Vaguely, Xiao Chen understood that the appearance of Zulong village had a great connection with the purple jade bracelet. In the past, the old man in the village once told him that strange things had happened many times in the ancient village since ancient times. The whole village fell asleep and the ancient village disappeared, but the ancient village would automatically reappear after thousands of years. The purple jade bracelet has been passed down for a long time and has been preserved in the ancient village of Hongwang. 30,000 years ago, he accidentally lost the jade bracelet, which made Zulong village never reappear. The dragon chant shook the sky, and the three ancestor dragons rushed towards the village of Zulong, vying to be the first. Xiao Chen suddenly woke up and walked forward, but before he left, he put away the broken purple jade bracelet on the ground. Brush. The four shadow trails successively disappeared into that illusory time and space. It is like a landscape painting, plain and hazy, with surging mist, seemingly very close, but infinitely far apart. After entering this special area, I didn't really step into Zulong village. I could see it but couldn't touch it. It gave people a vague feeling that it was very far away, separated by a universe. Roar A! A deafening dragon chant shook the heavens and all worlds, and the ancestor dragon was struggling. The petrified yellow river ancestral dragon slowly circled up and flew towards ancestral dragon village, slowly sinking into it. This time, even the heavens were alarmed. A powerful stone king probed his terrifying divine sense and glanced towards this place. The old antiques of the ancient times were alarmed, which is enough to show that things are unusual. As for the technological civilization of Kyushu, they are quickly scanning and recording various data for analysis. They are rational and restrained, and have not taken any drastic actions. The moment the stone proto-dragon entered the void, the whole world suddenly became clearer. The ancient village in the distance was no longer ethereal and empty. You could see a big yellow dog lying down and sleeping in the front of the village, and you could even see the saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. However, seeing clearly is one thing, approaching is another. The distance seems to be constant. One step forward, Zulong village takes one step back. It seems that there will never be any intersection. As the huge body of the proto-dragon danced in, the three-headed proto-dragon battle became more intense. Although there was no life-to-life fight, they also showed their true strength. Life and death do not face each other, but it is also very dangerous. The law of dragon clan inheritance is to pass on the strong and not the weak, and the strong suppress the weak. The ancestors and dragons do not meet each other in pairs, otherwise they will exterminate several clans and destroy the foundation of the dragon clan. Right now, the birth of three ancestral dragons naturally violates the legend of the dragon clan. However, there is no need to follow all of these. The cursed dragon clan in the past has long since perished. They are the last three, ancient dragons. And the destruction of all the dragons also made the three, ancient dragons, extraordinarily powerful. They became ancestor dragons and were about to absorb the energy of thousands of dragons. There is no telling how many dead dragons' energy are floating in this world. For 30,000 years, all of them have been slowly absorbed by the three dragons, not to mention the most powerful three-headed ancestor dragon in history. Brush. With a flash of light, at this moment, the huge body of the proto-dragon suddenly shrank and turned into a human figure, and then broke through time and space, and she flew into the ancestral dragon village alone. It was a dignified and holy stone king. Although it was a stone body, it gave people a sense of peace and tranquility. She stopped at the head of Zulong village, and then sat there quietly cross-legged, facing the outside world kindly. Is the proto-dragon still alive? Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. He really wanted to ask what was going on, but he opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. There was nothingness between the two, and he couldn't reach it. At this moment, the battle of the three-headed ancestral dragons was coming to an end. The three-headed ancestral dragons were evenly matched, and it was difficult to tell the winner. The three of them didn't have any conspiracy and tricks. No two ancestor dragons joined forces to deal with the other, but only confirmed and confronted each other based on their true strength. There is no selfishness, only the fairness of deciding the strongest. Boom boom boom. At this moment, amidst the continuous crashing sounds, all three ancestor dragons were severely injured, and it was difficult to continue. Brush. With a flash of light, this piece of time and space was completely isolated from the outside world. Originally, it was difficult for the stone kings of the heavens to find out what was inside, but at this moment the possibility of peeping was completely cut off. On Kyushu, the Yellow River seemed to be missing something, and it was very different from the past. As the shadow of Zulong village disappeared on the ground, the civilized people of Kyushu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! There was a loud shock, and a powerful dragon energy swept across Zulong village, which was breathtaking and frightening. The three falling ancestral dragons were all swept up and summoned to the front of the ancestral dragon village. At the same time, Xiao Chen followed and moved close to the ancestral dragon village. The strongest inheritance is opened. At this moment, the dignified and holy woman made such a voice. The endless divine light enveloped the three ancestral dragons, which surprised Xiao Chen. Isn't it the strongest inheritance? Why did it include three people? Don't you need to compete? The three ancestral dragons were selected at the same time. Just when he was in doubt, another ray of light swept over him and enveloped him. Huge life energy gathered here continuously, and there were mysterious brand marks one after another. Xiao Chen understood a lot of things in an instant. He knew that the proto-dragon had already fallen, and what he saw before him was just a wisp of the spirit of the proto-dragon, which was sealed in the purple jade bracelet. Xiao Chen felt that this should completely belong to the dragon clan, and he should not join this mysterious inheritance. In the end, he returned the essence of the ancestor dragon without reservation, and rushed towards the three-headed ancestor dragon. This is not hypocritical, nor is it pretentious. He wants to practice the mysterious method of the Tianbei and understand the origin of the Tao. This kind of ancestor dragon essence is not necessary for him. It is better to fulfill the three strongest ancestor dragons in history who really need it urgently. The essence of the ancestor dragon is very important to them, even stronger than the origin of the Tao. The unique path of the dragon race is different. The essence of the dragon race is the root. It can ignite the most powerful force in their blood and awaken the most terrifying potential. Only in this way can they finally use the dragon source to give birth to their own brand of the supreme Tao. However, Xiao Chen didn't let go of those branding images. He wanted to know why the proto-dragon was suppressed by the Tianbei. Those brandings contained many past events. Soon, he accidentally learned a secret history about Zulong village. The descendant of the dragon, the ancestor dragon village is the descendant of the ancestor dragon, and it can be regarded as the descendant of the ancestor dragon. Chapter 666. Xiao Chen is a human race, not a dragon race. But in this village, the ancestor dragon lived and got the inheritance of the dragon clan. The memory marks left by the proto-dragon are very scattered, and many things cannot be explored for real, but Xiao Chen finally learned the reason why he was banned. Living under the shadow of foreign rule, it is impossible for any race to truly grow and thrive. Whenever a race bursts out with brilliant sparks of civilization, the gods from other worlds will descend. They will break off the germination, stifle hope, and then develop and perfect the new civilization system by themselves. Several powerful civilizations have been destroyed and killed in the cradle. The dragon clan is afraid of taking the same path of destruction. The proto-dragon could not bear it, and tried its best. He wanted to finally ascend to the invincible progenitor of the Stone King, and then jump out to fight against the alien world. She never thought that it would be revealed in the end, and before she could take another step forward, an invincible army from another world arrived. The ancestor dragon had 9 sons, and Ben was cultivating in secret with her. They are all the ancestors of the Juchongtian, inherited from the blood of the ancestor dragon, giving them unparalleled combat power. On that day, in order to buy time for the ancestor dragon, they knew that they would die, so they all killed them from the dark, and fought against the gods together with other Kyushu powerhouses. Yazi, Pixiu, Wan, Suani, Teoti, Vixi, all of them are top-level powerhouses. They have been hiding from other worlds for many years, and they have all cultivated to the Zanzu 9th heaven. On that day, the 9 dragons came out together, dancing the heavens and the earth. The heavens and the worlds were in turmoil, the alien world paid a very heavy price, and almost all people below the supreme ancestor god were wiped out. But this doesn't change anything, the ending is already doomed. Yazi, Vian, Suani, Vixi, the blood of the dragon spilled into the sky, the bones of the dragon cracked the sky, they shook the past and the future, but they all died in the end. The 9 sons of the first ancestor dragon withered, and the rivers of dragon blood became rivers. On that day, the Kyushu bleed and drifted, and the bones became mountains. Hundreds of millions of people mourned, just like the civilizations that have disappeared in the past. In the end, thousands of dragons died and hundreds of families died together. Watching the death of the 9 sons, Shenglong, and seeing everything slowly lose their vitality, the ancestor dragon mourned, and finally stepped on a dead end. She summoned the sky tablet at any cost. At that time, although she was extremely powerful, she did not comprehend the mysterious method of the Tianbei after all, but only got a part of the summoning formula, so summoning the Tianbei would have to pay the price of blood and life. In the end, the progenitor dragon succeeded, summoning the heavenly monument to come down, and at the last moment, he went one step further and was promoted to the invincible progenitor Stone King. In that battle, the ancestor dragon ordered all the gods that appeared in Kyushu to be wiped out. Among the gods, there is an ancestor god who is almost comparable to the Stone King. It can be said that his potential is endless, but he was also suppressed to death by the ancestor dragon with the sky tablet in that battle. However, the price of forcibly summoning the heavenly monument was too high. The proto-dragon lost endless blood and vitality, and even suffered a dying blow from the supreme ancestral god who was almost comparable to the Stone King, almost completely extinction. It has to be said that the other world has a profound background, has accumulated countless civilization histories, and there have been too many terrifying characters. Someone used taboos to deceive the sky, directing all the grievances of the endless creatures in the dozens of destroyed worlds to the ancestor dragon, and successfully used the power of karma to suppress herself with the sky tablet summoned by the ancestor dragon. At that time, King Pengu was blocked by the Zishao Stone King of the Heaven Realm and others, but in the end they failed to stop all this from happening. When they arrived, the Tianbei had disappeared, and the ancestor dragon had already transformed into the surging yellow river. In the end, only a trace of the soul of the ancestor dragon remained, which was sealed in a purple jade bracelet and placed in the ancestor dragon village where it used to live in seclusion. The prehistoric ancients here had received her inheritance before, and passed on from generation to generation, preserving the purple jade bracelet. The purple jade bracelet seems to have been specially left by the ancestor dragon for a special person, but no one has ever come to take it, and finally the 3 ancestor dragons fight for the front. In fact, there are still many fogs that have not been lifted and dissipated in the long river of history, but Xiao Chen can roughly guess that even if it is not accurate, it is not far away. In particular, he already knew all about the origin of Zulong village. At the same time, there are various indications that there were many civilizations in the past, and the human race was not the last generation, it was just an illusion in the past. At the very least, the ancients of Hongwang ancient village seem to have a long history. Xiao Chen did not accept the inheritance of the Dragon clan. The Black Dragon King, Red Dragon King, and Nalong King were the most suitable ones, so he didn't need to fight for anything. Seeing the figure of the dignified and holy woman fade away, Xiao Chen opened his mouth and was speechless for a while, then he strode towards Zulong village. Familiar villages, local atmosphere, everything is so cordial. On both sides of the Lois Road, there are lush green grasses, and the unique fragrance of the grass brings back his long-term memories. He still remembers the years when he was running fast here with his companions when he was a child. In front of the village, the big yellow dog belonged to Aunt Zhang's family. It was as strong as a calf, and there was an old cat snoring and sleeping in the grass shed not far away. Walking into the village, looking inadvertently, the iron pot in Uncle Lee's yard is still steaming, and I don't know what is cooking. It's not like it's been 30,000 years, but it's like it's never been away, and everything is as it was in the past. Xiao Chen found a familiar feeling, and returning to this village after 30,000 years made him feel dazed and unreal. When he passed by Wang Luya's yard, he saw that the cucumber seedlings were growing vigorously, and the green tender melons were topped with small yellow flowers, which aroused more memories for him. I'm really back to the village. Unknowingly, he came to the front of his own house, opened the courtyard door, and there were several plum trees in the courtyard, which were full of fruit and fragrant. Xiao Chen couldn't help himself, stepped forward, took one off, put it in his mouth and took a bite. The sour taste immediately made familiar pictures appear in front of his eyes. I remember when I was a child, because I liked to eat plums very much, I didn't listen to my mother's advice, and eating too much made my teeth sore, and I didn't even dare to bite tofu for 3 consecutive days. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen suddenly smiled, and gently opened the door. In the room, there was a steady and regular sound of slight breathing. Walking inside, the 2 old men were sound asleep. This period of ignorance did not leave any traces on their faces. Although the hair was already gray, it did not add gray hair during this period. 30,000 years have passed. When Xiao Chen saw his parents again, his eyes suddenly felt blurred. Just thinking about it for such a long time makes people feel confused. Endless years have passed, and the vegetation in the world has prospered generation after generation. Many lakes and rivers have completely dried up and disappeared, and many mountains have collapsed. It is enough to obliterate many people and things, but the longing in Xiao Chen's heart has become more profound in these 30,000 years. He was about to choke up. For 30,000 years of life and death, wandering on the verge of death, experiencing countless battles between life and death, it was difficult to enjoy and experience the comfort of family affection. Today, seeing his parents again, one can imagine the complicated and incomprehensible emotions in his heart. At this moment, he is not a crazy man who fights against heaven and earth, but just an ordinary wanderer back. Xiao Chen couldn't help kneeling by the bed, looking at his parents who had already shown their old age, with admiration and an indescribable kindness in his heart. There is no more fighting, no more blood, no more mortal enemies, no more flashes of swords, and now he only feels the warmth of home and forgets all troubles. To make his parents live a long and healthy life, he can already do it. It is hard to imagine the scene of parting from his parents. Father Mother Xiao Chen called softly. Not long after, the 2 old men moved their bodies, their eyelids trembled, they slowly opened their eyes, and woke up. They didn't show much excitement, that's because they didn't know that they had been asleep for 30,000 years, but they looked at Xiao Chen full of doting. No matter how powerful Xiao Chen is, he is just a child in their eyes. When seeing the 2 old people waking up, Xiao Chen felt like crying. His parents didn't know that 30,000 years had passed, but he experienced it himself. He has been wandering outside for so many years, and has been longing for the moment to meet his dream. What's the matter with you, child? The 2 old people looked at Xiao Chen kindly, a little puzzled. Nothing, I just got sand in my eyes. Xiao Chen didn't want to tell them that 30,000 years had passed, and he didn't want them to worry about asking. Moreover, he didn't know whether Zulong village would reappear in the world, and he didn't want to break the peaceful state of mind of the 2 old people. Not long after, the eyelids of the 2 old men gradually became heavy, and they fell into a deep sleep again unknowingly. Xiao Chen is silent, he knows that Zulong village has not reappeared in the world, and his parents are still sleeping. Sitting in front of the window silently, he didn't come out of the room until 3 days later. He really wants to be reunited with his parents, but he still has a lot of things to go and can't stay. Xiao Chen resolutely walked out of the courtyard and closed the gate again. In front of Zulong village, the figure of the ancestor dragon disappeared, and everything about her was inherited by the 3 ancestor dragons. At this moment, the Black Dragon King, Red Dragon King, and Nalong King all turned into human bodies, sitting side by side in front of Zulong village, with their eyes closed, thinking silently, as if they were digesting the priceless wealth. Xiao Chen spread his palms and found that the broken purple jade bracelet had been reintegrated. He vaguely guessed that before the 3 ancestor dragons did not leave Hongwang ancient village, Zulong village seemed to be hidden. He walked towards the void, then opened the space, and left this ancient village world. Brush. When Xiao Chen appeared in the outside world, he found the bright moon hanging high and the yellow river surging. It was a quiet night, there were no tall buildings around, no neon lights shining. He didn't know that more than 100 years had passed outside, and this place had become a restricted area in the eyes of the Kyushu civilization, and generally no one would approach it easily. At this moment, Xiao Chen saw a 5-story ancient building in front of the ancient village, not far from the Yellow River embankment, with a lonely figure standing on it. Decadent and melancholy, his eyes are full of loneliness and sadness, standing alone in the shadow of the building under the bright moon. Upstairs, I see everyone's romance, detached from the outside. Downstairs, I see you drunk and dreamy, pouring a glass of wine alone. The bright moon decorates the balcony, but you are in the balcony. You are detached but dejected. The decadent and melancholy man Zhe Gan, with a mournful voice, poured a glass of wine down the stairs, stared at the Yellow River for a long time without saying a word, motionless like a fossil, and said after a long time, "It's time." At this moment, all the heavens and 10,000 realms shook together, and the 3 stone cities were crumbled and destroyed. In the new foreign world, 5 ancient demon cities also collapsed suddenly at the same time, and there was also a supreme ancestor god with a flesh and blood body, with cracks on his forehead, and bloodstains dripping down. The bright moon decorates the tower, but you are in the tower, you say you are transcendent but you are sad. Renmo Gegan was decadent and lonely, and cried out in a sad voice, "What else can I do?" Chapter 667, The 10th Son of the Progenitor Dragon. The moonlight is bright and the Yellow River is surging. 100 years has passed in a hurry, and the 5-story ancient building stood on the bank of the Yellow River at some point. On this moonlit night, Zhe Gan's mournful cry shook the heavens, 5 ancient magic cities collapsed, and the frontal bone of a supreme ancestor god cracked, causing chaos in the other world. But the potential hero who aspired to the realm of the Stone King, unexpectedly encountered such a catastrophe, and his foundation was broken. These are extremely serious and dire consequences, and no one knows why. Lu Zan and the other ancestors were all alarmed, and they rushed to the scene immediately. The 5 stone figures were shattered and struggled out of the ruins with difficulty. How could this be? Lu Zan's eyes shot out cold lightning, and he was looking for the murderer. Report. An anxious and terrified voice approached from far away. An alien cultivator flew close to him, paid homage, and cried out repeatedly, "Report to the ancestors, something bad happened. The 3 ancient magic cities of our family in the heavens collapsed." What? Lu Zan was frightened and shouted, "Isn't Langya sitting there, and forming an alliance with several stone kings in the heavens? How could such a thing happen? This is an extremely serious consequence. He has reason to suspect that someone is about to attack the alien world on a large scale. This seems to be just a prelude. It was him, that little wolf cub." Lu Zan's face was extremely gloomy. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out of his eyes, piercing through the barrier of the great world, and looking directly at Kyushu, with endless killing intent, trying to search for something. When an ancient lamp suddenly rose in the void, the misty brilliance swept out, as if burning in Lu Zan's heart, his powerful divine sense immediately retreated. It really is that little wolf cub. He has been recognized by an ancient lamp, and he has become one with it, so it is impossible to determine his location. Lu Zan's voice was cold, and his expression was stern, and said, "Slaughter 8 cities of me, hurt 9 people, after I finish my trivial matters, I will find you out of heaven and earth, and kill you." On the bank of the Yellow River in Kyushu, on a 5-story ancient building, Zhe Gan was lonely, with an ancient lamp floating in front of him. The faint light flickered, making his slightly sickly cheeks whiter. Xiao Chen was very surprised that Zhe Gan and this ancient lamp were so harmonious, as if they were connected by blood, and they were one. The origin of the ancient lamp is very mysterious, and no other world has been able to take it away. The divine map is all produced by calcining the sacred bones with it as the source. "What did you do just now?" Xiao Chen asked in surprise. "With enough heart and strength, I cut off the foundation of 8 stone men and wiped out the future of a supreme ancestor god." Zhe Gan was on the balcony, looking up at the starry sky. There was no joy in his voice, and there was a touch of sadness when he fell down. This kind of record is enough to shock the world. It is really surprising that even the Stone King would be afraid of the news, but he does not have any sense of accomplishment. "How did you do it?" Xiao Chen was really astonished. The human devil Gegan was too powerful. He was in Kyushu, but he destroyed the ancient magic city in another world. At this moment in the foreign world, the gods were also very puzzled, and carefully asked Lu Zan, "My lord ancestor, what is going on?" And those few stone men whose foundations were cut off looked ashen, and they were all puzzled. They were extremely angry, and they still don't know why it happened. "It's that little wolf cub." Lu Zan's eyes darkened. Years ago, after the war against the Dragon Clan and the destruction of Kyushu, the ancestor of the alien world, Langya, once branched out into an incarnation, visited the dilapidated rivers and mountains in person, and brought back a comatose child. All the gods frowned when they heard the words. They had heard about Jagan's past, and the name, Human Devil, had a lot of origins. Later, Luzon directly slashed across the void with one hand, and the old scene suddenly appeared. After Langya hugged the child back, he pointed at his forehead, and a little halo filled his mind. In the end, the child feeds on the flesh and blood of the 9 sons of the ancestor dragon, is fed, grows up slowly, and gathers the divine power of the 9 sons of the holy dragon in one body. The 9 dragon balls left behind by the 9 sons of the holy dragon were distributed to the monks with great potential, and the faces of those people emerged, which made everyone suddenly stunned. It is the powerful men whose foundations have been destroyed today, and it is expected that the masters of those ancient magic cities in the heavens are also among the 9 who got the dragon balls in the past. Gods, I don't know exactly what Spike Point did on Gegan's forehead, but they can roughly estimate it. Sure enough, Luzon's words confirmed their conjecture. This is a little wolf cub with rare aptitude. He cherishes his teeth and talents, and wants to order someone to train him to be a butcher knife. But the result was not smooth, and many accidents happened. The gods already knew about what happened afterwards, and the reputation of the man and the devil shook the world, and the gods were extremely jealous. On the bank of the Yellow River, the sound of the water was surging, and the moonlight was like snow. Jagan stood in the shadow of the ancient building, his face was extremely gray, and his eyes were dim on his slightly sickly pale face. Abandoned by the heavens, abandoned by the world, and his infamy has been passed down through the ages, he has too many burdens. I killed my 9 older brothers. The 10th son of the ancestor dragon. Xiao Chen was stunned. He never thought that Jagan was the 10th son of Proto-Dragon, with a lot of fate and experiences that ordinary people can't imagine. A life of suffering, a life of tragedy, a life dominated by others, a life of going astray, and the infamy of humans and demons through the ages. It's not your fault. I have endured for many years, and there will always be a bright future. The 9 dragon balls of the ancestors of the 9 heavens were integrated into the bodies of the 9 powerhouses. The origin of the dragon clan, the endless energy, has an inextricable connection with Jagan. He was fed and raised with the flesh and blood of his 9 elder brothers, and he inherited the endless divine power of the 9 elder brothers. He came here to worship the ancestor dragon, and today he broke out completely, causing the dragon essence absorbed by the 9 powerhouses to burn. In the foreign world, Luzon and the gods naturally deduced all of this. This little wolf cub is too ruthless. Zhu Shen's back felt cold, secretly glad that it had nothing to do with the 9 dragon balls. The 9 powerhouses are all outstanding figures who are expected to rise to the next level and hope to be on an equal footing with their ancestors, but they never thought that they would all be cut off by the demon Jagang all of a sudden, and their hopes would be destroyed. The 9 powerhouses have long been out of anger at this moment, and at this moment they are desperate to the extreme. Yes, Jagan has long been able to do these things, but he has been holding back until they reached a critical moment, so decisively take action. The dawn is just ahead, and it is clearly within reach. The endless years of hard work of the 9 powerhouses have been wiped out, and they were thrown into the abyss when they stepped on the door, and they were ruthlessly stepped into hell. This is the ruthless person who shattered the bright future of the 9 powerhouses, and only cut off their hope at the last moment. Xiao Chen handed the purple jade bracelet to Jagan and said, I think this is for you. The human devil's expression was gloomy, and he didn't reach out to pick it up. He retreated into the shadows and said, I'm not qualified to accept it. Go to this place and take a look, I will leave right away. His eyes were as vicissitudes as the sea, full of loneliness. What are you going to do? Where are you going? What else can I do? I can't kill Langya, I can't kill Luzon, but I won't give up. Jagan gradually became firmer, and the light in his eyes became more and more intense. At the same time, the ancient lamp in front of him became brighter and brighter, and finally hung above his head, as if illuminating his path all of a sudden. Haven't you become the perfect supreme patriarch god? It's only a short line, but it's like a layer of sky. Jagan looked into the void and said, although I have no fear of the Stone King, I just feel that there is a big murder in the other world, and I can't kill it. Xiao Chen frowned and said, could it be that the seal of the stone gate at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps has been broken? Thousands of years have passed, and he feels that Luzon and others may have cracked the seal carved by the kings with the mirror of the 3 emperors. Otherwise, who else could be the culprit except the ghost behind the stone gate? Luzon and the others will kill me, and if I kill Langya, maybe the big murderer in the other world will also be born and be lured by me. Then you can take action. In the end, Jagan left and entered the heaven with the ancient lamp. He wanted to fight the King of Stone. Even if there was an alliance between the King of the Heaven and the other world, he would fight for revenge, to sharpen himself, and to attract the attention of the other world. The ancient lamp was always on, merged with Jagan, and disappeared. The 5-story ancient building on the bank of the Yellow River has stood for 100 years, and it has been silently turned into powder and scattered with the wind. 1 month later, an unexpected person appeared in front of Xiao Chen. This was a middle-aged scribe with a fair complexion and deep eyes, who seemed to be able to see everything in the world. "It's you, eh?" Xiao Chen was very surprised. The man 30,000 years Qian once made a fortune teller for him, saying that he was going to die, and in the end he did as he said, and died in the city. This person is King Wen of Zhou, who claims to be able to count the world's affairs. 30,000 years later, he reappeared. "The big thing is not good." King Wen of Zhou said this when he saw Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was startled, and said, "You've calculated everything in the world, what did you see?" Without reminiscing about the past, King Wen of Zhou explained to himself, "No one can really understand the past, present and future. What I can grasp is just a sliver of truth." "What did you calculate?" "I deduce that a person who does not belong to this world came to this world, whose ability exceeds the limit allowed by this world." Hearing these words, Xiao Chen suddenly took a deep breath. What kind of scary person did this man who can count the secrets see? It's an ominous omen that brings disaster to other worlds. This was the result of King Wen of Zhou's calculation. "Can you be more specific?" Xiao Chen frowned, and instantly thought of the great evil that Jagan sensed. What kind of person appeared in the other world? Was it the phantom in the stone gate that was born? All indications are that it doesn't look like it. It's related to the Tianbei. It's hard to figure out exactly how. I came to find you today because I need to borrow your power and the power of the Tianbei to make a careful calculation. Xiao Chen sacrificed the celestial tablet that he was about to get, and then used the celestial tablet's mysterious method to help Zhou Wenwang. Mysterious runes circulated around this middle-aged scribe. That, big ominous, doesn't belong to the heavens and all realms. Now he is in another world and wants to collect the stels. At this point, King Wen of Zhou spit out a mouthful of blood, and said, "Someone in the other world has extracted the sky mark and is with the ominous one. I don't know what they are going to do." After saying these words, King Wen of Zhou sat cross-legged on the ground, bit his middle finger, closed his eyes, and drew bloodstains on the ground, and the mysterious symbols shone brightly. It took a long time before he stopped and said, "You have to go to another world to take back the sky mark and summon the sky monument, otherwise the big evil will breed the big evil, and the consequences will be unpredictable." Before King Wen of Zhou left, Emperor Shi Zhang and old Shi Gui appeared, and they handed the 5 Emperors Pagoda to Xiao Chen directly, saying, "Although we can't know exactly what happened, but our intuition tells us that it's very bad. Just listen to this quack warlock and go to another world for a while, and take this 5 Emperors Pagoda to hide your aura, so that no one will notice." Xiao Chen was speechless. Why didn't these 2 old things go in person, but instructed him to go? It's not that we don't want to take the risk, it's that this matter is probably related to the Tianbei. I'm likely to perish when I go. I already have this ominous feeling in my heart. Only you may be able to solve the crisis. The old stone turtle said slowly. As long as the Tianbei is recalled and the sky mark is found, the crisis will be solved by itself. At this moment, King Zhou Wen suddenly opened his eyes and shot 2 divine lights, but he spit out several mouthfuls of blood in succession. We have deduced new alien coordinates. In the end, the 5 Emperors Pagoda was suspended above Xiao Chen's head and entered a different world. As soon as he entered this world, he felt a bad omen. Chapter 668 Great Evil. Xiao Chen quietly came to another world and entered the vast continent below. This is an ancient continent. It is obvious that the foreign world has been operating for endless years, and it is not thought that the powerful background that people know is hidden here. As soon as he entered this continent, Xiao Chen found 99 heavy stone steps. The ominous stone steps that were shattered were regenerated and moved here by the gods from the original broken world. Ominous omen. Xiao Chen stared at the 99 stone steps. His face was very ugly, and he vaguely felt that there was a great threat above. Could it be that the shadow of the demon lord really reappeared in this world? Xiao Chen didn't dare to act rashly. He needed to understand the situation. The 5 Emperors Pagoda hung above his head, completely covering his breath, so that his safety could be guaranteed. Otherwise, not to mention the culprit, even if Lu Zhan and the gods know that he is coming, they will definitely get rid of him at any cost. He escaped from the stone gate on the 99 stone steps. I'm afraid the other world still doesn't know about it. This vast expanse of land is extremely vast and has no end at all. Xiao Chen descended into a primeval forest, carefully changed his appearance, and then merged with the 5 Emperors' pagoda, making it foolproof, without any flaws, before going out. Soon, he caught an octospider king in a jungle, which seemed to be of the same family as the former ancestor god Babra. In addition to having 8 bone spears, he also had a terrifying scorpion tail. It has to be said that the alien races are strange. Although they all evolved into human bodies in the end, many races are full of strange things when they have not reached the top level. Some races are even unconventional life forms such as clouds and mist. Searching the Yihai of the Spider King, Xiao Chen had a preliminary understanding of the other world. This vast ancient continent was divided into several regions with different development directions. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Among them, the 4 major areas are very famous. The Gods and Demons area, the Kewu Civilization area, the Primordial Cage area, and the Ancient Ancestor Forbidden area are the 4 most important areas in the foreign world. The area of AA Gods and Demons is naturally the continuation and development of the civilization of gods and demons, and the root of civilization in other worlds. All the gods that appeared in the past, including land battles, originated from this place. After hundreds of millions of years of development, they have absorbed many profound cultivation methods of civilization, and they have grown to the extreme. It can be said that they have a very glorious history. The Kewu Civilization Zone is a road to strengthening the body that originated from the technology of the human race. Although it was rejected in other worlds and was interrupted for endless years, it has been redeveloped in recent years. All the research here is for the sake of combat. Some terrifying weapons are enough to threaten the ancestor gods and can shatter the big world. As for the ancient cage area, Xiao Chen was excited and angry at the same time. Countless felons were imprisoned here, and they were killing machines to be exact. Many of them were the strongest in various eras of Kyushu in the past, and they were transformed into combat puppets. In this area, full of cruelty and cold blood, it is not so much a cage area as it is a killing tool modification test area. As for the forbidden area of AA the Ancient Ancestors, it is the exclusive area for the Supreme Ancestor Gods and the Stone Man who can construct the ancient magic city, and ordinary people cannot enter. This is a pure land of tranquility, a place of cultivation for the strongest. Of course, many people did not practice here, and some people did not want to be in such a world together, and have their own caves outside. Although Xiao Chen had a crazy urge to ignite the forbidden area of AA Kewu, completely turning this alien world into a big fireworks explosion, but after calming down, he realized that it might not be possible at all. The background of the other world is far deeper than he imagined, and it is not easy to destroy it. He has no chance when someone at the level of the ancestor is in charge. Come this time, as long as you can find the sky mark is enough. Walking in an ancient city, people come and go on the streets, and all kinds of strange aliens live together harmoniously, no different from human society. Xiao Chen has already walked 37 cities in the area of AA Gods and Demons, and finally walked to the ancient capital of Gods and Demons, which is the largest city in this civilized area. On the horizon, I can see the huge monster. Yes, it is far away, but I can already see an endless black line on the horizon. This is an incomparably magnificent ancient city. When you get a little closer and you can see the faint shadow of the giant city, anyone will be shocked. The #1 ancient capital in the 4 major regions of the foreign world is really too majestic. It is more magnificent than all the ancient magic cities that Xiao Chen has seen. It is hard to imagine how many powerful alien races live in it. Xiao Chen's face showed a dignified look. The more powerful he is, the more he can feel that this city is extraordinary. Xiao Chen wondered, the black ancient capital in front of him was very special, was it artificially built? He is extremely suspicious. It is many times more magnificent than the Tiandi city, and it is even bigger than all the cities it has seen. A bad feeling surged in Xiao Chen's heart. The giant city seemed like a natural creation. It really didn't look like it was built by man, it was even more majestic than the ordinary king's god city. Finally approaching, a prehistoric aura rushed towards him, and the mysterious mighty power inherited from the ancient times circulated in the giant city, giving Xiao Chen a strong sense of oppression. Now, he is even more skeptical. It really doesn't seem like a huge city built by piles of piles the day after tomorrow. It is very likely that it is an ancient magic city built by a certain amazing person Nirvana. The strange thing is that Xiao Chen was oppressed here and felt panic in his heart, but the aliens who came in and out of the giant city were not affected at all. In his body, the 5 Emperors' pagoda radiated a little brilliance, and the huge pressure Xiao Chen was under was relieved, so he returned to normal and walked towards the giant city. The ancient city is full of the vicissitudes of time. There are sword marks and holes on the city wall, which have been baptized by endless wind and frost, giving people a sense of the weight of history and the precipitation of time. In this first ancient capital of the foreign world, there are no strange-looking people, and everyone is in normal human form, which means that they are all powerful monks of foreign races, and there is no weak person. It seems that there is an extremely strict concept of hierarchy. Generally, the weak cannot enter this city, and only the strong can live here. Xiao Chen quickly realized that the aura here was at least 10 times stronger than other places, and it was entirely provided by this ancient city, not because of any spiritual veins in this land. Xiao Chen became even more suspicious. Unknowingly controlled a monk of a foreign race, and searched in his mind, the history of this ancient capital is extremely long, and it has long been impossible to verify when it was built. However, it is said that the ancient capital was carefully protected and moved to the New World after several major migrations from other worlds. Although it is impossible to specifically verify when it was built, it is enough to prove that this first ancient capital is extremely long and its origin is mysterious and unpredictable. I am afraid that this ancient capital of a foreign race was really built by a certain unrivaled figure. After making such a conjecture, Xiao Chen felt a chill down his spine. However, he believes that even if there is such an unrivaled figure, he is probably no longer in this world, at least not in another world. After some investigation, Xiao Chen sensed the breath of Tianan, which was in this city. This made Xiao Chen overjoyed. As he expected, this first ancient capital is the root of the 4 major regions, the root of the alien world, and it is not accidental that people who have absorbed the sky marks appear here. He was very cautious, did not take immediate action, but approached slowly, and finally determined the target, who was a young man with incredible strength. Of course, this is only youthful in appearance, and it is hard to tell how many years he actually lived. Xiao Chen waited in this ancient capital for a full 9 days, only to see the young man walk out of the central imperial city, and then directly soar into the sky, flying to the sky. Its target is the ominous place suspended in the ski of the 99 heavy stone steps. This time Xiao Chen didn't dare to get too close, and hid his whereabouts with the imprint of the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. They were separated by more than 1,000 miles, standing in the void and watching with the eyes of breaking delusion. Very good. At this moment, a muffled thunderous sound was captured by Xiao Chen's spiritual consciousness, stirring around the 99 heavy stone steps. At the same time, Xiao Chen saw an unbelievable scene. A huge cyan animal arm covered with cyan scales protruded from the end of the 99 stone steps, and the black mist surged and grabbed the young man. You did a good job and finally absorbed 2 sky marks. The cyan animal claw that was comparable to a mountain, surrounded by black mist, grabbed the young man and retreated to the end of the 99 stone steps. Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. At the end of the 99 stone steps, there lived such a terrifying cyan scale armored monster. What exactly was it? It is definitely not the holy shadow of the demon king behind the stone gate. The ominous omen originated from here. It is the existence of power beyond the limits of the world. How could this be the case? Isn't it impossible for such a character to exist in the world? How did it appear, and now it occupies an ominous place in another world? In this regard, Xiao Chen did not dare to act rashly. The 5 Emperors' Pagoda suppressed him as if he was in silence. At this moment, he was like a flowing cloud, like a fluttering wind, without a single breath coming out. Otherwise, as long as they are found out, they will surely die. What do they want to do? Someone from another world can absorb the sky marks, and it seems that they did so under the arrangement of the giant beast. Xiao Chen waited quietly. 99 stone steps, this ominous place, dark clouds and turbulent, eerie and unpredictable. It wasn't until more than half a month later that there was another movement there, and the beast's claws covered with giant blue scales protruded out, sending the young man out. The young man bowed down to the 99 stone steps very piously, and then flew into the sky. Xiao Chen was surprised to find that the aura of this man seemed to be stronger, and the mysterious potential contained in his body was much more terrifying than half a month ago, and it became more and more unfathomable. The young man didn't fly to the first ancient capital, but flew across the Kewu civilized area, towards the other end of the continent. Xiao Chen followed unhurriedly. Rows of skyscrapers lined up in the Kewu civilization area below, which was an extremely contradictory conflict, which was incompatible with the gods and demons civilization area. Soon, Xiao Chen discovered that the young man's destination was the forbidden area of the ancient ancestors, where he became extra cautious and did not dare to go in. At this moment, Xiao Chen discovered that a familiar figure was actually Lu Zan personally meeting Gao Tian. The young man hurriedly knelt down and said, "Participate in the ancestor. Get up, come down with me and talk." Lu Zan led the young man to land in the mountains below. There are pavilions, springs and waterfalls, and the scenery is very beautiful. This time, I feel that the flesh shell is stronger. It's not only the effect of the mysterious method of the sky tablet, but the most important thing is that person tempered my body. The young man reported the truth, with an anxious expression on his face, and said, but I am getting more and more frightened. Its eyes seem to be staring at prey. It seems that it is not perfecting me, but building its own body. Lu Zhan said to himself, isn't this kind of existence completely extinct? It can't exist in the world. How could it reappear? Is the ancestor really our ancestor? Lu Zhan frowned, and said, there is no such record at all, and its origin can't be found. We don't have such an ancestor. Then shall we? The young man's eyes showed a fierce light. Don't act rashly, even if I make a move, it will be useless at all. Lu Zhan's eyes were extremely sharp, and he said, let's treat it as the first-generation ancestor, and now it is entrenched at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps, it is not a bad thing. However, its sanity is sometimes insane, and sometimes it gets better. I'm really afraid that it will do something terrible. The young man was full of worry, and said, besides, half of its body has been destroyed, leaving only a broken body. It is deteriorating, and it is difficult to exist in the world for a long time. If we don't take advantage of it to solve it, otherwise it will come up with unpredictable consequences. I know you are worried that it will use you as a cauldron, but don't worry too much. It will be safe for 100 years. Your physical condition can't meet its needs at all. Besides, if it wants to gather all the sky marks, it's not that easy. I'm afraid it won't be able to do it forever. Lu Zhan's face was uncertain, and he said, although its body is decaying, but it is entrenched at the end of the 99 stone steps, and it may live for thousands of years. If it restrains its breath and sleeps forever, it may last longer. What's the origin of it? The young man frowned. It must be a terrifying figure from a long time ago. Lu Zhan stared at the 99 stone steps and said, I have spied on it and heard that it wants to destroy all the descendants of the 5 emperors. If it is true, it is definitely on our side. Hearing these words from Lu Zhan, Xiao Chen's heart was shaken, and he instantly remembered the clone phantom he encountered in the Buddha's Sea of AA consciousness. It was him, he must be back. However, didn't the old Shi Gui and Shi Zongdi say that it was impossible to come back alive? But in the end it showed up anyway. Moreover, the Tianbei is being collected now, and the plan is very big. People who were exiled by the 5 emperors live to this day. I am afraid that unless the little stone emperor is reborn, no one can really suppress him. Moreover, judging from various clues, it might really be the first-generation ancestor of another world. Otherwise, why did you come directly to the end of the 99 heavy stone steps, and didn't slaughter here? I'll take you to the heavens for a walk, and visit a few old antiques that survived the ancient times. Now they are our allies. Maybe they can use the breath on your body to deduce who the sacred existence is that tempered your fleshy shell. Maybe there are exact records of this person in the heavens. Hearing what Lu Zhan said, Xiao Chen's heart moved secretly. This would be an excellent opportunity. Only after leaving the other world would he have a chance to do something. Otherwise, the existence on the 99 heavy stone steps would be too terrifying. Chapter 669 Zishao. The vast heavens are magnificent and colorful. Xiao Chen has visited the heavens more than once, but he has never traveled the entire river and mountain. To be precise, it is impossible to go to every area, because this world is too big and boundless, and it is difficult to go all the way in a lifetime. Every time he enters the heaven, Xiao Chen will deeply feel the insignificance of the individual and the vastness of the heaven. Among the majestic ancient mountains, there are towering cliffs, majestic and steep. Looking ahead, there are thousands of mountains towering high into the sky, and the top is verdant and green, full of vitality, a majestic image. This is the important place of alien sects in the heavens, and it can be called a veritable treasure land of beauty, gathering the ancestral roots of thousands of veins, and gathering the spiritual energy of hundreds of rivers. When it is approaching, it is even more amazing. Thousands of feet-long waterfalls hang down from the beautiful mountains like horses. The white airwaves are misty, like 10,000 horses galloping, which is particularly spectacular. Zhangtiandi is a place of spiritual beauty. There are palaces and towers on each beautiful mountain peak, built among flying waterfalls and flowing springs, which look ethereal and magnificent. Over the past thousands of years, the foreign world has developed very fast. Langya personally sits here and forms an alliance with several kings of the heaven. It can be said that it has stabilized its position, expanded its power, and gained a pivotal position in the heaven. Lu Zhan took the young man and flew into the towering mountains, and soon disappeared. Xiao Chen didn't dare to get too close. Lu Xun's strength was astonishing, he was a veteran king, and he might be discovered if he was not careful. After waiting here quietly for several days, Xiao Chen noticed that several powerful ancestor gods charged up in the alien powerhouse and flew towards the 4 directions. After careful exploration, he learned that these people were going to invite someone. Sending a letter as a super ancestor god, one can imagine how unusual the identity of the person invited is. But in the next few days, only 2 stone kings were invited, not all super ancestor gods were invited. At that moment, Xiao Chen's face was frozen. One of the stone kings turned out to be a stone corpse. He had a big grievance with Xiao Chen. His body was destroyed in the tomb of the emperor when he was a child, and he escaped into another world, not wanting to reappear in the world thousands of years later. The other person didn't see his face clearly, he came very mysteriously, and entered the alien sect surrounded by clouds and mist. Xiao Chen was not surprised. If an old man like Lu Xun wanted to form an alliance in the heavens, he would naturally be able to attract several kings who were similar in strength to him. Suppressing himself with the 5 Emperors Pagoda, almost completely extinguished, and concealed all aura, Xiao Chen touched this magnificent mountain. It's a very powerful aura. I really can't think about it. Apart from Little Stone Emperor, there are other people like this. Shouldn't exist in the world, but came back unexpectedly. I don't think this character can live for a long time. This is a discussion in the foreign world. The 2 big stone kings who were invited all showed solemn expressions. Originally, there was a ghost in the stone gate at the end of the 99 stone steps in the foreign world. The stone corpse and the stone king had different plans in their hearts. Thousands of years ago, they did not participate in the sealing of the Shiman in another world, but afterwards they supported that action from the bottom of their hearts, and did not want anyone to escape from the stone king. They never thought that the power beyond the limit would reappear in the other world. Although they didn't show anything, they wished that the existence entrenched at the end of the 99 stone steps would perish immediately. Since he hates the descendants of the 5 emperors, I think it can be confirmed that he is a great power from before ancient times. Yes, I have heard people say that there were 3 emperors and 5 emperors before the ancient times, all of whom were truly powerful men who could be respected by all worlds. And such a character, naturally also has enemies. I think it must be the opponent of the 5 emperors reappearing. It is really hard to imagine how he has survived until now. The 3 sovereigns and 5 sovereigns are nothing but illusory legends, but now it seems that they have been confirmed. Such characters should really exist. The 5 emperors have been lost for endless years. How could this character survive to the present? How he did it makes people doubtful. After discussing land battles, wolf teeth, stone corpses, etc., it was difficult to know the true identity of the mysterious figure entrenched at the end of the 99 stone steps. Even you don't know. Lu Xun looked at the stone corpse, because even if this old antique is among the kings of the heavens, it can be regarded as a living fossil, and its origin is very mysterious. Just referring to my stone body, it is naturally long enough. The stone corpse has a hint of arrogance, because he is the king who has developed spiritual wisdom from the corpse practice. However, I don't remember my previous life. In a sense, I am the same generation as you. In fact, many stone kings, including Lu Xun, suspect that the stone corpse is most likely an ancient man from pre-immemorial times. Thinking about it carefully, this guy really has a lot of background. He was born with the corpse of the stone king, later he became wise and became the current stone corpse king. Don't doubt it with that look. What I said is true. In fact, I should have something to do with the world inside the stone gate at the end of the 99 stone steps. I felt a familiar atmosphere there. The stone corpse dragged the topic away, and then retracted the conversation, saying, if you talk about the stone king of the heavens, the Zishao stone king is well informed. He knows a lot of secrets from the past. But isn't King Zishao dead? How could it be possible to fall? He is cheating death, stone corpse said with a sneer. In the past, he fought fiercely with the saintess of the heaven-defying clan. How could he be destroyed physically and spiritually? He just used this to hide himself. If my guess is correct, he must want to make a new breakthrough. All the big stone kings gasped, especially Lu Xun and Langya. They had close contact with King Zishao in the past, had communication and cooperation, and the news of their demise that they didn't want to get was actually false. Xiao Chen couldn't hear all of it. In fact, he also found the above information from the memories of other monks from other sects. He didn't dare to get close to the kings. In the end, the stone corpse left with another stone king. It took 3 full days to see Lu Xun and the young man flying out, using the magic escape light technique, to rush towards the east of the heaven, like two shooting stars across the boundless land. This is a large lake in the eastern region of the vast heaven, or it can already be called a sea. Yes, it has a radius of tens of thousands of miles, which is not much worse than the real sea. However, this is a piece of fresh water and surrounded by vast land. Looking from a distance, this huge freshwater lake is surrounded by a faint purple air, and the aura is particularly strong. I'll see King Zishao when I come out. Lu Zan stood on the shore and transmitted the sound, and the rolling sound waves stirred in the sky, causing waves to surge in the calm sea. It's just that after a long time, no one responded to Lu Zan. King Zishao came out and saw. Lu Zan continued to transmit the sound, and the waves in the Great Lake suddenly surged into the sky. I know you're not dead. I want to meet you today. If you don't come out, I won't leave. After a short pause, Lu Zan continued, I have a way to reach the summit to discuss with you. The opponent of the 5 emperors from the ancient times reappeared. I think he might be able to guide us to a bright road. Boom. At this moment, streaks of purple auspicious energy suddenly surged from the vast and boundless lake, and the waters with a radius of tens of thousands of miles continued to vibrate. The purple air came from the east, and the void in the east split open, and an endless mountain emerged, standing on the surface of the lake. 100,000 giant mountains are boundless, and the whole body is purple, and there is a magnificent purple giant palace on the main peak in the middle. I knew you were alive. Zishao Palace has reappeared in the world. The waters of thousands of miles are misty, the purple air is surging, and there are thousands of auspicious colors, and the entire purple sacred mountain is shrouded in the glow. Ethereal and full of aura, nihility and sacred. Lu Zan laughed, and led the young man into the water, towards the 100,000 Zishao mountain, and flew towards the Zishao Palace on the main peak. Xiao Chen didn't approach, but just watched from a distance, and saw the Zishao Palace open, and through the dense purple mist, he saw a tattered stone man sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body was covered with dust, as if he hadn't moved in endless years. It's him. Xiao Chen's color changed at that time. He felt a little unbelievable. That stone man is no stranger. He had seen it before in the world of death, but no matter what, he never expected such a result. The dilapidated King Zishao is exactly the same as Hongjun in the dead world. In Zishao Palace, the aura emanating from it was very compelling. Although the stone body of King Zishao looked damaged, and he looked decadent, and was almost submerged in dust, the powerful aura was even more frightening than ordinary stone kings. It is difficult to change a person's aura. Xiao Chen can already confirm that King Zishao has a great connection with Hongjun in the world of death. Not only the appearance is the same, but even the aura is the same. This King Zishao is really not simple. The main body is here, and a stone king's body is reborn in the dead world. What does he want to do? In an instant, Xiao Chen thought of many questions. At the same time, he thought of the Heavenly Emperor, who is also one body and 2 cities. Although we have contact, we have never faced each other like this before. Please sit down. King Zishao was indulgent, and he didn't look any less human because of his broken body. He was very confident and calm. When he spoke, thick dust fell from the stone body. King Zishao is indeed extraordinary. After being separated for many years, his aura has grown stronger. I think there are few opponents among the stone kings. Lu Zan sat cross-legged on a futon in Zishao Palace, and the young man bowed his head and stood beside Lu Zan after saluting King Zishao. To each other, you are becoming more and more unfathomable. King Zishao responded calmly. In the past, when our clan fought against the sinners in the chaotic land, thank you and the Stone Corps for trying to help across borders, although they failed in the end. Hearing what Lu Zan said, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of the channel that was chaotically connected to the heaven. From those clues, it can be seen that someone in the heaven wanted to break in at a critical moment, but the ancient scroll blocked the way. That was an unsolved case. I didn't want Xiao Chen to find out the truth today. At the same time, he remembered that the saint of the Nishan family once said that King Zishao was involved in the murderer who cursed the family. Why did you call me? Zishao Wang Gujing was speechless. A person who surpassed the realm of the Stone King appeared. Lu Zan pushed the young man to the front, allowing the powerful aura contained in his fleshy shell to flow out naturally. It wasn't until this time that King Zishao was moved, and said, the power of the ancient times. After listening to Lu Zan's narration, King Zishao nodded and said, where there are people, there are generals and rivers and lakes, and where there are rivers and lakes, there are grievances and hatreds. The 3 emperors and 5 emperors did exist, not legends. At that time, they defeated all opponents. Naturally, all the world is respected. However, not all enemies are dead. The powerful means of the ancient times are against the sky, and the immortality is not true death. After endless years, he finally found the way back. The 5 emperors have all fallen, but one of their great enemies back then has returned against the sky, which is very frightening. No one can tell who it is, but I think it has some connection with the first ancestor of your family. Hearing that King Zishao had finished speaking, Lu Zhan was silent for a while. He always felt that the returning person was a double-edged sword. You go out first, Lu Zhan said to the young man. He wanted to have a secret talk with King Zishao. It's very difficult to control that power. King Zishao's eyes flickered, and he said, unless you find the 5 Emperors' Tower, and there are at least 2 layers, not scattered single-layer towers. These were the last words Xiao Chen heard. As the young man walked out, the gate of Zishao Palace closed with a rumbling sound, completely isolating everything inside. Get ready to shoot. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly heard a sound transmission. It was the voice of the human demon Zhegan. Are you shooting here? Yes, otherwise there will be no chance, and they will return to another world. The human demon Zhegan continued to transmit the sound, saying, Spike Fang is in the dark, and they are very cautious, fearing that someone will make a move. Moreover, the stone corpse was also invited to guard in the dark. Xiao Chen was very surprised, secretly rejoicing that he had been using the 5 Emperors' Pagoda to hide his whereabouts, otherwise it might be really dangerous. How did you find out about my whereabouts? I am the 10th son of Zulong, and you are the descendant of the dragon, so I can sense it naturally. There was Lu Zhan and King Zishao in the front, and Spike Fang and the stone corpse that came back later. Will it succeed? Xiao Chen was a little uncertain. It doesn't matter, one hit will kill, and you will be far away in an instant. I will buy time for you. The human demon Zhegan said. The Emperor Shizhong is also nearby. It has to be said that this young man was very unlucky, and was targeted by both Xiao Chen and the devil Zhegan. Kill. Just outside Zishao Palace, Xiao Chen and Renmo Gegan attacked at the same time. The huge 5 Emperors' Pagoda fell down like a mountain, and human demon Gegan came to kill him with an ancient lamp. Both the ancient lamp and the 5 Emperors' Pagoda are the most mysterious and unpredictable treasures. Although this young strong man from another world absorbed 2 sky marks and had his physique tempered by the great power from the ancient times, he couldn't bear such a heavy blow. Boom! There was a rain of blood in the sky on the spot, and the body of this seemingly young strong man from another world was shattered, and 2 skylines rushed out immediately. Receive. Xiao Chen didn't absorb the sky mark with his body, but covered it with the 5 Emperors' Tower as quickly as possible, and suppressed it in an instant. The sound of roaring came out, and the wolf tooth and the stone corpse were killed immediately. They never thought that such an accident would happen. Supreme Wang Baquan, Shizongdi and the old stone turtle merged together, manifested on the spot, punched out, and sent the bodiless Spike flying away. Emperor Shizong. Shizong was furious. He deeply knew the horror of Emperor Shizong. Instead of killing Xiao Chen, he directly joined hands with Langya to kill Emperor Shizong. Boom! Zishao Palace opened wide, and Lu Zhan and King Zishao rushed out. What was shocking was that the entire Zishao Palace soared into the sky, and a huge single-story stone tower rushed out from below, and came to suppress Xiao Chen. 5 Emperors' Tower. A single-story 5 Emperors' Pagoda. No one thought that King Zishao actually had such a pagoda. Okay, King Zixia, you have really obtained this treasure, and you have been sacrificing it for endless years to feign death. Emperor Shizong was very surprised. Holding an ancient lamp, the human demon Gegan greeted Lu Zhan, and shouted to Xiao Chen, go. At this moment, Tianan has already got it, and as long as he escapes successfully, the task will be completed. However, Xiao Chen didn't do that. Instead, he rushed into his 5 Emperors' Pagoda, controlled the female corpse inside to run the supernatural power, and went towards the suppressed single-story stone pagoda in the sky. Chapter 670. Ancient Lamp is Tomb. The female corpse opened her eyes, with icy muscles and bones, magnificent and glamorous. When she slowly sat up in the pagoda of 5 emperors, the world turned pale, and the entire big lake below boiled, and the misty purple steam rose up, like a boundless flame burning. The single-story 5 Emperors' Pagoda that is docked above is simple and majestic, with brilliance flowing and constantly shaking, but it is impossible to destroy the stone pagoda of the same origin below, even if you want to get rid of it. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged opposite the female corpse, motionless. He was controlling the female corpse, and endless mighty power surged out from the perfect body. This is the flesh shell that transcends the Stone King. Even if the consciousness is dead, the powerful and perfect body left behind is enough to shake the world. How is it possible? All the Stone Kings were shocked, and the 5 Emperors' pagoda had 2 layers, which was beyond everyone's expectations. King Zishao got one, but Xiao Chen also controlled one. Lu Zan and others didn't know what happened in the past. Seeing Xiao Chen's reappearance, they all had bad feelings in their hearts. Boy, how did you get out of trouble? Lu Zan oppressed the sun and the moon. His skinny demon body, with protruding muscles and bones, was as refined as steel bars, and he grabbed it with his hands, and the black claws flickered with a faint cold light. But at this moment, Xiao Chen was hiding in the 5 Emperors' tower, and the outside world could not break in at all. Moreover, the 2-layered stone pagodas that are docked together are simple and atmospheric, shaking the atmosphere that even the Stone King would be terrified. Boom! The ancient pagoda shook, and the claws were thrown aside on the spot, and a huge force pushed Lu Zan out. King Zishao's stone body is tattered, but exudes a terrifying aura. He is the owner of the stone pagoda above. His spiritual thoughts are overwhelming, and he wants to control the pagoda to kill Xiao Chen and win the ancient pagoda below. Boom! He was as heavy as 10,000 jun, sitting cross-legged on the stone pagoda above. The majestic divine power surged down, sealing the double stone pagoda, trying to obliterate Xiao Chen. Boundless, lawless, apart from me, there is no other thought. Xiao Chen drank in a low voice, and then entered the female corpse, fully bursting out the boundless divine power of a perfect body, surpassing the limit allowed by this world. Boom! The double-layered 5 Emperors' pagoda is radiant, and the female corpse dominates this eternal treasure, and its absolute coercion smashes all obstacles. The brilliant brilliance seemed to be burning like flames, and the sea-like lake below completely dried up, while King Zishao rushed up on the spot, as if his ass was burned, and was shaken away from the 5 Emperors' tower, like avoiding snakes and scorpions. How is it possible? King Zishao shot 2 frightening rays of light from his eyes, and said, beyond the limit power allowed by this world. Lu Zan and the others were horrified. The mighty Stone King shot up into the sky like burning his buttocks. One can imagine how terrifying the divine flame is. At this moment, everyone finally saw the female corpse in the 5 Emperors' pagoda, and all the divine powers originated from her. Who is she? How can she have such power? This is everyone's question. But now, when he was not in a trance, King Zishao continued to pounce down like a fierce tiger. The purple energy was so powerful that it spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, and the entire eastern region was alarmed. His sword is like a rainbow, interweaving laws of order one after another, trying to take back his pagoda. Clang clang clang, Xiao Chen controlled the female corpse, forming inexplicable seals, hitting the sky, completely blocking King Zishao. But the second-story stone pagoda was refined by King Zishao after all. At this moment, under his sea-like divine sense, it began to vibrate violently, wanting to soar into the sky. For the powerful Stone King, if he wanted to take back the treasure with his own imprint, it would be easy and there would be no suffering. However, everything was turned upside down at this moment. Although the 5 Emperors' pagoda on the first floor shook, it failed to rise into the air and was firmly fixed there, as if it was attracted by a great gravitational force. The mighty sound of heaven, like Huang Zhang Da Lu, resounds all over the eastern region. 5 shadows flew out of the 5 Emperors' pagoda, hanging outside the stone tower on the second floor, completely suppressing the stone tower on the second floor that wanted to fly away. 5 Emperors. King Zishao was astonished, showing an extremely shocked expression, and said, "This is the base tower of the 5 Emperors, with the imprint of the 5 Emperors left, and it can gather other layers of stone towers." In a sense, what Xiao Chen controls is the Mother Pagoda, which is the root of the 5 Emperors' pagoda. Only by mastering it can the other layers of pagodas be put away. Without it, the complete 5 Emperors' pagoda cannot be assembled. It's impossible to take it away. With a stern expression, King Zishao sat cross-legged in the sky, closed his eyes, and had no self or anything. His origin was empty, and he tried his best to fight for the control of the second stone tower. After all, there is his brand on it, the powerful Stone King's method, naturally turbulent, and the god is billions of weights, completely submerging the sky. But at this time, Shi Zongdi fought with Shi Zhang and Spike Fang, 1 against 2, making it impossible for them to take half a step across the thunder pool. At the same time, the human demon Gegan held an ancient lamp and stopped Lu Zan once again. This powerful man defeated the Stone King alone. Although Lu Zan is a veteran king and has few opponents among Stone Kings, he is afraid of Zhegan, fearing that the ancient lamp will emit fireworks, so he has many worries and is successfully restrained. Boom! At this moment, King Zishao finally showed his power. He had already seen that the female corpse had no spiritual consciousness. His powerful spiritual sense like the ocean suddenly rushed out of the body, boundless, and rushed towards the first stone tower, wanting to seize it and control everything. If he was allowed to rush in, the consequences would be unpredictable, not to mention that he won the stone tower. Even controlling the female corpse for a short time would be disastrous, and no one would be able to suppress him at that time. However, Xiao Chen wasn't too scared. It was difficult for even the phantom to break into the stone pagoda. He believed that King Zishao should be able to defend against it. The brilliance circulated, and the pagoda radiated divine splendor on its own, which was formed by the intertwined order of the gods. There were no terrifying fluctuations, no ocean-like oppressive atmosphere, and some were just trickling streams and gentle warm wind, but it was this kind of divine splendor that stopped King Zishao. The powerful divine sense can't break into it. At the same time, Xiao Chen quickly counterattacked, making seals with both hands of the female corpse, and pushed it out. Boom! The power beyond the limit shook the entire eastern part of the heaven, making all the monks feel as if they were struck by lightning. King Zishao turned into a piece of purple mist, fled away in an instant, and returned to his body. Even if he was such a powerful force, he would not dare to overwhelm him. Click! But at this moment Xiao Chen frowned. Cracks appeared on the flesh of the female corpse. A terrible thing happened. Her body was really not allowed to exist in the world. Even if she hid in the Five Emperors Pagoda, she would decay slowly. Today's rash use of divine power naturally accelerated this change. Brush! Xiao Chen controlled the female corpse and rushed out of the Five Emperors Tower suddenly. He knew that time was running out. If he used the female corpse's perfect body again, his body would never exist again. Only by seizing the opportunity to completely take away King Zishao's stone pagoda will it be worthwhile to use the female corpse today. The female corpse rushed out, and immediately scared Lu Zhan back. He was almost hit by the ancient lamp in Jie Gan's hand, and flew hundreds of miles upside down. King Zishao was even more frightened, thinking that Xiao Chen wanted to attack and kill him regardless of the cost, so he flew back decisively. No one stopped him. Xiao Chen controlled the female corpse and rushed into the second stone pagoda at the first time. He kept moving his hands and slapped with the Supreme God's seal, and immediately shattered the brand left by King Zishao, wanting to completely erase the king's mark in this stone tower. The brand of the king is not so easy to completely erase. Xiao Chen used the female corpse to smash it temporarily. Brush! The female corpse was like a dream, and she moved extremely fast. She retreated back to the stone tower on the first floor almost in an instant. After completing this attack, more cracks appeared in her body. Bang bang bang! These two layers of stone towers are all shaking, and they are firmly condensed together, and it is difficult to separate them for the time being. King Zixia was furious. Although his connection with the stone pagoda was still intact, it was difficult to summon the pagoda as he did just now. Walk! At this moment, Xiao Chen no longer delays, controls the divine tower, turns into a streamer, and flees away. At the same time, Jie Gan also held the ancient lamp, got rid of the land battle, and rushed into the distance. Thank you very much, don't want to send me off. After saying these words, Shizongdi also got rid of the stone corpse and wolf teeth, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. All this happened too fast just now. It can be said to be an accident. The biggest loss is King Zishao, who lost a pre-immemorial pagoda in the blink of an eye. And Lu Zhan also felt quite angry. The monk he brought out was actually beheaded by someone, and lost 2 sky marks. Presumably, the existence entrenched at the end of the 99 stone steps would be furious. They can't leave. King Zishao's face was gloomy and his voice was cold. The appearance of the female corpse today exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, the stone tower in his hand would be enough to kill the stone king of the same level. At this moment, his connection with the stone pagoda has not been severed, and he turned into a stream of light and chased after him. At the same time, he issued a piercing scream and issued the Stone King order, chasing and killing Xiao Chen all over the heavens. Today, the 5 Emperors Pagoda was born, and the other Stone Kings will naturally get the news, and there will be chaos. A million miles away, Xiao Chen had already stopped, threw the double-layered stone pagoda directly to Emperor Shizong, and said, "I'll leave it to you." It seems that this is not a treasure, but just a piece of mud, which was thrown away so casually. You want me to act out the tragedy of you flying away with the mirror of 3 emperors? Shizongdi gave him a dissatisfied sideways glance. Hurry up to find the old skull, you 3 are 1, can't you still keep this pagoda? Xiao Chen did put the stone pagoda on the spot as a hot potato, and now is not the time for him to hold the ancient pagoda. Forget it, as long as you control the female corpse inside, killing 1 or 2 stone kings will not be a problem. Shi Zongdi was not exaggerating when he said this. With his combined strength with the old stone turtle, it is possible to control the 5 Emperors' Tower and the female corpse. Try not to use the female corpse. Her body is about to be completely destroyed. I think leaving her flesh shell may be of great use in the future. After Xiao Chen said these words, he ran away. What he wanted to do had already been done, and the rest had nothing to do with him. While flying away, Shi Zongdi hurriedly erased the brand mark in the stone tower on the 2nd floor. The mark left by King Zishao must be completely removed, otherwise he will never be able to get rid of the opponent's pursuit. On this day, the heavens were in chaos, and King Stone was dispatched to compete for the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. Compared with the scene of competing for the 3 Emperors' Mirror last time, the scene was as huge, and all the kings moved together. Emperor Shi Zhong cried out inwardly, his old arms and legs were almost broken, and he fled all the way, facing the pursuit of the kings. Even if he was truly a trinity, he was not enough to kill. All of this has nothing to do with Xiao Chen. He believes that old fritters like Shi Zongdi and Lao Shigi cannot die. On the same day, after Lu Zan returned to another world, the existence entrenched at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps was furious. The cauldron that it carefully cultivated was destroyed like this, and people took away the sky mark. It couldn't bear it. Xiao Chen returned to Kyushu, but it didn't calm down, and something unexpected happened. The dark clouds rolled in the sky, the turbid waves were surging, and many artificial satellites surrounding the sky were all destroyed. Many skyscrapers shook under the dark clouds, as if the end of the world was coming. The magic wave surged, and there was a huge black shadow shaking in the sky. This was really a shock to the technological civilization. At this moment, a huge palm reached down, grabbing towards the vast land below. Everyone in the technological civilization was astonished. This was beyond the scope of the civilization of the universe they understood, and it was simply a reproduction of a myth. All kinds of military weapons were lifted into the air and shot at the beast claw covered with blue scales, but it was difficult to shake. Xiao Chen was horrified. He recognized at a glance that the beast claw was the ancient power who was entrenched at the end of the 99 stone steps, and he didn't expect it to drive the 99 stone steps to Kyushu. Obviously it has sensed the breath of the sky mark, and wants to come here to snatch it, and destroy everything here by the way. Who can stop it? Unless the little stone emperor is resurrected, there is no such level of power in this world. Boom! The huge palm reached down, and a certain city, the building known as the tallest building in the world, suddenly collapsed. At the same time, the city collapsed rumblingly and turned into ruins, with heavy casualties. And this is just the coercion that swayed from the sky, and the huge beast claws have not really descended. The research and development of various scientific and technological weapons has already reached an astonishing stage, but it is ineffective against that giant hand, and it is difficult to shake it in the slightest. The earth shook completely, and with the protruding of this big hand, everything below would cease to exist. Boom! Suddenly, ancient lamps rose one after another from the ground of Kyushu, and flames were beating in each ancient lamp. 8 ancient lamps slowly lifted into the sky, like 8 bright moons, illuminating the dark sky and dispelling the magic fog. At the same time, Zhe Gan, who was flying in the sky, also shook his body, and the ancient lamp in his hand flew away by itself, turning back to Kyushu in an instant. The 9 ancient lamps were always on, and the dark sky was suddenly filled with a sacred aura, and the tumbling dark clouds were forced back. Above the sky, there was a shrill scream. 5 emperors, you guys have good means, do you know if I can come back? The soft light emitted by the 9 ancient lamps looks extremely peaceful, but it has unimaginable lethality to the terrifying existence in the sky. The little fire seemed to be scorching the soul of the existence that was entrenched on the 99 stone steps, causing it to suffer heavy injuries. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, every ancient lamp is a continuation of your divine fire. Could it be that? That unimaginable existence on the sky, that huge animal claw has been torn apart, and many blue scales have fallen off. Xiao Chen was very shocked. He never expected such a thing to happen. The sacred fire of the 9 ancient lamps is very holy and peaceful, and has no effect on others, but it only caused great harm to the existence that surpassed the limit power of this world. That's right, you are all dead, and the ancient lamp is your tomb. The terrifying figure on the sky laughed long and loudly, and finally shouted, it's useless for you to do this, I will come back to pick up the lamp and dig up your grave. Xiao Chen was deeply shocked. He didn't know what the ancient lamp was until today. It was actually the tomb of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors and others. Chapter 671, The 6 monuments blend together. The ancient lamp is the tomb, where the 3 emperors and 5 emperors are buried. This news can be called earth-shattering. No one expected it. It is really shocking. The beast's claws were lowered several times, but each time the skin was torn apart, blood spattered, and the blue scales fell off. The flickering flames of the 9 ancient lamps caused great trauma to the terrible figure in the sky. But it has no effect on other creatures. This is a heavy weapon designed to restrain the power beyond the limit of this world. I want to take off the lights and break open your graves. With a terrifying long howl, the terrifying figure led the 99 stone steps down, and the beast's claw was shrouded in black mist, and it came down again. At this moment, the 9 ancient lamps were suddenly full of brilliance, and the 9 fires gathered together, forming a shadow trail condensed by the holy light. Puff! The sound of limbs being broken came from the sky, streams of blood surged like rivers in the sky, falling down, and the huge beast claw was cut off. What? The 9 ancient tombs have been silent for many years, and your dead bones have actually given birth to soul light. The terrifying figure in the sky roared, riding the 99 stone steps to the sky, not daring to act rashly. Okay, good, soul fire mutation. Its voice was extremely cold, and it said 3 good words, however, you are all dead after all. Even if there is a mutation now, it can only stop me for a short time. Next time I come back, I must take off the lights and dig your graves. The 9 lamps are one treasure, and they will eventually belong to me. Dark clouds surged in the sky, and the 99 stone steps rose slowly like a huge magic mountain, and finally tore open the void and disappeared completely. This terrifying existence retreated like this, leaving a large amount of blood and many blue scales on the ground. As for the severed animal claw, it quickly rotted and died. At this point, Zhou Shengling finally relaxed, and just now it seemed like a huge boulder fell on people's hearts, making everyone feel like they were collapsing. The invisible coercion disappeared like this, and the destructive disaster was resolved like this. Xiao Chen stood blankly on the Kyushu, lost his mind for a while. Recently, legends about the power of the ancient times have been emerging, and even the soul bones of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors have been born. What does this indicate? Although the figure at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps cannot last long in the world, and there is no real figure of the 5 emperors in this world, it still makes people feel uneasy. I will return. Suddenly, these 5 words crossed the barrier of the great world and reverberated over Kyushu. The terrifying sound sent chills down the spine of all living beings. An unavoidable disaster was resolved in this way, but all living beings did not feel joyful, and that person would come back. The years flew by, and in the next 5,000 years, everything was peaceful, and a period of peace and tranquility passed. During this period, KK returned to Kyushu, reunited with Xiao Chen, and returned the skyline. Xiao Chen finally completes the 6 heavenly marks. He has been cultivating hard on a deserted island for 5,000 years, barely taking a single step. However, although the sky marks were all collected, Xiao Chen didn't really get a thorough understanding. He didn't rush to read the 7th sky tablet, but just quietly comprehended it. During this passage of time, several battles took place in the heavens. The mirror of the 3 emperors and the pagoda of the 5 emperors both appeared, but they all disappeared in the end. But now the little thing's supernatural powers are getting stronger and stronger, and the curse power of the family is about to disappear. It has gone a long way on the path of the supreme ancestor god. It was not until another 3,000 years passed that the peace was broken, and the 99 heavy stone steps reappeared, and the terrifying figure descended on Kyushu again, but this time there was no danger. Although Kyushu was almost shattered and was oppressed by the powerful momentum, the terrifying figure retreated in vain. This is an extremely serious event, which makes Xiao Chen very uneasy. It stands to reason that this character cannot live for a long time, but it violates common sense. It wasn't until later that he accidentally learned that this great power left over from the ancient times had refined the number 1 ancient capital in another world, entrusted the flesh shell and soul in it, and survived forever. The news shocked the world, and the stone kings in the heavens were also deeply shocked, and they all had different thoughts. No one wants such a character to live forever, the threat to the kings is too great. For this reason, Xiao Chen once visited another world in person, and saw the first ancient capital from a distance. The huge ancient city stood towering, and contained an extremely powerful and unparalleled domineering aura. This is definitely the ancient city left by the existence that surpassed the Stone King before the Nirvana. Otherwise, it would never be possible to have such power and influence. It was this first ancient capital that preserved the immortality of that terrifying figure. In order to ensure a longer life, the terrifying ancient power placed the first ancient capital at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps, double self-suppression and sealing, so that it really kept its shape. Many stone kings are waiting and watching, wanting to see what will happen to this terrifying figure. Time always passes by unconsciously. 10,000 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and many things have happened during this period. The Kyushu civilization has not been able to flourish extremely. Last time, it encountered a huge impact and was almost completely destroyed. The technological civilization was knocked back to its original point, but the continuation and inheritance of life remained unbroken after all, and it retreated from the starry sky to the earth sadly. Until around 15,000 years ago, a major event that shook the heavens occurred. In the past, people who left Kyushu for Yingji came back one after another. Not only Kaiyu is not dead, but Lao Su is not dead, Xingtian and Zhuangzi have all come back alive. And this is only the first group of people, and then Zhuanzhu, Deku, Yao, Shun and others also embarked on their return journey one after another, reappearing in Kyushu and the heaven. This is a powerful force. These people can be said to be the most potential heroes in the history of several civilizations in Kyushu. They have successfully returned, and their realm has already been raised to a very powerful realm. Their return is a sign, which means that the counter-offensive that has been expected for thousands of years will begin. Afterwards, many legendary heroes appeared one after another and attacked the other world several times, causing them great damage, but they retreated when facing the first ancient capital. The battle is imminent. Thousands of years later, the actions of the human demon Jaegon became the trigger. He attacked and killed the Stone King Lenya in the heaven, almost killing him completely. Afterwards, Yao, Shun, Kaiyu, Xingtian and others killed them, smashing the alien gods, smashing several ancient magic cities, and razing millions of giant mountains there to the ground. A vigorous battle broke out, and Fuxi and Suorenshi finally appeared, and King Pengu was even more powerful. The stronghold of the alien faction in the heaven was destroyed, and the Stone King, who was allied with the alien world, split, and finally withdrew from the battlefield, and the alien faction even withdrew from the stage of the heaven. It can be said that this was a major event with a very far-reaching impact, the first successful counterattack in Kyushu in thousands of years. After this battle, there was a turbulent undercurrent among the heavens and worlds, and Kyushu and other worlds fell into a stalemate for a short time, and no one took any casual action. For more than 10,000 years, Xiao Chen did not participate in the war, but calmed down and practiced hard. The more he understands and comprehends the profound method of the Tianbei, the more profound he feels, and he is not in a hurry to practice the seventh method of the Tianbei. For more than 10,000 years, he has been very calm, constantly summarizing and accumulating, and must first accumulate if he wants to sublimate. The sun rises and the sun sets, and the years are silent. After many years of silence, Xiao Chen finally got something. The six-faced celestial monument gradually penetrated and gradually became transparent. He had a lot of insights in his heart, and under a bright moon night, all 6 sky marks emerged and lined up around him. The 6 sky marks are like 6 specific and tiny sky stels, with various engravings appearing on them, yes, lifelike, like living things. The order of the 6 skylines was rearranged, and the imprint patterns that manifested when suppressing various places disappeared, revealing the original pattern. However, there is not much difference in what I saw. Compared with the previous year when I was facing the steel, the complicated drawings disappeared, and there was only the original big picture, which was roughly the same. There are 6 skylines and 6 main pictures, with clear inscriptions and natural charm, surrounding Xiao Chen. In the first pattern, there are bursts of rays of light, a magnificent palace of heaven stands on the top of the clouds, among the misty clouds, there are many Chonglo Yuyu looming. The second pattern is full of ghosts, the dark gate of hell is half opened, the inside is lifeless, and the dark and spooky world exudes an endless breath of death. In the third pattern, there are farmers plowing the fields with oxen, shepherds herding sheep and horses, fishermen casting nets, and vendors selling in shops. Give people a simple life atmosphere, all kinds of life, all kinds of mortals, all in the map of humanity. In the fourth pattern, a woman with the head of a snake and a man with the head of a dragon stand side by side. Behind them, there is a dense mass of darkness. Thousands of beasts roar, dust and sand cover the sky, the earth is trembling, and the deafening sound seems to come out through the stone wall. The fifth picture shows an endless sea of AA blood, with thousands of layers of turbulent waves and thousands of waves of blood. A mountain of dry bones stands in the middle of the sea of AA blood. Let the monstrous waves of blood rush and roar, turbulently collide, and the mountain of bones remains motionless. In the sixth pattern, above the sky, there are dark clouds, heavy rain, huge lightning tore the void, magma surges, disasters everywhere, and boundless evil. It is these 6 original engraved pictures that surround Xiao Chen, and the 6 engraved pictures gradually condense into a real 6-sided steel body, and then the 6 steles are integrated and connected to form a stone plate with a hole in the center, and Xiao Chen sits alone in the central hole. Yeah, not far away, KK's big eyes suddenly widened. The little thing woke up and saw all this, and was very surprised. Kaka, the 6 stone carvings were linked together to form a disc, and Xiao Chen's ancient well was silent. At this moment, he felt various auras. The way of heaven, the way of humanity, the way of hell, the 6 pictures are combined, and there is no nirvana to come out of the ancient magic city. The 6 pictures surround the body, give birth to entities, and manifest into stone plates. 6 paths of reincarnation disc. The little thing looked at all this in surprise not far away, and then muttered, "No, the Tianbei will not be so obvious." Xiao Chen gradually realized that there is no need to go out of the ancient magic city in nirvana. What he saw and felt made him see a far-reaching avenue. Why stick to the form? Isn't the stone plate just like a stone city? And this is just the beginning of the transformation. The engraved pictures of the 6 blessings seem to be derived from the reincarnation disc of the 6 realms, but the difference is hundreds of thousands of miles. This is only a preliminary representation. After the metamorphosis began, the engraved picture of Lufu stone gradually became blurred. The stone plate is blurred, and the ways of heaven, humanity, and hell are all erased. Then humans, birds, flowers, and animals emerged one after another, full of vitality, and then withered again, and finally turned into soil, blowing with the wind. This is not the end. The soil protects the flowers, breathes seeds, and starts a new reincarnation and regeneration. The natural alternation, the reincarnation that does not stick to the tradition, is not the reincarnation of the soul, not the reincarnation of the ethereal, but the reincarnation of real matter. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt that he had gone through a wonderful journey, from newborn to adult, then to old, and finally returned to the lotus. Flesh turns into lotus. Lotus is not the end, it grows lush vegetation, and becomes flesh and blood after being eaten by animals. Brush. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen finally woke up and turned around. The stone plate disintegrated and turned into 6 pictures, and the 6 sky marks sank into his body. At this moment, he felt that the power of life was endless, his soul was immortal, and it was immortal. Xiao Chen finally understood the mysterious method of the 6-faced celestial tablet, and he needed to get in touch with the 7th celestial tablet. With a flash of light, Xiao Chen disappeared from the spot and appeared directly in the curse world. Standing above the abyss, with a single thought, the sun was shining, the moon was sinking, the abyss was bright, and the steel of the sky rose automatically. Then, a ray of sword light shot up into the sky, and Dugu Sword Demon was born. "I'll go too." Without too many words, Dugu Sword Demon turned into an iron sword, rushed into the netherworld, and disappeared. Xiao Chen nodded without saying anything, then he looked at the 7th monument. The 6 traces of the sky appeared together, all of which appeared on the huge monument, the brilliance flowed, the engraved pictures of the 6 blessings reappeared, and ancient characters emerged one by one. The 7th heavenly steel is the summary and sublimation of the previous heavenly steel. Xiao Chen's body and mind moved, as if he was going to attach to the stone steel. Suddenly, his heart throbbed, and he understood the greater secret of the Tianbei. The practice of Tianbei Xuanfa has just begun, and there are still things in each Tianbei, which are flesh and blood, that is the brand of the Tao, that is the tomb, and that is the engraved picture. This caused him a great shock. The guesses on the 8th sky tablet may all be true. Because, he really saw something inexplicable in the Tianbei. Can't see through, vague, looming, this is the most anxious. However, Xiao Chen concentrated his mind and calmed down, and gradually calmed down, he no longer peeped into the inside of the Tianbei. The body and mind are in harmony with the pictures and texts on the 7th tablet, read carefully and observe carefully. The conclusive inscriptions and engraved pictures carry the essence of the Supreme Avenue, and it really needs Tianan as an introduction. At this moment, the 6 sky marks are all trembling, because they have inspired various original secrets. Suddenly, the fog was misty, and a mysterious veil was shrouded on the 7th sky tablet, and a carved figure of a human head first appeared at the position of the 1st sky mark. It seems to grow out of the sky monument, and it is reflected through the sky mark. Soon, other sky marks also had mysterious power flowing, and the 6 heads were looming, as if they were about to rush out. Chapter 672 Nirvana Stone Prison. In front of the endless abyss in the world of curses, the 7th celestial monument stands majestically, the mist surges, and 6 heads emerge from the 6 celestial marks attached to it. Xiao Chen's heart was turbulent, and his powerful spiritual consciousness scanned over and over again. He was full of awe for the 6 heads, but he must not shrink back because of this. He sat for several years, no one found him, no one knew where he was, Kiki didn't know, he was not around. Tens of thousands of spiritual thoughts rushed back from the Tianbei, like a flood bursting a bank, like 1,000 troops galloping. At this moment Xiao Chen felt that he was as small as an ant, as weak as floating dust, and was in danger of being destroyed at any time. The endless divine sense doesn't merge with him, but it's like countless sharp swords passing through his divine sense constantly. This is a terrible torture. It is impossible for Xiao Chen to quit, his mind is attached to the 7th heavenly tablet. Endless spiritual thoughts, thousands of stars, constantly shining. Time flowed silently. Around the abyss, the vegetation flourished and then withered. Xiao Chen was submerged in Lois. The vitality of his body was gradually extinguished, but his spiritual consciousness became stronger and stronger. Under the endless torment like scraping bones and flesh, his powerful spiritual consciousness became stronger and stronger, but it was not destroyed. Just like sharpening a knife with a sharpening stone, it makes his spiritual consciousness crystal clear and bright, gradually strengthens, and becomes immortal. Time is like water, thousands of years pass by silently. Xiao Chen was submerged by vegetation and covered by soil, like a piece of dead wood, with absolutely no life in the fleshy shell. In the end, his spiritual consciousness gradually became more and more complete, and his powerful spiritual sense was not much worse than that of the Stone King. This is a necessary element for walking the path of the Supreme Ancestor God. Finally, he gradually awakened, his body regained vitality, and the 6 heads on the 7th celestial tablet had disappeared and disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt that his divine sense was sharp, like a sharp knife, which could cut through the void and carve out life. In his thought, flowers bloomed and withered, rainbows fell from the sky, and golden lotuses grew in the magma. In one thought, flowers bloom, in one thought, flowers wither, in one thought, white snow flutters, in one thought, a rainbow shines, and in one thought, thunderstorms fill the sky. It seems that one's wishes come true, thoughts come true, the prosperity and extinction of life are all in the mind. How amazing will the Supreme Patriarch God's Dzogchen realm be? Before Xiao Chen could see the end of this road, he already felt this terrible power. The strength and stability of the spiritual consciousness is the real sublimation after the profound method of the Tianbei tablet was penetrated. So far, Xiao Chen is no longer under any influence, and can read the text and ancient pictures on the 7th sky tablet calmly. The ancient characters on it looked like small ancestral dragons twisted and twisted, but it didn't matter, the 6-faced celestial tablet was transparent, and Tiancheng's characters were all clear in his heart, and he understood its meaning instantly. Xiao Chen's mind was slowly intoxicated, immersed in a wonderful state. The 7th celestial monument is all-encompassing, and it really is a conclusive mystery, a sublimated version of the first 6 celestial monuments. Only at this moment did he understand what the old Shigui said. He had to practice the first 6 profound methods, otherwise it would be full of fog. This is a gradual process, and it is the finishing touch at the end. There is no chance in practice, even if Xiao Chen has a chance, it is impossible to achieve it in an instant. He sat cross-legged quietly without any joy or worry, and before he knew it, tens of thousands of years had passed, completely ignorant of what happened outside. The majestic mountains and rivers, the bright starry sky, the constant change of time and space, Xiao Chen seems to be reliving the past, growing up by the Yellow River, practicing the mysterious method of Tianbei, straying into the world of longevity, experiencing the catastrophe of false gods, life and death. Life is like a dream. As time goes by, the insignificance of mortals and the greatness of heaven and earth are vividly reflected in the passing time and space. The immortal starry sky has hundreds of millions of years, and mortals have passed 100 years in a hurry. Relatively speaking, even ants and dust are not counted. 100 years of mortal dreams, heaven and earth in an instant. A small individual, changing time, past and present, and the future, Xiao Chen traveled between nothingness and reality, and re-experienced all kinds of desires and grievances of mortals. It wasn't until in the dreamland of nothingness that he grasped the next bright moon with his bare hands and smashed through the sky with his fingers, then he gradually got rid of the past. Although a person is insignificant at birth, in the end, he can cultivate to reach the stars and the moon, and become immortal. Even if the world ceases to exist, his own body can live forever. There are many starry skies, endless worlds, and each big world is just a hotel. Those who are truly immortal will travel through the endless world hotel, walk in the past, present and future, and live forever and be indelible. Life is like a dream, and dreams come true. Xiao Chen comprehended the seventh celestial monument and forgot the passage of time outside. Time is like passing water, like a passerby, and generations pass by in a hurry. Outside Xiao Chen's body, a stone armor formed, as if it had been petrified. He sat facing the Tianbei, and his whole body remained silent. The 7 emotions can be cut off, the 6 desires can be cut off, the 5 senses and 13 consciousnesses can be silenced, his body and mind are extinguished like a lamp, and he seems to be sitting in front of the steel, in the world of curses. After more than 10,000 years of silence, more than 10,000 years of enlightenment, and more than 10,000 years of seclusion, Xiao Chen's body is constantly changing. Thousands of years ago, the spiritual consciousness was already strong, and one could look up to the figure of the supreme ancestral god. Now the flesh shell is transforming, sublimating into nirvana in the silence, waiting for the eruption in the silence. Without making a king's god city, without building an ancient magic city, Xiao Chen has already begun to petrify, from the surface of the body to the internal organs. Boom boom boom, the acupuncture points on his flesh shell were bright, like bright stars rising slowly. Especially in the 365 main acupoints, there are 365 figures sitting cross-legged, in the same posture as Xiao Chen. At this moment, they all burst out with dazzling light, igniting Xiao Chen's physique. Endless divine light bloomed, petrification was prevented, and the crystal body could only be covered with a layer of stone armor. 365 great gods, thousands of known and unknown acupoint gods, are the providers of this resistance and the source of the gushing gods. However, although the petrification has been prevented, the mysterious metamorphosis is still going on, spreading from the stone skin inward, and a layer of mysterious brilliance moistens the internal organs and the blood and bones. The body is not petrified, but the same sublimation has taken place, which is a slow metamorphosis. The surface of the stone is moistened inward, and the rays of light are constantly flowing and spreading, which is equivalent to walking the road of a stone man, but it has not solidified and become a stone body. Click click. In the end, Xiao Chen did not turn into a stone body, but the stone layer outside his body became thicker and thicker, making bursts of noise. The profound method of the 7th Tianbei has been completely engraved in his heart, and Xiao Chen is striding forward towards the road of the real strong. For another 3,000 years, the flesh and bones were nourished by the essence of petrification. The thickness of the stone layer on his body reached 1 meter. It could not be turned inward, so it turned outward, and finally slowly formed into a stone house, covering him. It doesn't look like a stone city, but it looks like a stone prison. Yes, Xiao Chen is making a breakthrough, but he refuses to petrify the whole body. He is currently in a prison, trapping himself. A miniature city of gods was thus formed, with a body of flesh and blood inside, and the outside was only 3 meters square. Xiao Chen kept in mind the mysterious method of the 7th celestial monument, and was sealed by the stone prison, but he did not lose contact with the celestial monument. 6 sky marks were shot down, and all of them fell into the stone prison. At the same time, streaks of blood seeped out from the 7th celestial tablet, and the divine blood stained the sky, falling towards the stone prison below. Chi chi chi, it was like ice and snow falling on the flaming iron, making a burst of sound, and there were streaks of blood mist rushing up. The stone prison is being refined, the useless dross falls out, the essence is contained, the blood of the gods washes the sky, and the stone prison is refined. Boom, there was an earth-shattering loud noise, and the 7th sky monument skyrocketed. Instantly piercing through the clouds and fog, piercing the sky, the incomparably powerful aura shook the heavens and the world, and all the kings sensed it. At this time, the 3-meter square stone prison slowly rose into the air, and then merged with the 7th heaven monument, gradually sinking into it. At the beginning, there was still a stone prison imprint left on the body of the steel, but in the end it completely disappeared and entered the huge body of the steel. God's blood washes away the stone prison and wears away the lead of the years. This is the transformation in the Tianbei. The endless bright red blood completely submerged the stone prison, not to provide essence, but to cut and grind like a knife. If it is crushed, there will only be one end, a death. This is a kind of spur and test, like a knife touching the back, like a sword pointing to the throat. The breath here shocked the heavens and the world, and a king rushed over, but the first one to arrive was a person from another world. Endless dark clouds billowed, and 99 stone steps came across the border. At the end of the stone steps, the first ancient capital stood majestically. A huge beast claw protruded from there, and it grabbed towards the towering sky monument. The blood shot up to the sky, and the 7th heaven monument shook violently, but it was still caught in the end. Boom! The barrier of the great world shattered, and the huge beast claws grabbed the Tianbei, crossed the boundary and returned, appearing in another world. The Tianbei was inserted into the ground like a knife, and suddenly collapsed in a radius of tens of thousands of miles. I don't want the first 6 celestial marks. Starting from the 7th celestial monument, I will forcefully break through, tear you apart, and completely refine it. Mysteries will manifest themselves, no matter what secrets you have. This is the sound from the end of the 99 stone steps in the sky. That terrible ancient power entrusted his soul and flesh shell in the first ancient capital. He has survived until now. Although he is slowly decaying, he still has not died. The Tianbei was pulled up and suspended on the 99 stone steps, and the ominous place was shrouded in the coercion of the Tianbei. However, the terrifying figures in the first ancient capital, whose strength had reached a terrifying level, were not affected, and began to sacrifice the Tianbei. The terrifying divine power turned into a black divine flame, burning the monument. No thought, no shape, no limit, walk through the world of Tianbei. In the first ancient capital, the animal's claws stretched across the sky, reached into the sky, and slapped the 7th heaven monument continuously, and the sound of chang chang was endless. Ha 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 eh. Laughter came from inside the first ancient capital, and the 99 stone steps were trembling. In the distant sky, Wolf Fang and Luzon are watching. What is it laughing at? Could it be that it has discovered the secret of the Tianbei? No matter what it is, we don't need to pay attention to it. It is currently our butcher's knife, which can fight against the heavens and the world. Wait until we establish contact with that world and let our ancestors descend, and see how it still commands us from above. As the Tianbei human, a loud laugh came from the first ancient capital, and said, in the past, in my era, only the legend of the Tianbei was heard, but there was never a trace of the Tianbei. I think it is because of you that you released the smoke, and the Tianbei appeared later. Hearing these words, the colors of Luzon and Spike in the distance changed, and they had a lot of associations. I feel that the Tianbei is compatible with people, has essence and blood, has spiritual thoughts, and is pregnant with an ancient city. A shout came from the first ancient capital of the ominous place, I want to refine you. The endless divine flames completely submerged the Tianbei, and the inner stone prison was like a stone egg, contained by endless divine power. Inside the stone prison, Xiao Chen was half awake and half confused, his spiritual thoughts wandering between silence and agility. Use your divine fire to burn my holy body, to be reborn from nirvana, to be sublimated to the utmost. He subconsciously muttered to himself, waiting for a breakthrough in the stone prison. Chapter 673 Breaking the Ancient Prison. On the otherworldly sky, at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps, the sun was covered by demon clouds in the first ancient capital, and the huge beast claws were covered with blue scales, constantly hitting the 7th heaven monument. The raging holy fire was burning, and the black flames collapsed the space, and it seemed that the entire alien world would be refined. But the 7th heaven monument showed no sign of melting at all, instead it became stronger and brighter as it burned, making it immortal. You can't let this guy do whatever he wants, he will exhaust the energy of the whole world. Langya looked stern, and there were bursts of coldness in his eyes. Maybe you can try to use its power to open the stone door at the end of the stone steps. Luzon smiled a little, without any worry at all. The magic flames are not extinguished, the energy is endless, and the source of spirit is endless. The ancient power in the first ancient capital is determined to dissolve the sky monument, seize the source, and absorb the imprint for his own use. 5 Emperors, this steel has a great connection with you. I will absorb its divine power to counter you and let you suffer the consequences. With a deep roar and suppressed excitement, it was exiled for endless years, never born or destroyed, almost dying, holding back endless resentment. At the far end of the sky, Langya communicates with Luzon through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Luzon nodded and said, try it. The wolf tooth walked thousands of miles, appeared in front of the 99 heavy stone steps, and said, Senior, if you want to break open the sky tablet and absorb the origin of the brand, I am afraid that this method will not work. There are unrivaled magic weapons in the sacred stone gate of the important place in my world, which are left by the holy ancestors. Seniors can use it to break open the sky tablet. You don't know the situation. Don't think that I don't know there is a lonely ghost inside. In the first ancient capital, Taiku Daneng sneered coldly and said, don't worry, I will open the stone gate, but then I will refine the soul power of the wild ghost inside for my use. Remember, I am your ancestor, and that wild ghost is nothing. Boom. At the same time, a huge animal claw reached out, and slapped the wolf's teeth away. The body of the ancestor of the other world, like a meteor, traveled thousands of miles through the sky, tearing open a long space crack. It kills me too. Langya's face was livid, his body was trembling under the anger, and his hands were clenched and creaking. Luzon looked calm, and said, even though its body is constantly rotting, we can't really kill him right now. Don't lose your sense of normalcy, you need to stay calm. Sooner or later, I'm going to turn it into ashes. Langya gritted his teeth, but he could only growl with spiritual consciousness, not daring to make a real sound. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise, and the entire foreign world shook, and hundreds of large space cracks that were tens of thousands of miles long spread. Not good. Langya let out a long howl, and rushed towards the distance quickly. There are 4 important places in the alien world, namely, Gods and Demons area, Kewu Civilization area, Primordial Cage area, and Ancient Ancestral Forbidden area. It was the Big Bang that happened in the Kewu Civilization area, and the world began to collapse, and it would cease to exist. There, the super arsenal was detonated. It can completely destroy several large worlds. Although the Kewu Civilization zone has been sealed for many years and has only recently been reopened, the power is enough to make people palpitate, and it has been developed to an extremely brilliant stage. Silent annihilation, the fusion and collision of positive and negative matter, the alien world is about to disappear completely. Langya's face was gloomy, he stretched his fingers together, and 10 sword chi surged horizontally and vertically, cutting off the sky, covering everything within a radius of 100,000 li. All of this happened in an instant, and the Kewu Civilization zone had just been annihilated, and it hadn't really spread to the whole world. Spike wiped out the Kewu Civilization area, filled the void with a radius of 100,000 li, and threw it into the endless chaos beyond the world. And Luzon held the world in his hands, filled the 100,000 miles of nothingness with endless chaos, reopened the world, the chaos rose, and the original area was opened up. No, I was fooled. Langya let out a cold snort, turned around and rushed towards another area of the 4 Great Lands, which was the Ancient Cage area. Countless felons were imprisoned there, and most of them were the strongest in various eras of Kyushu in the past. After long years of transformation, many of them have become cruel and cold-blooded killing machines. Such a group of people is a powerful combat force controlled by other worlds. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be very bad. But it was too late, and the 9 ancient lamps shone with soft light, covering the place. Although it is holy and peaceful, it imprisons everything, no one can approach it, no one can break through it, and it is as powerful as a wolf's fang and is blocked by the light curtain. It's okay. Although Luzon looked gloomy, he didn't panic. Because, the other 2 ancestors from other worlds are sitting there in person, and it seems that there will be no accidents in a short time. Moreover, those massacres are almost all controlled by them, and they are not afraid of betrayal. Boom. Sure enough, there was a fierce collision in the Ancient Cage area, where the divine power soared to the sky, and many figures soared into the sky, and there was a tragic battle with the heroes of Kyushu. Senior, please take action. Langya sent a voice transmission to the top of the 99 stone steps. Now, the Kyushu powerhouses have arrived at the door, and they are very angry. They are the descendants of the 5 emperors, these tiny bugs. Taiku has boundless killing intent, but he didn't make a move, because the 9 lanterns are suspended in the air, and it is difficult to break. It suffered a big loss last time, and now that part of its body has decayed, it naturally dare not take it lightly. The holy light in the ancient lamp seems to be specially designed to destroy its mark. Seeing this situation, Langya almost cursed. What is the use of supporting you? Domineering, but in the end he didn't do anything. These words were forcibly swallowed back by him. Senior, you can shatter the defense of the 9 lanterns with supernatural powers and mana, and you don't need to descend physically to kill them. Langya reminded. Is that what you said? Okay. Taiku Daneng suddenly roared, shaking mountains and rivers, shattering wind and clouds, and shaking all worlds. That kind of sound wave can destroy everything and kill anyone. Terrible killing intent, overwhelming, the ancient cage rushed away. Boom. Gorgeous rays of light continued to shoot up into the sky, erupting on the mask covered by the 9 lights, like millions of active volcanoes erupting at the same time, and like thousands of galaxies pouring down from the 9 heavens. The light became the only one, completely submerging there. Damn it. Langya retreated decisively, cursing angrily. Because around the mask, dozens of cultivators from other worlds were roared to death by the terrifying magic sound on the spot, their bodies collapsed, their bodies and spirits were completely annihilated, and no residue was left behind. At the same time, although several super ancestor gods escaped the sound killing, they were overwhelmed by the gorgeous light, and finally failed to escape. See, this is my strongest blow so far, but it can't penetrate the 9 lanterns. Now, I need time to refine the 7th heaven monument and absorb the imprint of the original source, so that I can take off the lamp and dig the tomb. At the end of the 99 stone steps, the voice of the ancient and powerful came from the first ancient capital. When the ancient great power said these words, he frowned, because he felt that there was a stone prison on the Tianbei that was absorbing his divine power crazily, and it was difficult to refine it. Langya's face was gloomy, and he almost cursed out loud. And the scheming Lu Zhan also had a very ugly look on his face. This ancient power was obviously warning them, but it was too arrogant. In the blink of an eye, it is really overbearing to let several super ancestor gods from another world die unexpectedly and be screamed to death by the sound wave. I don't believe that the ancient monument can't be broken. In the first ancient capital, the ancient power continued to stimulate the divine power, trying to smash the monument. At this moment, the stone prison inside the Tianbei is like a stone egg, pregnant with Xiao Chen, absorbing the divine power from the outside, and constantly transforming the essence. But Xiao Chen fell into a deep sleep. Unaware of all this, his flesh and blood body was transforming, and gradually became brighter. Click click. In the millions of mountains in the distance, a super teleportation array collapsed, and 2 demon bodies manifested. Their power was so powerful that the surrounding space was cracked, and the blood of stone men flowed from their bodies. It was the other 2 ancestors of the alien world who rushed out of the ancient cage area, but they were not able to bring out all the felons, only a group of terrifying killing machines followed. The teleportation array that they personally sacrificed and refined was thus shattered. King Pan Jiyu is here. The 2 ancestors from other worlds were not seriously injured, but their eyes were burning, obviously aggrieved just now. How many stone kings are here? Langya asked. 3, King Pengu, Emperor Shizhong, and a member of the Nishan family. King Pan Jiyu comes out to fight. Lu Zhan shouted. King Pengu is their old enemy, and the 4 ancestors have inexplicable knots in their hearts. Pengu. At the end of the 99 heavy stone steps, the ancient master who sent his soul to the first ancient capital said to himself, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, within the curtain of light shrouded by the 9 lanterns, Emperors Yao and Shun all came, and Kaiyu and Xingtian also came in person, but they did not have any advantage. It can be said that the fight was very difficult. Because there are many felons imprisoned in the ancient prison area, most of them are heroes from the past of Kyushu, they can't kill them, but those killing machines have no scruples. At this moment, KK also came here with her father. The little guy has many treasures on him, and at the critical moment, he sacrificed the ancient scroll and sent it to Emperor Yao and Shun. The 2 joined forces to sacrifice, and the huge picture scroll spread out, and the mountains and rivers inside were magnificent, like a real big world covering it, and a large number of lost strong people were immediately taken in, and the pressure was immediately relieved. However, many of the strong men imprisoned in this ancient cage area have existed for endless years, and have run through many civilization histories. Although they have lost themselves and their minds have been controlled, their cultivation has not fallen, and they are so powerful that they are shocking. Although those stone figures who are not perfect are not as good as stone kings, it is difficult for them all to be included in the ancient scrolls. The fierce battle continued. If King Pan Jiyu and Emperor Shizhong hadn't suppressed it, everyone might be in danger. Yes, this ancient cage area is indeed very scary. The origin of some stone figures can even be traced back hundreds of millions of years ago, and some of them were sinners in disordered land, in the past, strong men who were contemporary with King Pengu. If this continues, the 18 layers of ancient prisons will all be breached, all the killers will be rescued, and our years of hard work will be in vain. Now they have broken through 10 cages, and they must be stopped. It is difficult for the 4 great ancestors of the alien world to calm down. Lu Zhan's voice was calm, but his tone was very strong. He said, 18 layers of cages, the last 8 layers are more difficult to attack than the first layer. They have to pay the price for this, even if there is a stone king. 18 layers of ancient cages, the more powerful the suppressed characters are at the end, even they are unwilling to use it easily. This is not the solution after all. Although they can be severely injured, the most powerful killers must also be injured or taken away. This is the brainchild of us for many years and we cannot give up. Another stone king clenched his fists and said, it is time to wipe them all out. At this moment, around the 4 great ancestors, there were shadows, and the gods surrounded them, waiting to be dispatched. Boom! At this moment, smoke and dust rose from the forbidden zone of ancient ancestors, in the other world, and a powerful figure rose into the sky. Among the 4 major places in the foreign world, the forbidden area of the ancient ancestors is the most mysterious and terrifying. All those who can practice there can be called ancestors. They are the most potential ancient gods. Some people have not been born in the history of civilization. Okay, another hero has been added to our world. The 4 great ancestors also showed gratified smiles under this situation. It has to be said that the other world has a profound background, has accumulated countless civilization histories, and there have been too many terrifying characters. And this person has a lot of background. He participated in the plan to kill the ancestor dragon in the past. Using the taboo method to deceive the sky, directing all the grievances of endless creatures in more than a dozen destroyed worlds to the proto-dragon, she successfully used the power of karma to suppress herself with the Tianbei summoned by the proto-dragon. Although he was not the mastermind, he also put in a lot of effort. At this moment, all the gods looked towards the forbidden area of the ancient ancestors, which was their greatest reliance and the foundation of their everlasting prosperity. Brush. With a flash of light, a red-haired man rushed in front of him. He was a flesh and blood body that was infinitely close to the supreme ancestor god. Okay, finally someone in our world is about to achieve the highest level of the flesh and blood ancestor god. In the future, he will definitely be able to climb to the top and look down on the powerhouses of all worlds. The red-haired man saluted respectfully, and said, "It all depends on the guidance of the ancestor." Roar. At this moment, an extremely sad and angry dragon whistle came from the 9-light curtain, and a powerful dragon shadow rose into the sky, but the light curtain did not hurt him. Long Ying turned into a man, stood on the light curtain, pointed at Spike Fang and the red-haired man, and said, "It's a fair fight, let the 2 of you join forces." It was Jagon, the human devil, who was so angry that his dragon's blood was boiling. Even though he was notorious for a long time, he had never been so excited, but he couldn't control himself when he saw the blood-haired man. "It turned out to be you, little dragon cub. When I killed the proto-dragon, I only tried my best. It was a pity at that time, and I didn't feel a sense of accomplishment. Well, I will cut the grass and root out today." The red-haired man strode forward. "Little wolf cub, white-eyed wolf, I raised you for nothing." Langya stared at Jagon, and then sent a voice transmission to the red-haired man, saying, "Don't go there, his cultivation is already unfathomable and we can't manipulate it at will." "Okay, I'll fight against him with supernatural powers." The red-haired man was very obedient. He had been promoted to the extremely high level of the supreme ancestor god, and he might be able to be truly perfect in the future. At this moment, Jagon has calmed down. He was able to maintain a calm and peaceful state of mind during the battle. Even if it was the revenge of killing his mother, he temporarily forgot, and he played one of his strongest rules. What exists, forget it. The world of mortals is full of mortals, and it is disillusioned in the eyes. What has passed away, remember it. The moment is eternal, and it stays in the heart. This is the rule created by him and Kiki's father in the past, and the 2 almost killed Langya back then. Now, he is approaching the perfect realm of the supreme ancestor god, and his power is incomparable. Pale face, decadent and melancholy, but God is terrifying. Silently, the red-haired ancestor god was disillusioned on the spot, and his figure gradually faded and disappeared. "Closer to the supreme ancestor god than me." These were the only words he left behind. Boom! With a loud bang, he was completely wiped out, and there was nothing left. Everyone was shocked. An ancestor who was close to the supreme ancestor god was obliterated in this way. The strength of the human demon Gegan was surprising. Langya was about to make a move. He was severely injured by Zhe Qian more than once, and the resentment in his heart reached the point where it could not be added. But Lu Zan grabbed him and said, "No need to take action, let them all be wiped out today, even if you pay a heavy price." At this moment, the gods retreated like water, and followed the 4 ancestors into the forbidden zone of ancient ancestors. "Summon the Holy Patriarch." This is the ruthless voice of Lu Zan. The 4 great ancestors stood on an incomparably huge altar. Except for those ancestors who could be called ancestors who had retreated and did not appear, all the gods stood in the distance and silently recited the ancient mantra together. The majestic aura rose to the sky from the ancient altar, and time seemed to be reversing, as if returning to the ancient times. Chapter 674 The Holy Ancestor of Another World, Past, Present, and Future. The blood-colored altar is made entirely of boulders. It is thousands of feet high, surpassing the surrounding mountains, making people daunting. Blood gurgled and flowed down the thousands of feet high platform. It was the blood of gods, the plasma of demons, poured on the altar, and the whole body was dyed red. The bloody smell is tangy, and the sight of it makes one's heart chill. The call of thousands of years, the prayer of hundreds of millions of years, the ancestors of the ancient times, your descendants are calling, come to the supreme Dharma body. The holy ancestor who looks down on the heavens and the world and is invincible in his life, your most pious descendants call for your return. The four ancestors looked devout, and the gods knelt down to worship, and all showed awe in the face of the blood-flowing altar. Everyone was praying and summoning the ancestors to come. The curse-like voice became louder and louder, and the expressions of the gods became more and more serious. The demonic power was surging, making one's heart palpitate. Boom! The blood-colored altar of thousands of feet shook violently, and a bloody light shot up into the sky. Engraved pictures appeared on the ancient altar. The pictures were extremely vivid, as if a soul was about to be resurrected. The immense coercion makes people tremble, as powerful as the four great ancestors, and they all lower their heads. Boom! On the huge altar, all the blood-colored engravings were shining brightly. Those dazzling light beams gathered together to form a huge blood-colored space gate. The majestic aura surged out, and everyone was like duckweed in a tsunami, almost blown away and smashed to pieces. Kala-A! There was a huge breathing sound, very heavy, as if a huge ancient beast was waking up from a deep sleep. Yes, that was indeed the sound of breathing, but it blew out like a gust of wind, and the gods swayed, retreating quickly, avoiding the huge space door. Kang-dang! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, blood rained heavily, and the huge blood-red space door was suddenly pushed open. At the same time, the blood-colored altar was blazing, and all the divine blood poured on the raw dough burned, turning into blood and rushing towards the giant gate of space, providing it with vast divine power. The altar became more and more gorgeous, and all the densely packed characters and patterns flew out, arranged in a very regular manner, and fixed the giant gate. The complicated tangible characters and patterns make the giant door indestructible and unbreakable. The door of the blood-colored space is crystal clear, extremely mysterious, and the power of magic is shaking. It has been hundreds of millions of years, and I finally have hope again, and my body will return. At this moment, a giant black claw was as big as a mountain, and it protruded ferociously, causing endless storms, making it difficult for the gods to stand around, and the terrifying aura shook the entire alien world. Everyone showed a look of excitement. The holy ancestor came, and he will be invincible in the world, and all enemies in the heavens and worlds will be wiped out. This is the holy ancestor from the mysterious world. Only the holy objects in the heavens can guide the way to reach that world. For hundreds of millions of years, many unrivaled heroes have been unable to enter, but now a living ancestor is about to return. The alien world is boiling. Boom! The giant black claw is like the devil's world-destroying claw. It is pitch black and covered with fine scales. It has a gloomy light and contains unimaginable divine power. The moment it protrudes out, everything around it ceases to exist and is completely destroyed. In the end, it was surrounded by chaos, and the real world simply couldn't contain it. My body can't stand in the illusory world, and the 99 stone steps are brought here to carry my body, and I find the holy city that I left behind in the past, and entrust my primordial spirit. The huge sound shook the past and the future. All the heavens and myriad worlds seemed to be pierced by this unimaginable sound wave, and the magic sound reverberated between the heavens and the earth. The blood of many outsider monks is boiling. Who can beat such a powerful ancestor? In front of him, the 99 heavy stone steps were occupied by the ancient power, and the holy city of the first ancient capital was also occupied by him. What's going on? Someone sent the primordial spirit to my holy city. That giant black claw with dense scales was churning out bursts of terrifying evil spirit in the chaos. Although it is protruding out with difficulty, it seems that its body is difficult to pass through the giant gate, and there is a strong force preventing it from returning. Report to the holy ancestor. Langya was the first to stand up and speak out the ancient power. Who is it to take my name and occupy my holy city? The mighty sound of the sky shattered the endless rivers and mountains below, and the terrifying sound waves covered the 99 stone steps. While speaking, the giant black claws grabbed it all at once, tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. A cyan animal claw sticks out and resists head-on. At the same time, a deafening voice sounds, saying, "Since you have already entered that world, why bother to return? All the heavens and worlds are mine." Boom! Two giant claws, one gleaming blue and one dark and creepy, all covered with scales, collided together and sparked, and the laws of order intertwined into a net, destroying everything. If it weren't for their own careful control, the alien world would cease to exist and collapse completely. Even so, all the gods in the distance were blown away, and they all stayed away from the scene. It's you, the loser who was exiled. The ancestor of the alien world seemed to recognize its identity, let out a long cry, and said, "It's not dead yet, so we can be called allies. Unfortunately, when I was exiled back then, you didn't save me, but entered the only realm. Since then, we are no longer allies." When I said this, the 99 stone steps suddenly shook violently, and endless divine light burst out from the first ancient capital, covering the giant black claws. "I will return, you can't stop it." The giant claws of the holy ancestor from another world vibrated and resisted with all his strength. But at this moment, tens of thousands of miles away, in front of the blood-colored giant gate of space, a huge monument suddenly appeared. Boom! The Tianbei shook and directly suppressed the divine gate, causing the spatial gate to collapse. At the same time, the thousands of feet high blood-colored altar below suddenly cracked, unable to provide energy for the gate of space. Bold, you, the ancestor of the alien world, was furious. "Yes, I want to lend you a hand. I have been exiled for many years, and my flesh has dried up. I need your strength. Your flesh and blood is what I need most." Immemorial Mighty shouts, "It is impossible for him to let the ancestor of the other world return with his whole body, otherwise it would not be able to deal with it in its current state." The four ancestors of the other world were furious, and all the gods changed their colors, and they were about to attack. However, at the next moment, they all held back, because they heard the sound transmission from the holy ancestor, telling them to hold back, or they would all be wiped out. "Okay, old friend, I entrust the descendant to you, and leave an arm to you." Boom! The huge demonic claw on the sky suddenly broke, and the sky was stained with demonic blood. At the same time the gate of space officially collapsed. The ancestor of the alien world was blocked from going back. Taigu Daneng sneered and said, "It's nice to say, if you completely return to your real body, would you still say that? But don't worry, I will not kill your descendants now, I need them." Boom! The ancient altar collapsed completely, the thousands of feet high rocky mountain was turned into fly ash, and the space gate in the sky completely disappeared. The result of summoning the holy ancestor was unexpectedly difficult for everyone to accept. The establishment of this altar took endless painstaking efforts of the gods from other worlds, and it was destroyed in one fell swoop, driving the four great ancestors crazy, but they could only bear it and had no choice. The cyan beast claw grabbed the black devil claw and returned to the 99 heavy stone steps, then tore it apart, and began to absorb the supreme magic flame, and grabbed the sky tablet back, using it as a sacrifice to the holy fire. In the ancient cage area of the foreign world, 9 lights were shining, and the holy light rushed into the sky. King Pengu and others felt the danger and all retreated. The 18th ancient prison was captured by them and the 15th was captured, but it became more and more difficult in the end, and heavy casualties occurred, so everyone chose to retreat temporarily. Although unwilling, the 2 great emperors, King Pengu and Yao and Shun, agreed that they had to retreat, because the 9 lights warned that this place would be extremely dangerous. I don't know if it's because of the unimaginable beings imprisoned in the last layer of the 18-layer ancient cage, or because of the alien ancestor and the ancient power. Brush. The 9 lanterns enveloped the crowd, and they left in an instant. The sky full of rays of light tore through the barrier of the great world and disappeared. In the restricted area of the ancient ancestors, the gods were angry. Facing the 99 stone steps, they felt powerless. However, at the next moment, a shocking change happened. Boom! On the sky, the blood-red space gate reappeared. This time, a black specter with a height of 10,000 feet, covered in scales, tore through the giant gate of space in an instant, and charged straight out. The holy ancestor appears. It is our holy ancestor, he has returned. The gods were boiling, and they never expected that after being extremely lost, they suddenly turned around. The 99 stone steps trembled. Taiku Daneng felt a sense of crisis for the first time, and smashed the sky monument with his claws forward, while countless order gods twisted into a sky net and covered the demon body. "You loser, how dare you block my steps and destroy my return plan, today I will obliterate you." The alien ancestor roared, showing his murderous intentions, and in the chaotic clouds, those magic eyes were extremely scary, and the light made the Stone Man King feel chills down his spine. "You are not his real body, you are an incarnation." Taiku Daneng seemed to let out a sigh of relief, and said with a sneer, "That's good, it sent me another wave of divine power." Wishful thinking. Several great ancestors teamed up to restore the Scarlet Sacred Gate. "The avatar I descended on is no different from my real body. The purpose is to kill you and save our descendants." Hearing this sentence, Taiji Daneng turned around and fled while riding 99 heavy stone steps. He is no better than he was then, his flesh shell is almost rotten, and he cannot compete with his peers in the past at all. The ancient power knows that this incarnation of the ancestor of the other world cannot last forever in this world. As long as it is avoided for a few hours, the other party will naturally perish by itself. At that time, it will rule the world, and no one can stop it. However, he suddenly yelled in horror, and the 99 stone steps were frozen. To be exact, the first ancient capital was locked, its flesh shell and primordial spirit were stored in it, unable to move. You shouldn't, you entrusted your primordial spirit in the holy city that I left behind. It was left when I was in nirvana, and it belongs to me. The holy ancestor from another world showed his murderous intentions, and the monstrous demonic energy gushed out from the 10,000-foot demonic body. At this moment, all the heavens and all realms trembled, and all the stone kings felt this destructive aura. No, Taiku Power yelled, but it couldn't change all of this at all. Although the other party was an incarnation, it had accumulated enough divine power. If the real body came within a limited time, the first ancient capital would be under the control of the other party, and it could do nothing. The source of eternal hatred in the world seals the demon emperor. Every word uttered by the holy patriarch of the other world possessed supreme mana power, and he was almost stunned for every word. After each word fell out, his figure became darker, and endless power was drawn, sealing the first ancient capital. Ah, no, Taiku Daneng exclaimed, but it was difficult to change all of this. The first ancient capital seemed to be covered and completely sealed. Use the divine power of the heavens and the world to destroy the demon emperor. At this moment, the holy patriarch of the other world was radiant. Black holes appeared on his body, and he was connected to all worlds in an instant. He drew endless mighty power from each big world, and submerged towards the first ancient capital. This astonishing method deeply shocked the gods, even the 4 great ancestors could only sigh, they couldn't do it at all. Boom! On the 99 heavy stone steps, the first ancient capital trembled violently, and the immemorial almighty demon emperor screamed again and again. Even though it was capable and powerful, it could not change everything at this moment. It was his biggest mistake and regret that the primordial spirit was entrusted in the ancient capital built by the other party's nirvana, but who would have thought that the ancestors from other worlds could return? This can only be blamed on the monster emperor's bad luck. Please ask the ancestors to kill him completely. The 4 ancestors spoke together. When the strength has reached its level, it can no longer be killed. It can only be wiped out naturally by the world and the years. The endless black hole on the ancestor of the alien world disappeared, and he was cut off from the world. The borrowed divine power was enough to completely submerge the first ancient capital. Then there is only one end, and that is death. Hearing this, everyone felt that it was unreal, that the mighty immemorial power had been dealt with. It can only be blamed on itself for daring to occupy the holy city I left behind. Boom! Speaking of this, the ancestor of the alien world grabbed the 7th heaven monument and suppressed it into the first ancient capital at the same time. With this divine steel, the destruction of the demon emperor can be accelerated, and it won't take many years. All the gods worshipped and knelt down on the ground at the same time, calling the holy ancestor immortal. Please ask the ancestors to open the seal of the stone gate to solve the crisis. Lu Zan said with a big salute, but the holy shadow of the demon king inside the stone gate could not come out, which led to the demon emperor's rampant rampage and dominance in other worlds. If the phantom can be born, it will be enough to deter the powerhouses of the heavens and the world. Okay, I'm running out of time, so let's uncover the seal of the stone gate first. The holy ancestor of the other world made a move, and once again borrowed the power of the 10,000 realms. At this moment, all the creatures from all walks of life were trembling, even the Stone King felt the fear. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, the seal of the stone gate was broken. Roar! There was a magical howl, and the ghost rushed out at that time, looking at the world, as if it could see through the heavens and worlds with a glance. Brother, you can't do without the stone steps, so continue to guard this world. The ancestor of the alien world said to the ghost. Hearing this, the phantom immediately returned to the stone gate, and with a bang, the stone gate closed. Please the holy ancestor destroy the old enemy in our world. Lu Zan knew that the incarnation of the holy ancestor could not last forever and was about to perish, so he wanted to use the holy ancestor to wipe everything away. Are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors gone? 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from the eyes of the holy ancestor from another world. All perish and become Lois. Lu Zan replied. Impossible, they won't die, even I'm still alive, there's a reason why they don't enter the only real world. The ancestor of the alien world said to himself. It is indeed dead. The demon emperor confirmed that all the emperors before the ancient times have died. Several ancestors said this. What happened? They fell. Okay, I'm going to destroy their descendants now. Destroy all hope. You lead the way. I'm running out of time. The four ancestors including Lu Xun didn't have any nonsense. They led the way and directly entered the prehistoric heaven, intending to kill King Panjiu and others. But at this moment, at the end of the 99 stone steps in the other world, the Tianbei in the first ancient capital was flooded with endless divine power, including the demon emperor, the ancestors of the other world, and the divine power of the heavens and myriad worlds. Amazing changes are taking place in the stone prison in the seventh heaven monument. The prehistoric celestial world shook, and the four great ancestors of the other world led the way for the holy ancestor, which shocked all the creatures in the celestial world. Pangu King, you are all dead. When they arrived at the heaven realm, Lu Xun and others flew straight in one direction. Although their forces withdrew from the heaven realm, they left behind many eyes and ears. Naturally, they knew where the Kyushu Yingji was. You retreat and return to the other world. At this moment, the ancestor of the other world suddenly changed his color. What's wrong with Shengsu? Langya asked in surprise. The emperor is still alive. The ancestor of the alien world said this, showing an extremely dignified expression, and the 10,000-foot demon body stood there like a monument. This place. Lu Xun gasped, and his color changed on the spot. This place is the ancient land of 100,000 miles, where the tomb of the former our emperor was located. At this moment, at the end of the sky, a big hand is pulling a small figure from far to near, gradually becoming clear. Finally, the big rough hand disappeared, and the small figure walked slowly, and gradually grew up, becoming a figure overlooking the world, majestic and majestic. Standing in front of him, he didn't emit a powerful aura, and didn't have a terrifying wave of divine thoughts. He was like a phantom, but it blocked the ancestor of the alien world and made him change color. Silent and silent, this heroic man is extremely majestic, with black hair like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind, and deep eyes. It seems that he can look forward to the past, present, and future. There is one person here who can stop the power of the kings of all realms. Little Stone Emperor. Lu Xun's expression changed in shock. He never expected that the fallen Little Stone Emperor would be reborn. Isn't he dead? Why did he reappear in the world? Langya, the ancestor of the alien world, also felt chills. This hero of the ages was invincible in ancient times, let alone in this state now. I am afraid that the incarnation of the ancestor cannot suppress the opponent. He is indeed dead, and I gradually understand. The ancestor of the alien world said to himself, the past, the present, and the future are so bold. Holy ancestor, Lu Xun and the others asked out of nowhere. You return to the ancestral land immediately, don't delay. The ancestor of the alien world gave such an order with a solemn expression. Obviously, it was all because of the stalwart majesty in front of him, a Little Stone Emperor. The past, the present, and the future, so it is. The patriarch of the other world sighed, unfortunately, I can't pass this news to the only real world. Chapter 675, Birth of Nirvana. The stunningly talented Little Stone Emperor was invincible in the world during his lifetime, and he climbed to the most extreme peak of the realm of cultivation, looking through the ages, overlooking the world, and is no longer invincible. Now that it has reappeared in the world, even if King Shi sees it, his face will change. Boom! The ancestor of the other world shot directly, and a ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows. It was the condensation of the law of order, the sublimation of the endless years of perception, and the Stone King would be wiped out when he touched it. He doesn't have much time, and it's difficult to stay in this world for a long time, so he must get rid of Little Stone Emperor as soon as possible. Ding! Little Stone Emperor's eyes were deep, and his fingers pierced the sky. A little bit of divine brilliance shot out, like a divine flower just blooming, like a rising sun, like a bright moon in the sky, gorgeous and sacred, shattering that ray of light. The ancestor of the alien world is chaotic and misty, with countless black holes appearing in his body, and he is connected with the heavens and worlds in an instant. He is not a real body, but an incarnation. With the help of the mighty power of the endless world, he wants to obliterate the Little Stone Emperor. Rumbling. There are endless black holes, and each black hole channel is connected to a real big world, which suddenly surges with endless majestic power. Blood destroys the Emperor of myriad worlds. A little bit of blood dripped from the body of the holy patriarch of the other world, and each drop of blood could destroy a big world, but at this moment, it communicated with those black holes, and then turned into a rain of blood, sweeping towards the Little Stone Emperor. The blood beads are like swords, bursting out with dazzling red light, completely covering and enveloping the little stone emperor. This is enough to destroy all things and worlds. The little stone emperor is majestic, invincible in ancient and modern times. His body is radiant, standing on the sky. His hands are constantly forming seals, his black hair is dancing wildly, his eyes are as sharp as swords, and the seal of shattered eternity is constantly on display. Bang bang bang. Little stone emperor's palm prints are like the way of heaven, blocking the holy power that can destroy all things. His figure is like clouds and fog, blood light collapses wherever he passes, and black holes collapse. Throughout the ages, there are so many outstanding people. I think that as soon as they are killed, all the talents will perish. The saint ancestor from another world whispered, and the magic voice seemed to have a mysterious curse power. Suddenly, the magic cloud covered the sun and flooded the ancient land of 100,000 miles. The little stone emperor was happy and fearless, broke through the bloody light, defeated the demon cloud, and approached him with his fingerprints like a rainbow, gently splitting down. Clang clang clang. Cold lightning flashed in the eyes of the holy ancestor from another world, and they collided with the fingerprint continuously. The two smashed the sky, rushed out of the prehistoric heaven, and came to the nothingness. If not, all worlds will be shattered by them, and their divine power exceeds the limit power allowed in this world. The prehistoric heaven shook, and all the kings rose into the sky, breaking through the barrier of the great world, and looking into the endless void. It was a fierce battle between the emperors, comparable to the supreme battle of the supreme powers in ancient times, and for the kings, it was the best opportunity to break through. The little stone emperor and the ancestors of other worlds are comparable to the Tao of heaven and earth, and they have reached their level and are already the incarnation of Tao, with thousands of orders and hundreds of millions of laws at their fingertips. The eternal order that can be shattered is the most basic element. They are constantly reorganizing and weaving the endless net of heaven. This battle is the most original collision. Boom! The 10,000 Zhang demon body of the holy ancestor from another world burst into a flower of blood in the nothingness. His shoulder was pierced, his bones were exposed, endless black scales were flying, and the blood rained down. However, several drops of blood contained too much divine power and splashed into the heavens and worlds. Suddenly, several worlds collapsed and turned into chaos. The kings were horrified, and all of them changed their colors. This mighty power from time immemorial of the Supreme Emperor is really terrifying. The kings asked themselves that they were invincible, and there was a gap between the strengths of the two. Lu Zhan frowned, but he didn't delay any longer. He left the heaven together with the other three ancestors from other worlds and returned to the ancestral land of other worlds. Little Stone Emperor is reborn, so is it true that he is not dead? This is everyone's question. Perhaps, compared to the past, this is the Little Stone Emperor of the future. In the past, the Little Stone Emperor was invincible in the world, looking through the ages and invincible hands. He once rushed to the ancient times to fight against people, and once rushed to the future to find a rival. Perhaps, this is the figure rushing to the future. A king made such an inference, and many people nodded in agreement, but many people were skeptical and disbelieving. I am the Tao, evolve all things, order the Tao to command the heavens, return to the source, dust to dust, and you dissipate. The low-pitched roar of the ancestor of the other world, at the critical moment of the battle, he turned into the source of Tao, and his form became a cloud of chaotic light. At the same time, the Little Stone Emperor has also turned into a source of Tao, and it is no longer possible for the tangible magic gods to kill each other, and they will carry out the final blow. Everything is tainted, heaven and earth are lacking, the Tao is incomplete, I am independent, eternally one, inseparable, neither born nor destroyed. This is the sound made by Little Stone Emperor after turning into a cost source. Bang bang bang. The two groups of Tao sources made a crushing sound and blended together. After a terrible impact, there was finally a loud noise. Boom. The saint ancestor from another world was knocked out of his original shape, the 10,000 Zhang demon body was dripping with blood, black scales flew everywhere, and almost his whole body was pierced. On the other side, the Little Stone Emperor's Tao source was no longer stable, and slowly transformed into a heroic and majestic man with bloodstains on his messy black hair and many cracks all over his body. Through the past and the present, travel through the endless world hotels, walk in the past, present and future, the old enemy is immortal, the Emperor is not extinct, I hate that I can't pass this news back to the only real world. Boom, the patriarch from the other world collapsed, and his body turned into dots of light and disappeared. I don't know if it was because the time was up, or because he was beaten by the Little Stone Emperor. All the kings changed their colors, and everyone was terrified. At the same time, the little stone emperor's body slowly faded away, and finally shattered, turning into nothingness. On this day, the prehistoric world boiled. The little stone emperor was so talented that he was reborn and killed the patriarch from another world. Although many people said that it was his future body, this could only be regarded as his last appearance and disappeared forever, but it still aroused infinite respect and fear in people's hearts. The little stone emperor is unparalleled, and he is proud of the ages. After reaching this level, he raises his hand to let the ancestors of other worlds be wiped out. He will have no regrets even if he dies. And related to this, the mirror of the 3 emperors and the pagoda of the 5 emperors have once again become important weapons that the kings pay attention to. Everyone is looking for them. People have reason to believe that the only 2 treasures left by the emperor can provide an opportunity to become an emperor. The years are rushing, like the passing water in the east, tens of thousands of years flow by silently in a blink of an eye. During this period, many battles took place, fighting for the mirror of the 3 emperors and searching for the tower of the 5 emperors. Many kings were involved, and the heavens entered an era of war. And Kyushu Yingji broke into the other world several times, but finally returned without success. On the 99 heavy stone steps, the seal of the stone gate was untied, and the holy shadow of the demon reappeared. No one can match it. The last 3 layers of the Taiku cage area could not be broken through, and the felons detained could not be rescued. During this period, foreign worlds also came to Kyushu and the Quartet world several times, and civilization encountered devastating attacks several times. But they did not dare to exterminate all living creatures. Because of the mutation of the 9 lamps, a light and shadow were produced. Relying on the light and shadow, Yao Shun and other great emperors once swore that if the 9 states were destroyed, the other world would also be destroyed. If everyone is in a desperate situation and no one has any worries, it must be a situation where both sides suffer. The years passed by like this, and no one can tell how many years have passed through the 3 civilizations in this way. During these long years, the heavens fought endlessly, and many people died. Among them, Kiki's ancestor, a generation of stone kings, also unfortunately disappeared. He didn't die at the hands of other worlds, but was attacked and killed in the heavens, causing a sensation. And in this process, whether in Kyushu or other worlds, many talents withered. In the history of the 3 civilizations, many people perish and become history, disappearing forever, and many people become legends, gradually growing and becoming stronger. Yes, after the history of 3 civilizations passed, a new Stone King was born. Of course, there are still some people whose names have been annihilated in the long river of history, gradually being forgotten, and gradually fading out of everyone's memory. Among them is Xiao Chen. Few people can remember this name. He disappeared for too long, and the long years are enough to erase all traces. When it was about to enter the 4th history of civilization, the first ancient capital in another world underwent a shocking change on this day. The holy city, which was originally peaceful, shook violently, and the 7th heaven monument seemed to be resurrected, soaring into the sky. Stop it! Dozens of figures shot up into the sky. Over the endless years, the gods from other worlds have been studying the steel, and tried to break it many times together, but all failed. In the long history of the 3 civilizations, the powerful demon emperor before the ancient times was completely extinct, and the huge energy was absorbed by the ancient capital. According to Lu Zan, it is necessary to refine the demon emperor, smash the sky monument, build the first holy city, and send the holy ancestor into the only real world in the future. But I never thought that the Tianbei inserted in the ancient capital has never been broken, and it is fighting for energy. Boom! The 4 great ancestors appeared at the same time, and the 4 joined forces to knock down the Tianbei. At the same time, at the end of the 99 stone steps, the phantom made a move, grabbed the steel, and reinserted it in the ancient capital, intending to continue refining. Boom! Suddenly, a stone prison manifested and flew away from between the fingers of the phantom, tearing open the barrier of the great world. No one thought that such an artifact would fly out of the Tianbei. The sky mark in the sky monument disappeared, and was taken away by the stone prison, and the order law of the phantom intertwined, and it was too late when it shrouded it, and there was no trace of the stone prison. Find it, and search all the heavens and worlds for me. Lu Zan was furious. In any case, he never thought that there would be a stone prison inside the 7th heaven monument, which is a bit unbelievable. The stone prison continuously passed through the barrier of the great world, and fell down in a lifeless world. There was no vitality here, and it belonged to the ancient world that had come to an end and was about to return to chaos. Click click, the 3-meter square stone prison was cracking, a little blood overflowed along the cracks of the stone, and then bursts of dazzling light shot out. Boom! In the end, the stone prison was completely torn open, and a large blood-colored cocoon fell to the ground. It was conceived by the stone prison and was born today, and a little bit of blood flowed out from there. Boom! Suddenly, the brilliance was overwhelming, the blood-colored cocoon shattered, and a man with black hair and black eyes rushed out. The light in his eyes was as sharp and compelling as lightning. There was a little blood on his body, and a layer of stone blood armor was shed, revealing a crystal-clear flesh and blood body, with a little bit of precious light flowing. It is Xiao Chen who has disappeared 3 civilization histories and has been forgotten by the world. He has not seen the light of day until today. I have finally returned to this world. His flesh and blood body was shining brightly, even more compelling than the stone body of the Stone King, and it contained endless divine power, making people horrified and trembling. The sharp eyes were like 2 heavenly knives, cutting through the sky and piercing the barrier of the great world in an instant. Xiao Chen didn't leave immediately, but looked down at the stone prison, or the miniature city of God. This broken ancient city was slowly healing and reorganizing. Xiao Chen's blood flowed on it, as if alive. Quang! After the reorganization of the miniature God city, it floated up, and then gradually became smaller, appearing between Xiao Chen's palms, no different from the shrunken 5 Emperors Tower. This is my own real God city. Chapter 676. It's really not me. No one can become a king in one step. Even though Xiao Chen had a lot of opportunities, it took a full 3 civilization histories to see the light of day again, and his strength reached the realm of Stone King. However, there is still a big difference between him and the Stone King. He is made of flesh and blood, not a cold stone body. It's not that he abandoned the stone and refused to walk, but simply transformed to the level of the supreme ancestor god. In fact, he once built a miniature god city, and in the self-proclaimed stone prison, he sat in meditation on the history of 3 civilizations. Compared with the Stone King, he has paid only a lot more hardships and tribulations. Xiao Chen's flesh shell is no worse than Stone King, even stronger than Stone King. His fresh flesh and blood is full of incomparable vitality. Only when he reaches the same level can he feel how terrifying the blood in his body is, just like a mortal facing the boiling magma deep in the ground. Yes, it is as powerful as the Stone King, and it retains its flesh and blood unbelievably. There is no doubt that the blood in its body is one of the terrifying weapons. Xiao Chen kept crossing the barrier of the great world to find his way back, and then he returned to Kyushu first. The history of 3 civilizations has passed. The prosperity and decline of civilizations on the earth, like the ebb and flow of the tide, once soared to the sky, and also once plummeted, with several times of rise and fall, and several times of near extinction. Up to now, there are many races, and the civilization of gods and demons coexists with the civilization of science and technology, but it cannot compare with the glory of the past. The stars and the moon were dim, and the night wind was blowing slowly. Although many changes had taken place in the entire landscape, it was still recognizable. However, the people of the past are long gone. After the history of the 3 civilizations has passed, all traces of the past have disappeared, completely obliterated by the years. Xiao Chen stood on a skyscraper and looked into the distance at night. The city gradually became quiet in the middle of the night. Thousands of miles away, there are still monks flying by in another city of gods and demons. It is a strange feeling for him to blend the civilization of gods and demons with the civilization of science and technology. In the end, Xiao Chen sighed. The past has become the norm, and he doesn't know how many old people he will be able to see after the endless years have passed. The history of the 3 civilizations is simple to say, but it is the endless passage of time. During this long time, the sea has changed, the stars have fallen, and some worlds have even collapsed, let alone tiny lives. With a thought in his mind, Xiao Chen had already arrived at the former old prehistoric ancient village. He spread out his palm, and a purple jade bracelet emerged, distorting the void immediately, and a faintly hidden ancient village appeared. Xiao Chen took a step forward and walked into the illusory Zulong village. He was surprised to find that there were 3 huge stone cities standing side by side outside the ancient village. The 3 ancient cities are full of vitality, and the essence is not exhausted. Xiao Chen nodded. The Black Dragon King, the Red Dragon King, and the Nalong King were all nirvana, and embarked on the road of the Stone Man King. Now that the history of the 3 civilizations has passed, if they are not dead, they will be born soon. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a strange aura originating from the ancient village. This prehistoric ancient village is very unusual. After reaching the realm of the Stone King, Xiao Chen really understood why the ancestor dragon chose this place in the past. The ancient village contains the atmosphere of the ancient times, and flows with mysterious power. Yes, it seems to be out of tune with the outside world, as if everything is illusory, only the ancient village is real. For a moment, he thought of the only real world. Could it be a village moved from that world? It can be said that this is entirely the thought of blessing to the soul, a momentary thought. It was not until today that Xiao Chen really realized that the origin of the ancient village may be beyond imagination. Bahi Baji. At this moment, the sound of a child smacking his mouth suddenly came. A bald-headed monk who looked like he was only 3 or 4 years old was sleepwalking in Shengqun with his mouth smacking. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. Suddenly, he felt that the little monk looked familiar, and distant memories came to his mind. Isn't this the child of Herbal and Miaoqi? That's right, there is a long life lock hanging on the chest of this little monk, on which is locked a naked relic, which was left by the monk Yijun. Xiao Chen strode over, picked up the little monk, and shook it gently, but although the little bald head was sleepwalking, it was difficult to wake up. Xiao Chen hugged him and searched in the ancient village, and soon found 2 acquaintances, 2 7- or 8-year-old lowly in very unsightly positions, entangled and sleeping soundly. Seeing these 2 people, Xiao Chen suddenly became a little dizzy. They were the young daughters of the Yellow Emperor, Linglong and Tutu. 3 civilizations have passed, and these 2 little guys have not changed at all. They look immature. In fact, after such a long time, they can definitely be called antique lowly, and the little monk in his arms should also be an old evildoer. How did they enter the ancient village? Last time Xiao Chen didn't pay attention at all. Without waking up the 3 little ones, Xiao Chen directly searched for their memories in the sea of AA consciousness, and finally learned that when they were chased and killed by other worlds in the past, some of them survived and were rescued by Yanwang. Because these 3 people were too young, they were finally sent to the ancient village by the Yellow Emperor with a dead bridge to the sky, and they slept here. After searching their memories, Xiao Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that some people survived. Chu Xingquang, Zhu Dao, Sa Mo, Yao Yao, Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Xinyan, Kang Hai, etc. were all rescued by Yanwang. It's a pity that the little monk's parents, Bo Shi and Miao Kai, both died in battle, but they also got married on the ground, and the husband and wife share the same fate. This is unexpected news. Xiao Chen finally learned that not everyone died in the past, which is a blessing in misfortune. Afterwards, Xiao Chen went home to look at his parents, then turned around and left Zulong village. He did not bring the 3 little ones with him. In the era of death and war that is about to start, perhaps sleeping is the best choice for the 3 of them. The only real world, Xiao Chen is no stranger to this name. Before the history of the 3 civilizations, even though he was in the 7th heaven monument, he still heard the roaring voice of the saint ancestors from other worlds in the past. If the ancient village of Hongwang is really related to that world, maybe it will be used in the near future. In the heavens, after the history of the 3 civilizations passed, some stone kings fell forever and disappeared, but more new stone kings were born. Yes, now that today's powerful people come out in large numbers, all the strongest people from all the heavens and myriad worlds gather here. For the 3 emperors' mirror, for the 5 emperors' pagoda, and even more to see the turbulent era, all the powerful people who used to live in seclusion in all walks of life gathered here. Zifeng City, located in the eastern part of the Heaven Realm, can be called a famous city in the Heaven Realm with a long history. It has gone through several civilizations and is immortal. Legend has it that it is a divine city left by a stone king in the past. As a rare famous city in the heavens, it is not only a trading place for powerful monks, but also occasionally stone kings come here to exchange for what they need. For monks of this level, the artifacts they exchanged were of no small importance, and every time it became a grand event. Therefore, many monks of the younger generation came here especially, hoping to meet the king of the older generation, and if they could get advice or income from the gate wall, they could change their life's destiny. In Zifeng City, the Shijiao building is glittering and translucent. It is said that it was condensed by the predecessors who gathered the sunset glow. Looking from a distance, it looks like the setting sun is lying there. This ancient building, regardless of whether it is sunny or rainy, is shrouded in sunset all the year round. It is loved by many monks. Many people come to watch it after coming to this city. Therefore, the business of Shijiao building is very good. Every day, a large number of monks gather to conduct various transactions. Lingbao and various magical medicines are rare. It can be regarded as a trading center in Zifeng City. Xiao Chen tore through the barrier of the great world and happened to appear in this area. He heard a lot of rumors about Zifeng City. It is said that if you trade artifacts that are worth a fortune, you can even exchange for the corpse of the Stone King here. And recently there have been rumors that someone offered to provide the whereabouts of the Mirror of 3 Emperors and the Pagoda of 5 Emperors, which made Zifeng City even more attractive. Not long after, Xiao Chen entered this majestic giant city and came to the Shijiao Tower. Sure enough, there was a sunset glow at night. The night market is the most attractive, and the trading has just begun, and many treasures are exchanged during this time period. Although the Shijiao building has only 3 floors, it is obvious that each floor is an independent space. It has been sacrificed with supreme magic power, and it can accommodate tens of thousands of monks. Xiao Chen walked aimlessly in the trading hall, and the weapons under King Shi did not catch his eyes at all. Soon several people came into his sight, a little fat man with white hair and a deceitful expression on his face. He was not a fuel-efficient lamp at first glance. There is also a blonde young man, although he has a bright smile, but no matter how you look at it, he looks a little lewd. The other young man was unsmiling, his long fiery red hair was beating like a flame, and his body was actually a phoenix. Xiao Chen pondered. He felt a strange familiarity in them. The exercises passed down by these 3 people seemed to come from their old friends. Suddenly, a gust of gloomy and cold aura rushed over, covering the 3 of them. Another group of people came across, all of them were imposing and extraordinary. Followed by a few women, all of them are beautiful. King Zishao's grandson's 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 grandson. The white-haired fat man didn't show any weakness, he called the other party like this, and gasped for breath, and said, "Grandson's grandson's grandson, what do you want to do?" One of them was actually a descendant of King Zishao, and he said in a very serious manner, "Fatty Zug, you dared to play tricks on me when you exchanged Lingbao last time, don't leave this time. Fair trade, everything is voluntary. What did you do at that time? I found out afterwards, and I said that you deliberately found fault and exchanged the treasure yourself." The fat little white-haired man spoke plausibly. Xiao Chen's heart moved, and he immediately thought of what kind of mentality this was. Could this fat little white-haired man be a descendant of the fat Zug from the past? Apart from the same aura emitted by Xuanggong, even the appearance and temperament are similar. Fair trade. Okay, let's continue trading today. I will exchange the 3 pieces of black gold and real iron for the 9 suns sword in your hand. The descendant of King Zishao said, throwing 3 pieces of black iron on the trading platform. Who is it? The black gold real iron looks like this. Isn't this just 3 pieces of ordinary scrap iron? The blonde young man next to the white-haired fat man smiled lewdly, and said, come on, I'll give you 1,000 or 800 yuan of this kind of black gold real iron, and I'll buy all the girls behind you. In the rear, the beautiful young girls all changed their colors, and their gazes swept forward like swords. Yang, your whole family are sluts. At this moment, a skinny man next to Queen Zishao said hatefully. The blonde-haired young man smiled brightly, but it made people feel awkward, and said, you are the disciple of Shi's disciple, right? Your junior sister really likes me. There is no way. Who made you so ugly and I am so handsome? She married me half a month ago, and she will add a new member to our Sun clan soon. You're looking for death. The skinny young man was furious. Xiao Chen was stunned. This blonde-haired young man reminded him of Tati in the past. That's right, he had the same skills and the same blood. He should be the descendant of that unlucky guy who was sold many times by Jinsen Yi. If things are really impermanent, even their descendants have grown up. After the history of 3 civilizations has passed, Fatty Zug, Tati and others can become ancestors as long as they are not dead. You don't want to leave this time. The descendants of King Zishao smiled coldly, and said, the golden holy King Huang Shinran saved you last time. Who can you turn to as a backer this time? Your ancestors. You can't become a stone king, you will be dung after all. Until then, the white-haired fat man finally changed his color, and said, do you guys from Zishao want to go to war? And the golden-haired boy showed a dignified look, looked at the beauties behind the people opposite, and said, people from another world. You finally figured it out. The descendants of the stone corpse sneered and said, it doesn't matter if hundreds of people are killed or injured in the struggle of our juniors. Today is to get rid of you. I believe your ancestors have nothing to say. That's right, the war between the Stone Kings has not been launched. No one will say anything to kill ants like you. Several people on the opposite side directly surrounded them. Xiao Chen looked at all this with great interest. It was originally a matter among juniors, and he didn't want to come forward at first. But with a movement of his mind, Zishao Palace didn't seem to be very far from here, and the people from another world walked together with Zishao Palace and the descendants of the Stone Corpse. He decided to take this opportunity to beat him up. Boom. At this moment, the white-haired fat man raised his palm uncontrollably and slapped forward. As a result, the descendants of King Zishao and the descendants of the stone corpse instantly turned into flesh, silently, and the scene was extremely scary. Ah, I didn't kill this. The fat little white-haired man exclaimed, but he raised his palms and moved to the left and right. Puff puff. The other three men turned into blood mist on the spot. I really didn't kill it. The white-haired little fat man showed disbelief and shook his right hand vigorously. The person on the opposite side kept backing away as if they had seen a ghost. Boom. There was another muffled sound, and a woman split into 4s and 5s. The white-haired fat man showed a distressed look, and said, "Beauty, I really didn't kill you." Pervert, ghost. The group of men and women on the opposite side all screamed and ran in all directions. I didn't kill. Puff puff. The white-haired little fat man looked innocent and heartbroken, and several women died at his hands. In the end, only a woman from another world escaped, and the rest all died. The golden-haired kid next to him and the man from the Phoenix tribe also looked like they had seen a ghost, and said, "Fatty, did you find the legendary Stone King's corpse and eat it after you practiced the god of cookery Dafa? Otherwise, why did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Damn it, I don't know what's going on, let's go." Hearing what the white-haired little fat man said, the other two also changed their colors, rushed out of Shijiao Tower, and fled to the outside of Zifeng City. "Where are you going? If you kill people in my Shijiao building, you still have to escape." A middle-aged man descended from the sky and stopped them. In the rear, a large number of monks were watching. Boom. The fat, white-haired man slapped again, and the middle-aged man blocking the way was smashed instantly. Damn it, this Shijiao Tower really belongs to Zishao Palace. The golden-haired boy cursed. They couldn't care less about the evil hands of the little fat white-haired man at this moment. Escape was the most important thing. HMPH, do you still want to leave after killing the disciples of my clan? At this moment, an old man flew over from afar. Many monks near the Shijiao Tower were shocked and said, "This is the 18th generation of monks of King Zishao. Such a strong man has been alarmed. These 3 boys are dead." "Old man, I really didn't kill those people. Do you think I have such a powerful supernatural power?" The white-haired little fat man looked like he was about to cry. Now that such a powerful person appeared, the 3 of them had no hope of surviving at all, and they were far from the same order of magnitude. "Stop talking nonsense, and take your life." The old man came down, stretched his 5 fingers together, and grabbed it forward. "I didn't kill this," the white-haired little fat man cried and screamed. At the same time, he raised his right palm uncontrollably and moved forward. Puff. A stunned thing happened. The old man turned into a blood mist on the spot, his body and spirit disappeared. This little fat man is too scary. He kept saying that he didn't kill him. What happened? Even the 18th descendant of King Zishao was slapped to death. I'll just say, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, this is a ruthless person. This little fat man will definitely become a generation of ruthless people in the future. Wrong, he is already in a mess. ... Regardless of the discussions around them, the 3 white-haired and fat guys wanted to run away. But I never thought that my legs were running extremely fast, but my body didn't move at all, and I didn't move a step at all. It's too arrogant. These 3 guys didn't want to escape at all. Look at their pretentious appearance. Do you still want to meet the Zishao King's family? People around are talking about it. The purple air came from the east, and at this moment, a mighty strong wind came from the sky, covering Zifeng City. The real strongman of Zishao Palace has arrived. You must know that in Zifeng City, there will be stone kings appearing occasionally, and no one dares to be presumptuous here. Dare to be so powerful, he is definitely a direct descendant of Zishao Palace, and the descendant who is favored by King Zishao. It's him, the 13th generation descendant of King Zishao, the person known as Little Zishao is him. It's over, the little fat man with white hair has played too big this time, and he will die without a place to bury him. ... Many monks discussed. Dare to kill the direct descendants of our family here. I don't care who you are, even if you are from the Nishan family, you can kill them. The purple air was overwhelming, covering the sky, and a tall figure swooped down. I really didn't kill it, the little fat man with white hair exclaimed. Puff. Blood splattered, and the stunned thing happened again. The 13th grandson of King Zishao was slapped by the white-haired little fat man like a fly, smashed into a meatloaf, and the dead body fell down, and then completely collapsed. At this moment, there was no sound, and everyone was dumbfounded. This white-haired little fat man is too evil, even such a character can be easily killed, which makes people feel terrible. Dang dang, The divine bell rang continuously, and the bells in the Shijiao building traveled tens of thousands of miles, delivering letters for the family. Who struck the bell? A strong man arrived in an instant. Instantly understood what was in front of him. At the same time, the woman from another world who escaped also rushed to Zishao Palace and passed the news. Many masters flew over, including a strong man from another world. I really didn't kill him. Hearing the words of the white-haired little fat man, everyone trembled. It was almost a signature saying. You must know that every time he said this, he would shoot the other party to death. Sure enough, there was still no accident this time, and the strong man in the sky exploded on the spot. I'm dying, brother, I've got an evil in my palm. The little fat man was about to cry, and said, stop playing with me, if this continues, no one will be able to save me in the end. In the distance, all the monks watching were angrily, secretly thinking, just pretend. Brush. Just at this moment, 9 figures rushed forward one after another, and the purple mist filled the air. I don't want to kill. Puff puff. Accompanied by the voice of the little fat man, the 9 figures in the sky shattered, and the 9 powerful men were all descendants of the 10th generation, and their identities were extraordinary. But this time, everyone watching the battle was no longer surprised, and even took it for granted, because they were already numb. This little fat man is too wicked. Snort. A heavy cold snort came, and a stone man appeared in the sky. Although he was not a complete stone king, his stone body was enough to shock the monks in the city. The 7th generation powerhouse from Zishao Palace has arrived. Woo, I don't want to kill people, I really didn't kill people. The stone men in the sky didn't care about so many, they swooped down with endless killing intent. Boom. However, what shocked everyone was that the stone man was torn apart, just like before, and was smashed down by the little fat man's slap. Both body and spirit are destroyed. This time, everyone was excited. Who is this fat man with white hair? Could it be that he wants to completely pick out the lineage of Zishao Palace? At this moment, in Zishao Palace, there is Langya, the Stone King from another world, who is talking with King Zishao, saying, someone has deceived the chi mechanism of Zifeng City. Is there something weird there? I'll go and have a look. King Zishao frowned and said, what's going on? It seems very unusual. You go first, and I'll be there later. After that, he continued to close his eyes and began to sacrifice a treasure in his hand. Spike soared into the sky, flew out of Zishao Palace, and soon came to Zifeng City. He suddenly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was unusual. In an instant, he saw the shattered stone body turning into fly ash in the wind. He raised his eyes and asked, which friend is here? I'm crying, it has nothing to do with me. The white-haired little fat man kicked his feet on the ground, trying to run but couldn't. It's you. 2 flashes of cold electricity shot out from Langya's eyes. It wasn't me, I really didn't kill it. As soon as this sentence came out, the expressions of the surrounding people were quite exciting. Boom. Unexpectedly, there was still no accident this time, the fangs were slapped away by the chubby palm, and the body was cracked. However, Langya did not die in form and spirit. He reorganized his body in an instant, spat out a mouthful of blood, and said, who is it? Chapter 677 Strong. The wolf tooth as powerful as the Stone King was also slapped away by the white-haired little fat man, and his body was cracked. One can imagine what kind of power is contained in this palm. The wolf's teeth suddenly changed color. He never believed that the little fat man in front of him had such great strength. How could a body of flesh and blood compete against the Stone King? Brush. He was like the wind and lightning, and he rushed to the front in a blink of an eye. This time, his spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire Purple Wind City. If someone made a secret attack, they would definitely not be able to do so silently and escape his induction. Clang clang clang. The wolf's fangs and 5 fingers stretched together, poking like 5 divine irons. The mysterious light is dazzling, even the big world can be pierced, let alone the flesh shell of a flesh and blood body. Although this powerful coercion only targeted the little fat man and did not target other monks, the people around him still felt unbearable and panicked. This is the powerful Stone King. Many monks couldn't recognize the trembling, and directly collapsed on the ground. Can't bear this coercion. However, although the enchanting white-haired little fat man showed his crying voice and yelled that it was not him, his hands were not vague at all. A pair of chubby little hands scratched and pulled randomly, sealing left and right blocking. Although they were in a mess, they effectively resisted a generation of Stone Kings. Bang bang bang. Like a hammer hitting, like a sharp sword flashing, the two collided continuously, exceeding the speed of light, distorting the surrounding space. Langya was shocked. The first time he was unprepared. It is understandable that he suffered a big loss, but now he showed his murderous intentions. Under such a fierce attack, he could not do anything to the opponent. The matter was not simple. You must know that with his vision, it is natural to see that the little fat man is being manipulated by someone, and the real mastermind behind the scenes didn't do anything directly. It was already so terrifying. He felt a chill go down his spine. Oh, it hurts me to death, old Shito, I really didn't kill those people. The fat, white-haired man bared his teeth while blocking it, looking very funny, but no one in the distance could laugh. Then you die too. Langya knew that it was impossible to be kind today, and he felt that it was a bad omen, and he already had the idea of AA retreating in his heart. Clang clang clang. Langya's palm fingers kept touching the palm of the little fat man with white hair. It hurts me to death, why does no one believe it? It's really not me. The fat, white-haired man bared his teeth and claws, attacking violently, crying. Boom. At this moment, after the white-haired little fat man finished speaking, Langya was kicked out by him, kicking Langya's belly to pieces with a ruthless and precise kick. As powerful as a wolf's fang, as the Stone King, he also let out a scream at this moment. His foot was too damaged, and he rolled out instantly. It made people laugh and cry. The white-haired little fat man rushed over while wiping his tears, arguing his innocence, and stomped on the wolf teeth. All dharmas are empty. I am the only one who is independent. With a radius of 3 feet, I will perish with the world. The wolf fangs are fierce, and such a terrifying god will sacrifice directly. He is immortal, mighty, and has unparalleled magic power. Such majestic power is all concentrated within a radius of 3 feet. It can be said that nothing can stop it. It is not an exaggeration to say that the world will be destroyed. Now that he is being suppressed and beaten, it is natural to use the strongest means to reverse all this. 10,000 feet of divine light rises from the ground, piercing the sky and the earth, and within a radius of 3 feet, it seems to be rotten. The space collapses and is completely destroyed. Chaos arises and dies, and the cycle continues. But what was shocking was that the fat little white-haired man screamed and cried, but his body was intact, especially his chubby feet were not affected at all. Although those dazzling rays of light kept shooting at his body, they were all pushed away by a gentle force. I didn't mean it, I stepped on it, I stepped on it. Everyone's jaws dropped. This fat man was too ruthless, he stomped happily, and even pretended to be innocent. Langya almost lost his breath, and Mo Da's demeanor failed, and he suffered heavy injuries repeatedly, and his legs were all broken by the opponent's kick. Although he is constantly shifting shape and changing positions, unfolding the profound meaning of the supreme space, the void is like a dream shadow, changing positions continuously, but the opponent seems to lock him, following him like a shadow, like a maggot on a Tarsus bone, and he cannot get rid of it at all. Actually, I don't want to kill people. When the fat little white-haired man cried bitterly and said these words, he stretched out his hands, grabbed Lang Fang's shoulders, and shook violently. Blood splashed from the stone man, and he tore Lang Fang with his bare hands. In the distance, there is no sound. This is too shocking. This is a powerful Stone King, but he was torn apart with his bare hands. What kind of power is this? Roar-a! The wolf's teeth roared, piercing the sky and shaking the entire eastern part of the prehistoric heaven. The flesh and blood all over his body suddenly burned, and the flowing blood of the stone man pierced the sky, and he struggled to break free. At the next moment, he held a mace in his hand, and shouted, "Those who insult me AA will pay the same price, unless the Emperor continues to reappear in the world." Up to now, a strong sense of shame has been inserted into Langya's heart like a steel needle. In the past, he shattered the earth with his bare hands, beheaded countless creatures, and even fought against the 5 kings of chaos. How could he bear to be so oppressed by people today? As cruel as he was, even at the cost of his life, he would pull the other party to die with him. The wolf-tooth stick is the stone soldier he cultivated with his life, the fierce blade that accompanied him when he was immortal, and transformed the Stone King realm together with him. Boom! The stone mace pierced through the void and pierced right in front of him. The evil little fatty's defense couldn't resist, and he watched helplessly as the mace pierced to the front. However, at this moment, a small building appeared in front of his chest, only 1 foot square, like a small stone prison, or a layer of miniature stone towers. The mace went deep inch by inch, and was completely accommodated by the stone tower, and the powerful Stone King's fierce soldiers were slowly taken away. No, Spike yelled, feeling as if he had lost part of his soul. The supreme stone soldier who accompanied him to this day completely lost contact with him at this moment. The people around were in an uproar, and all the monks in Zifeng City were very surprised. The mighty Stone King made the strongest attack, but in the end, he was easily taken away by his own stone soldier. At this moment, Langya knew that he was not an opponent, the opponent was enough to exterminate him. Even if the Stone King was immortal, it would be useless at this time. This is an extremely dangerous person. After understanding all this, Langya calmed down instantly like cold water breaking his head, turned around and left. What face and honor, in the moment of life and death, all these are not important, only living is the most important thing. Do you want to leave before meeting my old friend? At this moment, a cold voice came into Langya's ears, and the fat little white-haired man's body seemed to collapse, and he fell backwards all of a sudden. At the same time, a figure appeared on the spot, the flesh and blood body shining with precious brilliance, and the oppressed people couldn't breathe. This turned out to be a young man with black hair and black eyes, not a real Stone King, which shocked all the awakened monks. It's not that little fat man who is mighty, but this man. However, he is also made of flesh and blood. How can he suppress the Stone King? The flesh shell is broken into the body of the Stone King. How is this possible? Could it be that the Supreme Ancestor God is unable to reach the Dzogchen state, and it seems that this cannot be achieved according to the legend? Many monks in Zifeng city were shocked, and they were all discussing. The way of Langya was cut off, and Xiao Chen blocked his way of escape. His figure shone a little bit, and his flesh and blood body looked a little misty, making it hard to see his true face. Langya felt chills in his heart. He knew that he couldn't do well today, and he might be in danger of dying here. It is useless to say anything now, only to fight with one's back and wait for King Zishao and others to come to help. You are. Langya sensed the familiar aura, and his eyes showed shock in an instant. When he knew who was in front of him, he felt unbelievable. Langya's hands were stained with the blood of the ancestor gods of Kyushu. Xiao Chen could not have the slightest mercy. At this moment it can be said that his heart is cold and his hands are black. What he wants is to kill the other party. In fact, just now he used the body of the little fat man with white hair to attack, and he didn't hold back, didn't waste time teasing the opponent. He had already demonstrated the supernatural power of the king, otherwise it would be impossible to easily smash the body of a Stone King. While Wolf Fang retreated, he yelled, "The power of the mind is formless and formless. Kill the king of people, kill the king of gods, exterminate the king of demons, kill, kill, kill." He was forced into a desperate situation, and he was desperate. You are an outdated Stone King. The former Stone King's body has been destroyed by others. How can you compete with me? Xiao Chen hit the opponent mercilessly, forming a seal with both hands, which is the mysterious sky seal in the mysterious method of the sky tablet. Boom! He used the seal of the sky to break the gods, defeated the supreme god on the spot, and the seal of the gods was enlarged, like a dragon entrenched in the sky, and then suddenly swooped down. Boom! The old Stone King's body was beaten to pieces on the spot. One can imagine how powerful this sky seal is, and it fell heavily into Zifeng city, stirring up smoke and dust all over the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they didn't dare to show their anger. This is a generation of Stone Kings from another world. Even in the prehistoric world, they can walk sideways. Except for the limited number of King Pangu in Kyushu, who else would dare to provoke him? However, to be beaten up like this right now is a major event that can shock the heavens. Ahead, that mysterious man was so terrifying. He was actually made of flesh and blood. The Stone King collapsed, and everyone was trembling in their hearts. What kind of combat power was contained in that flesh shell? Turn your hand to do it, turn your hand to become Kun, turn the universe over, and rule the world. The wolf's tooth shattered and made such a sound. Even if he lost, he would desperately injure the opponent. Xiao Chen's treasure is solemn. He formed a seal with one hand, and slowly pressed it down. It turned out to be the seal of 5 emperors, and now it is finally completed. This powerful divine seal is unparalleled in power. It can be called the emperor-level invincible seal. It defeated the supreme law and order of Langya on the spot, and shattered its split body. I'm not willing, Langya howled, and the sound of divine thoughts shook the entire eastern region of the prehistoric heaven, and the mountains, rivers and earth were shaking. Xiao Chen didn't want an accident to happen, so he resolutely suppressed the stone pagoda in his hand, like a cage, and put the shattered body inside. Then, sitting cross-legged in the void, he began to refine the Stone King Langya. His precious body was radiant, and the 1-foot square tower body in front of him was jumping with divine fire, burning blazingly inside, and the unwilling roar of the wolf's teeth continued to come out. Everyone around was completely dumbfounded, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. This result was unacceptable. A generation of Stone Kings were beheaded here, and in front of everyone, they began to refine alive. Even in the heavens, there are stone kings everywhere, but there are very few such incidents of refining stone kings. Beside him, the fat little white-haired man was completely dumbfounded, and he didn't need to think about it to know that it was the man in front of him who controlled the battle at the beginning. As for the golden-haired boy, he also put away his coquettish expression. He was uncertain and a little scared. At the same time, Xiao Chen blocked the entire Zifeng city with his powerful divine power, because he wanted to completely exterminate Langya, fearing that his spiritual consciousness would escape. You must know that although the Stone King can be defeated, it is difficult to completely obliterate it. Langya has experienced countless storms. Hundreds of millions of years ago, after experiencing the chaos of the war, the body was shattered, and the three civilizations were destroyed by the father of Gegan and Kiki before the history of history, but they survived the disaster every time and survived. It is conceivable how difficult it is to completely eliminate the Stone King. Boom! Suddenly, Zifeng City shook, and someone tore Xiao Chen's seal and came in. The purple air came from the east, and the king of Zishao was mighty, and the stone treasure in his hand manifested in the sky. At the same time, the sky in the west was also shaken, and stone corpses appeared in the sky. Boom! The sky in the south also suddenly shattered, and the master of the hanging Islanda A hanging stone king appeared. The three kings descended at the same time, and this powerful force immediately made everyone in Zifeng City tremble. Many monks knelt down and bowed to the ground. They could not bear the coercion. What a majesty! Although Xiao Chen was saying this, he didn't get up, and still sat cross-legged in the void, continuing to refine the wolf teeth in the stone tower. Spike King, we are one step late, and we hope to forgive our sins. As King Zishao spoke, he joined hands with two foreign people to gather the mighty power of heaven and earth. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. In the end he still let Langya's spiritual sense escape, and didn't completely put him in the stone prison. Stone King is indeed hard to completely obliterate. Ah! Langya's spiritual consciousness yelled, his body was completely annihilated, and his divine power was exhausted. He is almost crazy now. Kill him! Langya's voice sounded like a 1,000-year-old ghost crying, causing all the monks in this area to shiver. However, Xiao Chen was not afraid. He knew that the wolf tooth was completely finished. He had already destroyed its body. It can be said that he destroyed a stone king, and the escaped part of the spiritual consciousness could hardly make waves. Kill me. I'm afraid you will never be able to fulfill your wish. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the void calmly, and said, now let me completely destroy your Taoist body. Boom! The stone pagoda in front of him burst into the sky with light, sublimated to the extreme. The body and divine power inside were all melted, and then absorbed by the stone prison. Spike will become history, but your last divine sense should not be wiped out by me. The 10th son of the ancestor dragon will end everything about you. It's you, Xiao Chen. At this moment, the stone corpse's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He had a deep hatred with Xiao Chen, and at this moment his heart had infinite killing intent. King Zishao also looked gloomy. In the past, it was because of Xiao Chen that he lost the most precious 5 Emperors Pagoda. Such a great grievance could not be resolved. Now, no one in the heaven knows the importance of the 3 Emperors Mirror and the 5 Emperors Pagoda. However, the 3 Stone Kings were also very frightened at the same time, because Xiao Chen was actually made of flesh and blood, which made them a little frightened. Fortunately, they have sensed that Xiao Chen is not like the little Stone Emperor, otherwise they would definitely turn around and leave. The King of Flesh and Blood, he. Patriarch Xuankong smiled miserably, and said, there are people who have cultivated before the ancient times, and now there are people who have cultivated to the level of the great perfection of the Supreme Patriarch God. If you don't become an emperor, what's the difference between a king of flesh and blood and a stone king? They can be killed as well. The stone corpse was the first to step forward and was about to strike. King Zishao and Patriarch Xuankong naturally advance and retreat together. The king of flesh and blood makes them uneasy. The best way is to completely exterminate here. Xiao Chen is indeed strong enough, but he doesn't want to face 3 kings at the same time. He lifted his legs and left, but he didn't fly away, but left step by step, extremely calm. At the same time, he grabbed the white-haired fat boy, the golden-haired boy, and the young man from the Phoenix clan, and took them away together. If you want to leave, it's not that easy. The stone corpse attacked on the spot, and the fog filled the sky, blocking Xiao Chen's way. The purple energy is so powerful that King Zishao also kills him. If I want to leave, the 3 of you working together can't stop me. Xiao Chen stepped on the void, fluttering like a fairy, and took a godly step, which can be described as frightening ghosts and gods. Once a step is gone, his whereabouts are immortal, but erratic, and he walked out of the encirclement of the three kings calmly. The gods are 10,000 ways, and the three kings shot out, filling the world. Xiao Chen's figure was wobbly for a while, but he disappeared like flying, avoiding all the attacks. Don't force me to kill you all. Just leaving this sentence, Xiao Chen disappeared into the world, completely disappeared. Boundless arrogance, let's kill everyone in the Zhu family, as well as the whole family of the Sun family. If you don't believe him, he won't show his face. Stone Corpse's voice suddenly silenced Zifeng City. This Corpse King is too cruel. In order to force Xiao Chen out, he wants to exterminate the two clans. Okay, King Zishao nodded in agreement. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly into the distance. It was a long time after the three Stone Kings left hand in hand that Zifeng City was boiling. How can a man of flesh and blood kill the Stone King? And the three kings surrounded him, and he retreated calmly. That is the king of the great perfection realm of the supreme ancestor god, and in a sense, he is even more terrifying than the Stone King. Xiao Chen, I've never heard of this name. I've heard it before. It seems that there are three prehistoric powerhouses who have been silent for endless years. I see. It's the person who practiced the Tianbei Xuanfa in Kyushu in the past. I didn't expect him to return. It's really scary. Many monks in Zifeng City were talking about it. Xiao Chen's name has long been forgotten by most people, but there is no doubt that it will be remembered again from today. Xiao Chen didn't expect to meet Shishi and Zishao Wang and others so soon. The Zug family is not far from the Sun family, and the arrival of the three kings, naturally everyone has sensed it. You guys are really embarrassing. In order to deal with me, you want to hurt innocent people. Are you still worthy of being a Stone King? Xiao Chen looked unfriendly, staring at the three people in front, and continued. If you dare to kill one person here, I will exterminate your entire family. Please believe that I am not joking. At this moment, two familiar figures rushed into the sky, and a fat man with white hair yelled from a long distance away, shouting, Xiao Chen, is it really Xiao Chen? It was Fatty Zug. He was very excited, and the little fat guy with white hair who had blown up the Stone King by his side had lingering fears, followed beside the old fat guy, and looked at Xiao Chen in the distance with awe-inspiring eyes. On the other side, a blonde young man also rushed over with an incomparably coquettish demeanor. It was the former Toddy. But now is not the time to speak, the three Stone Kings forced forward. We want to kill people. Who can stop us? Who dares to threaten us, wants to destroy our entire clan. Shi Wang was very gloomy, said, then I will kill people in front of you. You have to think clearly, you also have descendants and disciples and grandchildren. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen directly sacrificed the stone pagoda in his palm, and immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed to the far western region. If you dare to touch the stone corpse, my pagoda will destroy your inheritance, and all disciples and grandchildren will be wiped out in the next quarter of an hour. Xiao Chen's voice was extremely cold. The stone corpse was furious immediately. Ancestor Xuankong, if you dare to make a move, just wait for the hanging island to sink. What do you think this is? Speaking of this, a sky tablet flew out from Xiao Chen's palm, and flew to the distance in an instant, which was the direction of the hanging island. Patriarch Xuankong was also extremely frightened and angry. King Zishao, if you make a move, I don't mind erasing Zishao Palace, and at the same time, kill the world of death and kill your other real body. While speaking, a stone pot flew out of Xiao Chen's hand and rushed towards the direction of Zishao Palace. It contained endless curses. If it was opened, it would be even more terrifying than the Tianbei and stone pagoda just now. Xiao Chen blatantly threatened the three stone kings. How dare you? The three kings all raised their eyes, revealing their murderous intent. Why don't you dare? At this moment, a figure soared into the sky. It was KK's father, a generation of arrogant people. Xiao Chen was overjoyed, because he saw many familiar figures, besides K's father, Chu Xingquang, Zhu Dao, Shamo, Yao Yao, Shui Wu, Zhao Chongyang, Meng Xinyan, Kang Hai, etc. were all here. Fatty Zug laughed loudly and said, we have been together all the time. Xiao Chen, there were many calling voices in the distance. Yao Yao, charming, charming and peerless. Chu Xingquang, the twins of destiny have supernatural powers, and they are unparalleled in the world. Now one person gets 2 points. Although Shui Wu is a woman, she is domineering, like a queen coming to the world. Zhao Chongyang, the most mysterious young and strong man in the southern wilderness in the past, has always been like a mist, and he still lives in this world safely. Xiao Chen had mixed feelings. It was really not easy to meet these people. People in that era were almost extinct. I am afraid that these people in front of them are the last survivors. Father K came to him. He was a man of arrogance who was on the same level as a man and a devil. After the history of the three civilizations, no one knew what level his cultivation had reached. Xiao Chen laughed loudly. The two joined forces. Even if they faced the three kings, so what? It's okay to have another king. The chapters updated yesterday and today are all 6,000 word long chapters, in order to make up for the chapter that was owed last time, but there are no chapters. Make an advertisement for others. Star Warrior Saint. Gods are everywhere in the vast starry sky, and wizards are born in large numbers on the vast land. On the way forward, persevere, change fate against the sky, fight with people, fight with gods, and fight with the sky. Chapter 678. KK's father was also made of flesh and blood, and he did not follow the path of the Stone Man King. Now his cultivation base is unfathomable, standing side by side with Xiao Chen in the sky, which immediately made the three kings on the opposite side frown. The tree wants to be quiet but the wind doesn't stop. If you don't want to kill, you don't want to kill. At the same time, a rocky mountain in the distance made a crackling sound, cracked and collapsed, and a figure sitting cross-legged in the rocky mountain slowly rose into the air. It was Zhe Gan, the human devil, who came to the sky, and he also lived in seclusion here. This time, the three kings on the opposite side changed their colors directly, and there was no chance of winning 3 against 3. Although Zhe Gan, Father K, and Xiao Chen are not stone kings, they may all be in the Dzogchen realm of the supreme ancestor god, even more terrifying than the stone king, and they are enough to run rampant in the world without thinking. Neither King Zishao nor Stone Corpse wanted to fight desperately. 3-on-3 was absolutely unpredictable. After saying a few words on the scene, they turned around and left regardless of the thoughts of the people present. Very straightforward and decisive, not afraid of being ridiculed by others, in this war-torn era that has begun, survival is the last word. Yes, the war will end in the end, the surviving Stone Kings will be the biggest winners, the masters will perish, and a very small number of Stone Kings will become the true rulers of the 10,000 realms. The human devil turned into a black light, blocked the way of King Zishao, and shot without hesitation. He sensed the breath of wolf teeth on King Zishao. Clang! Zhe Gan and Flesh Palm shook the stone fist hard, and a series of strange laws of order shot sparks from King Zishao's stone fist, like a sword of a magic weapon striking each other. Noah! At the same time, Wolf Fang yelled. He only had a sliver of divine sense left, and was detained by the terrible human demon with a secret method, and his divine soul was surrounded by raging fire in the sky. Boom! The human demon Gegan burst into anger, and bursts of blazing light shot out from his body, drowning the weak spirits all at once. This was an attack that gathered all his life's strength. The purpose is to completely obliterate the Stone King's wolf teeth. Thinking of devouring the flesh and blood of the 9 elder brothers, thinking of Zulong being plotted to kill, the human demon Zhe Gan's eyes were bloodshot, and his long hair stood on end. In the end, the wolf tooth was completely destroyed, and under the burning of Zhe Gegan's eternal anger, it was completely reduced to ashes. King Zishao is not unstoppable. If he is desperate, Zhe Gan will never be able to wipe out Lengya so easily, but he is not a stone king from another world, and his relationship with Lengya is just mutual use. In an instant, King Zishao disappeared. Let's take a step back, the sea and the sky will be brighter, let's let it go today. Patriarch Xuankong said to Kei's father, and then suddenly disappeared. Hee. The same is true for the Stone Corpse, leaving behind only a series of sneers, before disappearing abruptly out of thin air. Let Xiao Chen's sharp blow be emptied. I want to take my war treasure. Xiao Chen sneered. He knew another purpose of the three kings' retreat without a fight, and wanted to cut off the return of his stone treasure and use it for himself. At the moment, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the void, motionless. In the western region of the prehistoric heaven, there are endless tombs in a barren mountain. This is the lair of stone corpses. At this moment, a stone tower fell from the sky. Boom! Endless smoke and dust shot up to the sky, smashing the gloomy ancient tomb apart, and the earth continued to sink. At the same time, the stone corpse returned, stretched out its big hand, grabbed the stone tower, and fixed the cemetery that was about to be shattered. Hey! The stone corpse grabbed the stone pagoda, smiled coldly, and wanted to erase the mark on it. However, several streaks of rays of light shot out from the tower, and amidst the chirping sound, the stone corpse's big hand melted like ice and snow. Brush! With a flash of light, the stone tower disappeared. This is the manifestation of the great perfection of the Supreme Patriarch God. The God is indestructible, the weapon is indestructible, a flower blooms with a thought, reincarnation with a thought, body and spirit are immortal, and 10,000 dharmas are invincible. At the same time, the same thing happened on the Hanging Island and the Zishao Palace. The Tianbei and the stone pots all easily escaped and disappeared. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, stood up, and put away the stone tower and other treasures. The people around immediately gathered around, and when they reunited after many years, there was a lot of excitement. Fatty Zug, Tati and others came to the front first. There are many familiar faces: Huo Nao, Ah Shui, Yu Wenfeng, Chu Xingquang, Zhu Dao, Samo, Yao Yao, Shui Wu, Zhao Chongyang, Meng Xinyan, Kang Hai, etc. flew over. Although there seemed to be many people, the group of young heroes from the past were almost wiped out, and only a few survived. It's a pity that Lu Mu, Niu Ren, Jin Sanyi, Bo Shi and others were all killed in battle. It can be said that they were a group of people who were very close to Xiao Chen, and they all died in battle. However, what makes people feel infinite is that Jin Sanyi's little donkey has survived, and now he has already turned into a human form, claiming to be Jin Si. And the little pterosaur Lena who followed Yan Qingcheng was also safe and sound. What is deeply surprising is that some people survived from Death World Shengqun and other allies. Binglin, Zuming, Kie, Jigong Living Buddha, and Old Man Lianpo all appeared here. In addition, Xiao Chen learned from them that the Golden Lion King also survived, and he was extremely powerful. He once fought against the stone beast with his son Huang Shinran, and finally retreated completely. His son, Huang Shinran, escaped in the ancestral dragon boat and was not in danger. After his return, he was like the second Golden Lion King, extremely powerful. At the same time, Dugu Sword Demon also haunted the heavens. This man who only lived for swords all his life lost his wife and children and became even more indifferent. There is another person I have to mention, that is Wu Ming, who has the Immortal Emperor's divine bell. He also survived and is now a leader among his peers, practicing outside alone. Among the contemporaries of the past, there is another person who is dazzling, that is the goddess Lan Nuo, who was robbed on the ancestral dragon boat, but survived. It happened once in the last history of civilization, picking and killing a few strong men who walked the path of the supreme ancestor god, and then disappeared. Kiki, Qingqing, King Qin Guang, Rinweiren, Shapalang, etc. are not here, they are practicing in another place. Xiao Chen had a lot of emotions, searching for familiar figures in his memory. Many of them had passed away forever, but there were a few people whose lives and deaths were unknown, and there was no definite news. That is, Yan Qingcheng, Wu Zanyun, Su Ying, Hai Yuntian, Lu Ruyan, Bai Qi, and the two old monsters, the Golden Divine Halberd and Wu Tian. Several civilization histories have passed. Since there is no news about them, they probably disappeared like Jin Sanyi and Lu Mu and others. Many of the older generations survived. Apart from King Pangu, Fuxi, Suorenshi, Wuzu, etc., there were two groups of people who left on the ancestral dragon boat. In addition, there are old casual practitioners, such as Bodhidharma, Zhang Sanfang, Patriarch Chen Tuan, Wang Yangming, etc., also living in this world. Although most of the people died, being able to see some of the old people made Xiao Chen full of joy of reunion. Fatty Zug, your life is really great. You survived. That is, who are we? Everyone loves me, flowers bloom when I see them, God doesn't want me to die, how can I die? The old Fatty Zug boasted loudly, but unfortunately now that the history of the three civilizations has passed, it is only the realm of the ancestors of war, a natural useless wood. In fact, you can't blame him, you need talent in cultivation, and you may not be truly strong if you live for a long time. Many people present are only in the realm of Zanzu, and even a few people have only reached the realm of Banzu. Seeing that obscene smile on your face, I want to beat you up. I'm such a pure person, how can I be lewd? Fatty Zug said without blushing, actually, I've never had a girlfriend. But you have made a lot of boyfriends. At this moment, Jin Si beside him interjected. As soon as this remark came out, the old Fatty Zug almost choked to death. It has to be said that Jin Si has the demeanor of Jin Sanyi. Everyone laughed. In fact, old Zug Fatty has wives and concubines in groups, and he doesn't know how many biological sons he has, because there are too many illegitimate children. Xiao Chen wanted to see Qingqing and KK very much, but learned that they were practicing in another place, not here. A group of people were lively and flying towards the fairy mountain. There were bursts of fragrance from the palaces and towers, and various delicacies were placed on the table. It was a rare reunion. Everyone drank and talked about the past. During the period, Xiao Chen asked about the current situation of K's father and the relationship between humans and demons. There is a fierce battle every thousands of years. We in other worlds have casualties. However, the storm will not be long, and the ultimate battle may be about to begin. According to what the two of them said in private, it will be the decisive battle of King Stone, and I am afraid that the group of old people in front of them will not survive many people. When will the real war start? Xiao Chen wanted to know the exact time. King Pengu told us to wait, everything is arranged. When he said this, Father K transmitted the voice with his spiritual thoughts. Actually, we don't know when the decisive battle will take place. The same is true for the human devil Gegan, who said through voice transmission with his spiritual thoughts, this is a big game that runs through the ages and worlds. The big net has just begun to be closed. All we have to do is wait. As powerful as these two people don't know, one can imagine how important the relationship is. Although the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have passed away, they left behind. All of us are little soldiers. Although we are pawns, we have no complaints or regrets and go forward bravely. No matter what level of cultivation he has reached, Xiao Chen always admires the true Renzu. On this day, Emperor Shi Zhang also came to this important place. Xiao Chen immediately asked him for advice, he had too many questions in his heart. The only real world is the real original world, where all the creatures in the heaven and earth were born. The heavens and myriad worlds were developed by the strong man of the Stone King realm. Shi Zongdi broke such a shocking news when he came up, and Xiao Chen was stunned immediately. All battles are just for survival. Our ancestors wanted to create an ideal world of the longevity realm, where there will be no enslavement, no oppression, no wars, no disputes, and only peace and tranquility. Having said this, Emperor Shi Zhang frowned and said, it's hard, it's too difficult. Our battle with the other world is just a microcosm of the eternal war. The real battle may involve entering the only real world, or it may be the ultimate battle of the Emperor. Our opponent, many, very strong, they are emperors. I haven't seen any hope until now, and I don't know how to win the final victory. When he said these words, Emperor Shi Zhang became extremely heavy, and sighed. To be precise, we were defeated in the world, and our ancestors paved the way for blood with bones and flesh, so we escaped. However, I believe in the means of the great sages of the seniors, and I believe in the overall situation laid down by the ancestors, which can turn the world around. Emperor Shi Zhang said, his eyes lit up, and said, perhaps, I guessed something, the world will be wiped out in one battle of the Emperor. Naturally, these words are transmitted by divine thoughts, and they have a lot to do with it, so they must not be rumored. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who are they? I think you should have guessed it. Shi Zongdi said. Chapter 679 Looking Up to Heaven and Hell. It's them. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are the holy ancestors of Kyushu, and their deeds will last forever, but all kinds of glorious deeds are gradually obliterated in history. They really fell in the past, but the 3 emperors and 5 emperors are not ordinary people. Throughout the past, present and future, maybe we have seen a ray of their spiritual thoughts. The 4 characters of ancient, modern and future are as heavy as a mountain, and the title of 3 emperors and 5 emperors can crush the ages even more. The names of several people flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Since he was a child, whenever he recalled them, he would feel a strange force, and he already had a clear answer in his heart. There is no distinction between emperor and emperor. They are titles for people who have reached the peak of strength. Speaking of this, Shi Zongdi laughed at himself, and said, there are some people like me who are not emperor-level masters, but are called Shi Zongdi, but they are not real emperors and emperors. Xiao Chen nodded when he heard the words. He naturally knew all this, even if the little stone emperor had not ascended to the peak, he was not the real emperor, it was just a title that others respected. I just learned a lot of things from King Panjiu. It is very difficult for people who have reached the level of emperors and emperors since ancient times to exist in this world. Almost all of them have entered the only real world. Following Emperor Shi Zhang's leisurely talk, Xiao Chen learned a lot about emperors and emperors. In the ancient times before the endless years, the heavens and myriad worlds were not absolutely unable to accommodate the emperor and the emperor, but for some unknown reason, there was a situation where the emperor became extinct. At that time, it was too difficult. The ancient power could destroy the world, and there was no pure land in the heavens. It is a miracle that our ancestors can continue the blood. This is a history of blood and tears that makes people feel aggrieved. The ancestors of Kyushu did not have an advantage at that time, and it can be said that they were struggling to survive. Many of the races that came out of the only real world are extremely powerful, and even born as gods. There are endless genocides. It can be said that the weak and the strong prey on the strong in the 10,000 worlds, and many big worlds are shattered because of this. Perhaps, the 3 emperors and 5 emperors are not invincible, but they are unique because they are the ancestors of Kyushu, D's eternal. Emperor Shizong has left, but Xiao Chen is still in a trance. What are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors doing? According to what Emperor Shizong said, how can the emperor-level enemy be resisted in the only real world? Are you going in with your blood? That is to die. Under the bright moonlight night, the fairy mountain is 3,000 feet high, and a huge waterfall of 1,000 feet flies down, making a rumbling sound and falling to the ground. The white waves are like thousands of horses galloping. Xiao Chen, Zhuge Lao Fatty and others looked at the waterfall and Hung Qianchuan in the distance, sat cross-legged on the cliff opposite the waterfall, raised their glasses to admire the moon, and sang while looking at the waterfall. It is really not easy for the 3 civilizations to reunite after the history. Singing to wine, what is life like? It's like the dew in the morning, the past is bitter. It's a pity that the old fatty Zhuge's voice is really frightening, it scared the night owls hundreds of miles away, and it didn't have any beautiful mood. 3 days later, Shizongdi appeared again, bringing new news. Regardless of the cost, destroy the altar in the other world, and never allow them to communicate with the only real world. After the history of 3 civilizations, the other world is about to be re-sacrificed into a new blood-colored altar, and wants to invite the ancestor to return again. This is something that King Panjiu and others must not allow. One is that they cannot compete with the emperor-level masters, and the other is that all existing news must be blocked at present, so as not to let the only true emperor know about the changes in the outside world. Otherwise, the eternal efforts will be in vain. A large-scale counterattack into another world, this is naturally a big event that shakes the heavens, attracting the attention of many Stone Kings. However, this time, all the powerhouses in Kyushu felt extremely headaches, and the blood-red altar was built at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps. The emperor is gone, who can shake the phantom behind the stone gate? The 9 lights shone, protecting a large number of strong men, and instead of rushing towards the 99 heavy stone steps, they descended towards the ancient cage area. It's been too long, and you have forgotten the lingering history of the past. In the distant sky, on the 99 stone steps, Stone King Luzon looked down. And the most frightening thing is that there is a row of figures standing side by side around it, all motionless, but they are imposing and oppressive, standing there like fossils. Boom! The light curtain cast by the 9 lanterns enveloped the ancient prison area. They had already destroyed the first 15 layers of the past, leaving only the last 3 layers. At this moment, more than 30 figures rushed out of the last 3-level ancient prison, all of which were stone bodies. The murderous aura was soaring, the fighting intent was endless, and the terrifying aura made the 9 light curtains sway for a while. Although it is not a perfect Stone King body, they are all strong people who have walked the road of stone people after all. Some of the powerhouses in the last triple cage are captives of Kyushu, and some are killers captured from other worlds. They are all powerful in the history of several civilizations. Immediately, shouting Sha Sha Zhenshin, this momentum is incomparable. Luzon, do you dare to fight me? The human demon Jagon shouted in front of the light curtain, looking at the 99 stone steps in the distance. A cruel sneer came from the stone steps, and black mist billowed around a stone body. He took a few steps forward and said, battle power doesn't mean everything. In the past, your mother, the proto-dragon, was as powerful as you in the past. Isn't it the same as being killed by a monk from our world who didn't become a king? Now you are about to follow in her footsteps. Who are you? The human demon Gegan glared at the sky. I have a third of the credit for killing the ancestor dragon, and now I have become the king. This is a new Stone King, standing on the 99 stone steps, he can already sit on an equal footing with Luzon. Jagan's black hair stood on end immediately, his eyes gleamed with divine light, and he let out a long cry of grief and anger that tore through the sky. Xiao Chen hurriedly rushed up, came to the front, and said, don't rush out. He was really afraid that Jie Qian would rush out of the light curtain recklessly. The human demon Gegan pointed at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps, and said, Spike Fang has been killed, and I will send your life to the dead shell, and I will harvest it with my own hands in the future. Don't use your tongue, it's not certain who is a dead shell. Now I have prepared a great gift for you. It is your choice to die, or to let your father die. The Stone King sneered coldly, as if everything was under control. Roar! A dull roar came out, and the 18th layer of the ancient prison, that is, the last layer of the prison, vibrated with endless majestic divine power. Immediately, a terrifying bloody light shot up into the sky, and the fierce light curtain made the soft brilliance from the 9 lights flicker wave after wave. The ground in the primordial cage area suddenly cracked, and endless gullies surfaced on the surface, spreading into the distance. In the depths of the stratum, the last cage shattered, and a huge monster soared into the sky. It was a huge stone dragon, the body of an ancestral dragon, but it had 2 wings, but the wings were broken off, and more than half of them were cut off by life. Its eyes were red, and it dodged all of the 30 or so stone men to the sides, roaring, billowing blood mist, and rushing towards Jagon. It firmly locks on the human demon, and its powerful aura makes one's heart palpitate even if one is a stone king. Renmo-Gegon was in a daze, staring at the stone dragon in front of him. There are still many people who are turbulent in their hearts. The father of the 10 sons of Shenglong is such a long-standing antique. If it is true, this will be a dragon clan peerless master comparable to the ancestor dragon. Life is really a tragedy and comedy. Killing your father or killing your son, you father and son can perform it to your heart's content, and today will definitely be memorable. At the end of the 99 stone steps, the Stone King's voice was cold, but he was extremely calm, with a cruel and gloomy expression. Lu Zan, have you already retreated? Emperor Shi Zhang shouted towards the end of the 99 stone steps, let a junior dictate. As you wish, I'm here, kill. With a wave of Lu Zan's hand, the stone gate behind was opened respectfully. At the same time, on the 99 heavy stone steps, endless demon clouds descended to suppress it, and a terrifying specter appeared. The human monster Gegon stared at the stone dragon in front of him, a dragon without wings, who had been suppressed for 18 times and imprisoned for endless years, which made him feel extremely bitter and bitter. Roar A. At this moment, blood dripped from the eyes of the huge wingless stone dragon, and rushed towards the human demon Gegon with a dull and deafening voice. Renmo-Gegon's heart was bleeding. This kind of scene broke his heart. The most painful thing is this. The biological mother was plotted to kill, and then forced to eat the flesh and blood of her 9 elder brothers, and now she faces her father with broken wings, and the father and son face each other life and death. Ha ha ha. At the end of the 99 stone steps, the Stone King laughed cruelly, and said, I like this kind of scene, all kinds of human nature are reflected, choose. At this time, the 99 stone steps descended, suppressed above the light curtain formed by the 9 lights, and at the same time, the holy shadow of the demon lord had already walked out of the stone gate, walked down the stone steps step by step, and approached here. That terrifying aura made even Stone King tremble. Lu Zan and the others respectfully moved to the sides. The mighty saint shadow of the demon Venerable stared at all directions, walked down the last stone steps with an aura of coercion, and started to make a move, preparing to break the 9 light curtain. At this moment, the 9 lanterns vibrated, and a beam of light and shadow shot up into the sky, facing the holy shadow of demon Venerable. Their aura, it's their aura. The demon Venerable saint shadow let out a deep roar, and rushed forward immediately, shaking the light curtain violently, almost causing 9 lanterns to fall into the sky. Roar A. At this moment, a shocking dragon whistle resounded across the universe, and the stone ancestor dragon's body, which was as huge as 1,000,000 magic mountains, soared into the sky. Instead of killing Jagon, he finally changed his direction. Faster than lightning, breaking the shackles of time. He actually led more than 30 stone men from the ancient prison area, escaped from the shackles of the 9 lights curtain at the same time, and was not stopped by the 9 lights, and charged towards the end of the 99 heavy stone steps. A dragon without wings, looking up to heaven and hell. The stone-broken winged ancestral dragon made such a desolate voice that shook the heavens. With blood and tears flowing from his eyes, he led 30 or so stone men forward, burning the sacred fire of life, and crashed into the blood-colored altar at the end of the stone steps. Father! The human demon Jagon yelled loudly. His roar was so loud that it shook the sky. Live well is the greatest filial piety to me. Shi Zulong, with his wings broken, just left this sentence for Jagon. He and more than 30 stone men rushed to the other world Stone King standing side by side, wanting to destroy the bloody altar with their lives. Stop him. The Stone Kings from the other world were furious, and they all played the strongest unique skills. Kill. At this moment, King Pengu appeared, and behind him were Chiyu, Xingtian and other ancestor war gods, all of whom were slaughtered towards the 99 heavy stone steps. But at this moment, the 9 light curtain magnified infinitely, enveloping the shadow of the demon Venerable in the sacred light. And all the others rushed out, heading towards the 99 heavy stone steps. All of this was calculated by you, and you have already communicated with the last triple stone prison. Lu Zan was shocked, and shouted, however, this is useless at all, except for the ancestors, no one can break the altar. A dragon without wings, looking up to heaven and hell. Shi Zulong's eyes were bleeding, and he resolutely brought 30 or so stone men and smashed them into pieces in front of the blood-colored altar, leaving behind a desolate roar that shook the heavens forever. Father! The human demon Jagon groaned, looking up to the sky and screaming. Shi Zongdi sighed softly. We can't really wake him up, we can only wake him up for a while, maybe this is the best choice for them. At this moment, King Pengu and the others had already killed them and rushed up the 99 stone steps. The Stone Man King's blood induction has been completed, how long will it be if we don't summon the heavenly monument? King Pengu's voice moved the sky. At this moment, Xiao Chen's treasured appearance was solemn, sitting cross-legged in the void, with billions of rays of light blooming all over his body. Boom! At this moment, the seven-faced steel descended from the sky, pressing down on the 99 stone steps. Chapter 683 Sovereigns and 5 Sovereigns. At this moment, the seven-faced steel descended from the sky, pressing down on the 99 stone steps. This kind of power is beyond imagination, even the Stone King must be frightened. Each of the 7 steles is as high as a mountain, towering into the sky, and at the same time flying from outside the sky, the billowing majestic pressure shakes, and the whole alien world trembles. What is immortality? What is immortality? There is no absolute immortality in this world, and the mysterious 99 stone steps cannot bear such a heavy weight at this moment. Click click, a series of big cracks spread on the stone steps. This ominous place is cracking, like porcelain that has been hit, the whole body is full of cracks. The blood-colored altar at the end of the stone steps was stained with the blood of stone men, and it was the first among them. The seven-faced steel fell to the same place at the same time. Boom! It was as if the big drum of Qingtian was hit by a meteorite and made a dull sound. The bloody altar was suppressed by the seven-faced sky tablet at the same time, and the blood of the stone man flowed quickly on it like a living thing. Boom! At this moment, the blood-colored altar, which was more than 1,000 feet high, burst into pieces. Even if the seven-faced steel was suppressed at the same time, it was impossible for it to be intact even if it was as strong as it was, and it was finally completely destroyed. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Next, a huge monument with 7 sides as big as a mountain fell on the stone steps, and the ominous place continued to sink, and then suddenly collapsed. This is the power of the Tianbei. 99 stone steps exploded into the sky, but the mysterious stone gate remained. But at this time, Xiao Chen almost collapsed, and it was difficult to control Qibei again. Kill. The kings of other worlds were furious, this series of changes was too fast, no matter what they wanted to stop, they couldn't stop it. All came to kill. Lu Zan was furious, and directly confronted King Pengu. The Heavenly Emperor City was suspended above King Pengu's head, which was invulnerable to all magic. Facing the attack of the Stone King calmly, a huge stone axe passed across the sky. The blade of the axe made a terrible trill, and sent Lu Zan flying away. Destroy them all, the other Stone Kings shouted, and this row of figures rushed over together. Emperor Shizong had been standing by Xiao Chen's side all the time. At this moment, he sacrificed a series of divine powers, which immediately restored the exhausted Xiao Chen to his vitality. Rise! Xiao Chen yelled loudly, and the 7 monuments that fell on the ground soared into the sky again, with strange patterns emerging on each side, blooming with misty brilliance, and suppressed the kings. Avoid! Lu Zan yelled. It's okay to talk about one celestial monument, but the 7 celestial monuments move at the same time, the power is unimaginable. The sky was shaken, and many stars in the cosmic star space shook down and continued to hit this vast continent. Aha! A Stone King couldn't dodge in time, and was crushed by the 7 steles, cracked instantly, and the Stone Man's blood spilled all over the sky. Boom! The powerful Stone King body was crushed by the 7 monuments on the spot, turning into a piece of stone powder that fluttered in the wind, and the blood-colored sky was suffocating. Receive. Fortunately, Lu Zan was unrivaled in power. With one finger in the universe, he could communicate with heaven and earth, and took back the soul of the Stone King. No, I can't control it anymore. Xiao Chen collapsed again, but this time he used his last strength to penetrate the barrier of the big world with the monument, allowing the other world to connect with the world of death. Kill. At this moment, an endless army of bones suddenly appeared, and thousands of troops broke into another world. The Supreme Ancestor Demon Angel, who was turned into a puppet by Xiao Chen, has been brewing and preparing for the history of 3 civilizations for a long time, and persuaded the endless powerhouses in the depths of the dead world, and finally attacked today. An army of tens of thousands of bones is nothing to King Stone, but to ordinary monks from other worlds, they are a group of wild beasts. Kill! Shouted Sha Zhenshan. The sky is full of human figures, boundless, and the two big worlds are connected, and the terrible consequences brought about are endless. The first is the continuous annihilation of space, followed by the massive army fighting. Chaos world. In the cosmic star space, stars are constantly falling down. This is a chaotic world. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt great danger, as if he was being stared at by wild beasts. Kai, a bright light, like a comet hitting the earth, pierced the sky, and suddenly came to Xiao Chen's eyes. Stone King Zushin kills. He mixed in with the bone army, suddenly launched an attack, blinked in front of Xiao Chen's eyes, a bone jade knife sounded like a poisonous snake spitting out a message, slashed towards Xiao Chen's neck silently, and wiped it away. This is the sharp blow of King Stone, the eagle strikes the sky. Such an assassination is very abrupt, it is difficult to dodge. Especially now, Xiao Chen collapsed to the ground. Ding! Fortunately, the stone pagoda that came out of his nirvana rushed out at a critical moment, resisted the bone and jade knife, and blocked Xiao Chen's body. At the same time, Emperor Shizongdi swung his sleeves violently, sending the otherworldly Stone King flying away, and shot too cold electricity from his eyes, piercing towards the sky. Xiao Chen took a breath, regained some vitality for a short time, let out a long cry. The stone pagoda in front of him skyrocketed, and fell towards the empty sky, trying to envelop it inside. Shu Tian dodged, waving the white bone and jade knife again and again, like a series of white lightning. At this time, Shizongdi also came to kill him, his sleeve fluttering like a bone-scraping knife, containing endless laws and order, and bursts of stone powder fell from Shu Tian's body. One can imagine how terrifying Shizongdi's big sleeves are, really scraping bones and obliterating the body of King Shi. Brush. Shu Tian is extremely powerful, dancing with a white bone and jade knife, stepping on strange steps, retreating 3 steps in a row, and then disappearing between heaven and earth. The inexplicable law of order makes him retreat all over. Xiao Chen covered himself with a stone pagoda, his flesh and blood glowed, and the energy of the two worlds rushed here frantically. Not long after, he recovered most of his vitality. At this moment, the war is boundless, and the screams of killing are shaking the sky. Although the altar has been destroyed, the Kyushu powerhouses have not retreated. They are attacking with all their strength, cooperating with the endless bone army, and are about to break into the forbidden area of the ancient ancestors in the other world. At the same time, within the curtain of light shrouded in 9 lanterns, the sacred light and shadow were fighting inextricably with the demon's holy shadow. Before Xiao Chen could fully recover his vitality, he made another move, controlled the 7-faced steel, slowly lifted into the air, and suppressed it towards the Stone King of the other world. Bearing the brunt was Lu Zan, his expression changed suddenly, and he shifted shape and position again and again. Suddenly, Xiao Chen sensed the danger, and the 2 stone shadows approached silently, avoiding Shizongdi's bombardment, and came straight for Xiao Chen. "You guys are still a little tender." Shizongdi sneered, turned his hands to form clouds and covered his hands to rain, and broke the void with his fingers, showing the origin of 10 kinds of Tao with 10 fingers. In an instant, the 10 fingers were like 10 kings, surrounding the 2 kings. "You are too old to die." The 2 kings sneered, and said, "Receive and attract the evil spirits of the heavens and the world, and gather endless karma and resentment." Emperor Shizong was startled. The endless resentment and evil energy from the heavens and the world, like a flood, all gathered towards Xiao Chen. "We are the Twin Stone Kings, and we owe 6 points to the destruction of the Proto-Dragon. It is our joint efforts." Junior. Shizongdi's eyes revealed a gloomy light. "Old and immortal, please remember that we are Twin Stone Kings." The 2 fled away for a moment, and they repeated their tricks, attracting endless karma and resentment, wanting Xiao Chen to destroy himself and seal himself with a sky monument. Boom! The 7-faced celestial monument shook uncontrollably, and slowly suppressed down towards here. This is by no means ordinary horror. The 7-faced steel is enough to kill the Stone King alive. Xiao Chen's soul is about to split, and endless terrifying pressure gathers here. In the past, although the Proto-Dragon did not practice the mysterious method of the Tianbei, he only summoned 1 Tianbei. Now Xiao Chen has summoned a total of 7 pieces. Ha ha eh! The Twin Stone Kings laughed loudly and stood in the sky with a cruel smile on their faces. "Steal the sky to change the sun, change the fate against the sky." Xiao Chen sipped softly, uttering these 8 words in an unheard voice. At this moment, a phantom suddenly rushed out of his primordial spirit, tall and mighty, with overwhelming arrogance. It was the imprint of the alien ancestor absorbed in the past. The true Supreme Tao method has been absorbed by Xiao Chen, who has reached the realm of the Stone King, and this brand is no longer necessary for him. The ancestor. As soon as the imprint of the Supreme Tao came out, Many strong people in other worlds felt it, and the extreme charm of the great perfection of the Stone King immediately attracted the hearts of many monks. Especially the descendants of this ancestor, are deeply attracted by this supreme brand, and cannot extricate themselves. Obviously, if they can integrate with it, they can instantly rise to the extreme state. Swipe. At this moment, there were at least a dozen figures rushing towards him. Among them were 7 or 8 stone figures. Although they were not complete stone kings, they were amazing enough, and the other 3 or 4 were strong men walking the path of the supreme ancestor god. Even the twin stone kings trembled and almost rushed over. They are both descendants of the ancestor of this alien world. However, the 2 of them are very human after all, their strength has long been comparable to that of their ancestors, and they suddenly came to their senses and shouted, "Stand back, everyone stay away." However, it was too late. Those people are completely involuntary, that is the imprint of their ancestors, which has a fatal temptation for them, and they cannot control their instinctive impulses. Their primordial spirits automatically brought their bodies and quickly approached, wanting to become one with the ancestor's brand. Xiao Chen's profound methods are endless, and his supernatural powers are profound. At this moment, his flesh and blood body is shining brightly, injecting a little soul into the imprint of the supreme Tao, attracting all the karma and resentment. When the dozen or so people rushed to him, that bit of primordial spirit escaped and returned to Xiao Chen's body. More than a dozen powerhouses competed for the imprint of the supreme Tao, and the imprint of the Stone King of the Dzogchen realm was their ancestors, and they flew towards them without any hindrance. Boom! More than a dozen people competed, and each got a part, but at this moment, a shocking accident happened, and endless karma and resentment rushed towards them. Boom! The 7-faced celestial monument suppressed and fell towards a dozen figures. No one can escape, and they cannot move under the pressure of the supreme power. This is simply an irresistible force, even the Stone King cannot fight against the 7-faced monument at the same time. Amidst a creepy cracking sound, more than a dozen bodies collapsed and turned into fly ash. Aha! Hey! Several Stone Kings from another world were furious, and all screamed. The heavens shook. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen abandoned the imprint of the Supreme Stone King, killed all powerful enemies in one fell swoop, and changed everyone's color. The Gemini Stone King's complexion was gloomy, and the annoyance and anger in his heart reached the extreme. You guys are still immature, do you really think that everything is under your calculations? Emperor Shi Zhang appeared in front of the twin Stone Kings without a sound, with endless Taoism, and a double-layer stone tower appeared in his palm, which was the 5 Emperors' pagoda that Xiao Chen gave him in the past. The twin towers were separated and suppressed. Boom! The twin Stone Kings were unparalleled in combat power and escaped from under the tower of the 5 Emperors, but they were all injured, their bones were scraped and their skins were peeled, and their bodies were covered in stone powder. At this moment, the human demon Gegan suddenly appeared behind them silently, and pressed 2 palms on them. Bang bang! The twin Stone Kings rushed to meet the enemy, spitting blood, staggering, and then disappeared into the void. They fled without fighting, and retreated decisively. Killa A. The army of thousands of bones is rushing to kill, and the powers of Kyushu are fighting. Although the number of Stone Kings in the foreign world is superior, the 7-faced sky monument stands tall on it, deterring them. The morale of the monks from other worlds plummeted, and they retreated steadily. Om, Lo, Ah, Ho, Mu, Da. In the sky, the original 8 sounds trembled in unison, and all the heavens trembled for a while. This terrible syllable immediately twisted endless monks from other worlds into powder. A fiery red dragon horse, red all over, densely covered with dragon scales, has a group of dragon heads, carrying Fuxi, standing on the sky. Fuxi holds a brass gossip in his left hand and a stone taiji in his right. The treasure looks solemn. The vitality is not divided, and the chaos is one. Around it, Qian, Dui, Li, Zhen, Xuan, Kan, Zhen, and Kun are hexagrams, arranged in all directions, mysterious and unpredictable. Boom! The endless divine fire, coming from the distant ancient times, not only illuminated the ignorant age, but also illuminated the unknown darkness ahead, as if running through the past and the present. Suorenchi is so radiant that it dims the sun, moon and stars, appearing on Fuxi's left. At the same time, another figure appeared, it was the Shenong who had lost his body long ago. At this moment, his body was reshaped, his flesh and blood returned to one, and he stood proudly on the right side of Fuxi. Endless Tao rhymes flow around him. Tao stands in one, creates heaven and earth, and turns into all things. Rice, millet, wheat, bean and 5 grains are embellished to form the brilliance of Tao. And behind Suiren, Fuxi, and Shenong, there are thousands of troops. Da Ting, Bai Huang, Zhang Zhang, Tendril Shu, Li Lu, Li Lian, He Shu, Zun Lu, Chaos, Hao Ying, Zhu Shang, Zhe Tian, Aa Yin Kong, Wu Wai. There are more than a dozen large armies, black and endless, rushing after them. In another direction, the Yellow Emperor controls the Yellow Dragon, and the yellow light is so bright that it appears in the clouds, and there are 4 great emperors Xuanzhu, Deku, Yao, and Shun around him. There is also an endless army behind them, the banners are flying, rolling with the clouds and mist. Kangji, Kibo, Tianvi, Fenghu, Linglan, Limu, Changxian, Dehong, etc. are all unified ministries. There are also Muzhengjuming, Jinzhengyusho, Huazhengjurong, Shuizhengshuanming, and Tuzhengjulong, arranged in 5 lines behind the 5 great emperors. Even you ghosts who are already dead have been summoned. You really have core skills. You really think you are the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. Lu Zan sneered again and again. Having said that, he swung his skinny right hand violently, and said, Jia, the number 1 holy capital in the past and present. Hearing this, all the otherworldly stone kings stood side by side and began to chant the ancient mantra.